Zone will be activated.
Get geared to create history as we bring you India's first ever PUBG Mobile Campus Championship 2018, presented to you by OPPO F9 Pro. And this battle is about to get fierce.
And this battle has seen too many hurdles, too many kills, all the way up to make it to the finale. To win away this glorious, magnificent trophy is going to be in hands of the winning team this evening. Can we have a big round of applause? And ladies and gentlemen, the winning team, not just the trophy, is also going to get away a whooping 15 lakhs in prize pool.
Wow!
And you know what? Hang on, not just that. The winning team will also get a chance to be a part of the PUBG Mobile Star Challenge 2018 that's happening in Dubai.
What? Really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well, you know why? Because 100 million plus PUBG Mobile fans all over the world. We got 250K registrations, out of which 80 of them knocked everyone to ashes. And we have 20 teams who have made it to the finale, the grand finale. 5 rounds, and the best of 5 will be the ultimate winner and take this trophy home.
And you know what? For all you viewers online and offline, if you're wondering what is that you're going to take back home, trust me, you're going to be feeling lucky, and we're going to be giving away OPPO F9 Pro mobile phones in between the matches right after the wins. So get ready for that and stay tuned for more. And here we go. And are you ready?
Get ready for some high adrenaline action. 1, 2, 3, here we go! For more insights, over to the panelists.
There we go. Thank you so much. Stay tuned for more.
तो लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, बॉयज एंड गर्ल्स, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है पबजी मोबाइल के इस ऑफिशियल ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में, जो कि खेले जा रहे हैं बेंगलुरु में। और यहाँ पे 20 टीम्स आ चुकी हैं जो कि एक साथ compete करने वाली हैं अगेंस्ट एक दूसरे के। और मैं हूँ गोल्डी फ्रॉम गोल्डी हिंदी गेमिंग, आप सर्च कर सकते हैं यूट्यूब पे। मेरे साथ में है मेरे को कमेंटेटर।
गाइज, आप सभी का स्वागत है एक बार फिर से ओप्पो F9 में। तो गाइज, आप लोगों ने देखा कि अभी तक का कैसा गेम प्ले जा रहा था। सब लोगों, सारी टीमें यहाँ तक सेलेक्ट होकर आना ही बहुत बड़ी बात है। गाइज, मैं हूँ पुअर गेमर क्लैन एंड
और जैसे कि आप सबको बताया, हमारा नाम है क्रॉन्टन फ्रॉम क्रॉन्टन गेमिंग यूट्यूब चैनल। और सभी व्यूवर्स का, सभी का स्वागत है ग्रैंड फिनाले में। और जैसे कि हम सबको पता है, पबजी मोबाइल का इंडिया में आज तक का सबसे बड़ा, आज तक का मतलब इतना बड़ा टूर्नामेंट कभी हुआ ही नहीं था इंडिया में मोबाइल गेम्स का, तो सबसे बड़ा टूर्नामेंट है ये। 50 लाख रुपीस का प्राइस है और आज
प्राइस पूल पूरा कंप्लीट, यस,
हाँ,
पूरा प्राइस पूल है
अभी तक का। मतलब ये कहने वाली बात है कि इतना बड़ा टूर्नामेंट, वो भी मोबाइल गेमिंग के लिए। एंड गाइस 100 मिलियन प्लस डाउनलोड हैं पबजी मोबाइल के।
बिल्कुल,
बहुत ही इम्प्रेसिव गेम है पबजी मोबाइल।
पबजी मोबाइल बहुत ही इम्प्रेसिव गेम, और डेली एक्टिव प्लेयर्स का जो इसमें रेशो है वो तो एकदम आसमान फाड़ के समझो कि ऊपर निकल चुका है। और डेली एक्टिव रेशो चाहे आप किसी भी सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म पे देख लो, आज आप अपने गली में आसपास किसी को भी देखोगे तो वो आपको पबजी मोबाइल खेलता हुआ तो मिल ही जाएगा। भाई क्या कर रहा है तू? मैं पबजी मोबाइल खेल रहा हूँ मेरी स्क्वाड के साथ में। क्यों भाई?
लाइक 1 मिलियन प्लस यूजर्स है गाइस हमारे डेली के। तो मतलब ये देखने वाली बात है कि मतलब कितना इंटरेस्टिंग गेम है। एंड इसमें जो सबसे बेस्ट पार्ट लगता है कि ना, आप अपनी स्क्वाड के साथ खेल सकते हो, लाइक जिनके साथ आप अभी फिजिकली आप जानते हो, मिलते हो। अगर आप नहीं जानते तब भी कोई ना, आप उनके साथ भी खेल सकते हो। लाइक जो इंटरेक्शन है मल्टीप्लेयर का, ये पबजी मोबाइल को एक नेक्स्ट लेवल पे लेके जाता है।
बिल्कुल, और उसमें से क्या है कि आपकी एक स्क्वाड रहती है, आप साथ में खेल चुके होते हो, काफ़ी सारे मैचेस आपने साथ में खेले हुए रहते हैं, आपका कोऑर्डिनेशन इतना स्ट्रांग होता है कि हाँ, एक बंदे ने कॉल आउट दिया कि यार मैंने उस घर में एक बंदा देखा है, तो अगर आप ऑलरेडी आपका पार्टनर गियर ड्रैप है, लॉन्ग रेंज स्कोप है उसके पास, स्नाइपर राइफल है उसके पास, तो वो उस बंदे को टेक डाउन कर सकता है। अगर फर्स्ट वाले बंदे के पास उस एनिमी का व्यूइंग एंगल नहीं है तो ये बहुत अच्छी बात।
जैसे हमारे गोल्डी भाई बोलते हैं, भाई साहब भगवान। तो
ट्रेडमार्क ट्रिपल डायलॉग।
जो गाइस हमें अभी तक यहाँ पे जो 20 टीमें आई हैं, बहुत ही प्रो गेम प्ले, क्योंकि यहाँ तक आना ही, जैसा मैं हर बार बोला है, बहुत बड़ी बात है। एंड एक से बढ़ के एक टीमें हैं। तो स्ट्रैटेजी क्या होगी, इनकी माइंडसेट क्या होगी? ऑब्वियसली इतने बड़े स्टेज पे परफॉर्म करना, घर पे परफॉर्म करना, इतने बड़े स्टेज पे फिजिकली आके परफॉर्म करना, दोनों में जमीन आसमान का अंतर है।
नर्व ब्रेकिंग परफॉर्मेंस देनी पड़ती है यहाँ पे। और समझ लो कि जैसे जैसे आप मैच स्टार्ट हुआ, मैच कंप्लीटली गो ऑन कर रहा है, वैसे वैसे आपकी दिल की धड़कनें बढ़ती चली जाती हैं कि यार आगे क्या होगा, किस तरह परफॉर्म करना है।
भाई और एक चीज़ की, अभी ये टोटल 20 टीम्स है, हो गए 80 प्लेयर्स बैटल करने वाले हैं। जैसे हमने चेन्नई में भी देखा था, चाहे बंदे कितने भी प्रो हो ना, बट कैंपिंग कोई नहीं छोड़ता है।
कोई नहीं। अरे भाई माल लगा है।
हम लोगों ने बोला जीत से मतलब है चाहे कैसे भी मिले,
कैसे भी मिले।
तो कैंपिंग करके पूरे मैच में सांप बन के जीतो, या हमारे रैम्बो भाई की तरह एक एक गन लेके ढाल से उड़ा दो।
रैम्बो भाई बनने के लिए तो भाई फिर आप कितना मुश्किल हो जाता है।
मतलब एक माइंडसेट बंदे को बनाना पड़ेगा, एक जिगरा बनाना पड़ेगा कि क्या मैं अकेले इन 4 बंदों को पुश कर सकता हूँ लास्ट के मैचेस में। क्योंकि गाइस आप लोग को बता दूं, यहाँ 5 मैचेस हैं, इनके ओवरऑल स्टैट्स निकाले जाएंगे और कोई एक ही जो टीम होगी वो विनर होगी।
बिल्कुल, तो ओवरऑल स्टैट्स निकालने के बाद भी हम आपको उसकी ब्रीफिंग देते रहेंगे कि क्या हो रहा है, क्या नहीं हो रहा है।
जैसे गाइस हमने देखा था सेमीफाइनल्स में, क्वालिफायर्स में 5 मैचेस हो गए। ओके, 5 मैचेस में टोटल सेम प्लेयर्स, एज यू नो गाइस 80 प्लेयर्स है, 80 प्लेयर लास्ट में मतलब कंटिन्यूसली खेलते रहेंगे। ओके, और उसके हिसाब से जो चिकन डिनर लेगा, सेकंड जो होगा, थर्ड होगा, फिर फोर्थ, फिफ्थ, ऐसे ऐसे मतलब रैंकिंग हो जाएगी 20 टीम्स की। उसके हिसाब से 5 मैचेस में जो भी सबसे ज़्यादा पॉइंट टेबल में लीड करेगा, ऐसी 5 टीम, और उनमें 50 लाख रुपीस डिस्ट्रीब्यूट हो जाएंगे। तो वो रैंकिंग के हिसाब से, ऐसा नहीं कि मतलब 5 टीम है तो 5 टीम को 10 लाख, ऐसा नहीं है। ओके, फर्स्ट जो है विनर, उसको ज़्यादा प्राइस होगा, वो तो आपको पता ही चल जाएगा। ओके, उसके हिसाब से मतलब रैंकिंग के हिसाब से प्राइस है और ट्रॉफी है। और ओप्पो F9 Pro, भाई लोग कतई झेर वाला मोबाइल।
और कहना होगा कि वेन्यू का, आप वेन्यू की सारी पिक्स देख रहे हैं, आपसे इमेजेस देख सकते हैं, पूरा लाइव फीड आप देख पा रहे हैं, सारे के सारे प्लेयर्स रेडी हो रहे हैं, गियर अप कर रहे हैं। और एक बात आपको बताते चलें कि ये सारे के सारे OPPO F9 Pro में खेल रहे हैं, तो यहाँ पे एक लेवल फील्ड बनी हुई है कि सबके पास सेम मोबाइल, सेम स्पेक्स वाला मोबाइल है, सेम डिस्क्रिप्शन, उसके पूरे स्पेक्स होंगे। आपको ऐसा नहीं हो सकता है कि कहीं किसी के साथ कोई इशू हो जाए। तो लेवल फील्ड में यहाँ पे गेम हो रहा है, कॉम्पिटिशन एकदम लेवल्ड अप है, पर जीत के तो वही स्क्वाड बाहर आने वाली है जिसके पास सबसे ज़्यादा स्किल और स्ट्रैटेजी होगा और लक होगा।
तो लाइक आप लोग को बता देगा OPPO F9 के बारे में, बहुत ही उम्दा फ़ोन है। मतलब इस पे जैसा कि आप लोग जानते हो कि PUBG मोबाइल के जो गेम्स हैं वो लिटरली लाइक 30 से 40 मिनट तक खींच सकते हैं। एंड अगर कोई नॉर्मल फ़ोन में देखा जाए तो लाइक आप इतना लंबा नहीं खेल पाओगे, बट स्टिल विद OPPO F9 इसमें गाइस आपको फास्ट चार्जिंग का भी ऑप्शन मिल जाता है। तो लाइक आप चार्ज करो 2 मिनट में और खेलो पूरा दिन।
तो यस, ओप्पो को हम यहाँ पे स्पॉन्सर्स को भी अपने थैंक्स बोलना चाहते हैं। ओप्पो, टेंजन गेम्स, वूट जो कि हमारा स्ट्रीमिंग पार्टनर, फिर प्लेटोनिया, इन सब के कोलैबोरेशंस के कारण, इन सब की स्पॉन्सरशिप के कारण ये आज इतना बड़ा जो कैंपस ग्रैंड फाइनल्स बेंगलुरु में हो रहा है वो पॉसिबल हुआ है। तो आप और भी अच्छी फीड देख सकते हैं, प्लेयर्स सारे रेडी हो रहे हैं।
जैसे कि स्क्रीन के ऊपर बंदे भाई फुल फाड़ मतलब खुशी में कि कब फर्स्ट मैच, सबको मतलब सबके माइंड में यही होगा कि भाई पहला मैच मैं जीतूंगा, हम जीतेंगे, पूरा मतलब व्यूअर बेस में तबाही मचा देंगे कि भाई हम जीत, ये लो भाई चीयर करो। और मुझे पता है भाई लोग गलती से भी कोई टीम मतलब ऐसा इधर उधर का हो गया ना, आप चैट में तबाही मचा दोगे।
लाइक सबको मैनेज करना पड़ेगा।
ओके
तो
अभी हम देखेंगे इंटरव्यू आने वाला, और ये पबजी मोबाइल की जो आप ट्रॉफी देख सकते हैं आपके सामने, और ड्रॉप पे रखी हुई थी यार ट्रॉफी, इस बार तो ड्रॉप में से ट्रॉफी निकलेगी भाई। हाँ, तो थोड़ी देर में हम आपको सुनवाएंगे एक स्पेशल इंटरव्यू, और उस इंटरव्यू के लिए आप रेडी रहिए।
My name is Sakriya Puri, and my team name is the Terrifying Nightmares, and the squad members of the Terrifying Nightmares are Mehul De, Anand Puri and Amit Sharma.
I am Tushar Singh. My team name is the Ravages and I am this leader. My game name is TS6655 and my team members consist of Varun 5006, Mardunga Tuj and Askela69.
My name is Abhijit Singh. My team name is Chiefs.
Team name is Phoenix and my game name is Snipe Down and my real name is Sejal.
If you go to see like the main roles of our team members, Mehul De and Anand Puri, they actually support me like Sakriya Puri and Amit Sharma. If you go to see the nadir in our team, it's actually me. And if we have to attack or defense, then it's Amit Sharma who will come first. And then there will be Mehul, De and Anand Puri, and then it will be me. Like it's always Amit in the first place, and in the end it will always be me.
Many of us prefer auto and two people of us are preferably sniping people. They do snipe, they prefer Kar 98 and all the kind of gun, Kar 98 M24, and we do pretty well with it.
Basically, we all are snipers, and the Dipanshu one is supporting character. He supports us when we try to advance to the zone like we are in the back.
My role is spotting enemies and killing them in the mid-range. Deathstroke is the sniping one, and the Nova is also master at sniping. And Autocratic is at killing people, fast reactions. He gives fast reactions.
We don't play that much, but because we all are like, right now we are in college, we have to study and everything. In a day around 1 to 3 hours, that's the amount of time we play every day. PUBG is the only game right now that we play regularly. Since season 3, like the season 3 of PUBG.
Since it was launched, the mobile version since it was launched, we have been playing through all time.
We play 2 to 3 hours every day, daily. We have been playing it from season 2.
If you go to see, PUBG Mobile is actually a great game. If you go to see the graphics and everything, it's really good. It's the best game you can ever have on your mobile device.
PUBG Mobile is basically light for action, battle royale. As we all know, battle royale games are very much preferred today. Most of the people prefer the battle royale games and like to be a single guy who conquers all of the battleground.
We most like sniping only, sniping from far away.
It's really addictive. Once you start and once you die, you seem to think, why did I die? I need to win it. And then the game is still on and it's never ending.
According to me, the expectation from my team, we are the best according to us. But we cannot underestimate the other people too. And it also depends on our luck about the zone where it actually is. And yeah, we are pretty confident.
Our expectations, they are pretty high, by the way. We are expecting that we will definitely secure a good rank, and we are confident enough. We have played till now. It's been a great journey, and we hope that we'll fly out with flying colors.
We think we can win this. It's good.
We have been a very good team. Our semi-finale was a really good one. Our team has really planned strategies that will work in the finale as well. So we have decided to win it.
OPPO Selfie Expert.
It's been like 6 months. It was pretty difficult, but we made it. It's getting better day by day. It's getting big.
Well, we just heard from the Chiefs. I am WTF Moses, joined by Matchman Porosaurus. One thing I wanted to mention that before we actually got into the last segment was the fact that, stress and factors kind of a thing. India's esports scene is still growing, and I mean, especially with a mobile game as big as PUBG Mobile is concerned, this is a big factor for kind of setting the stage for who's going to be the kings of India PUBG esports moving through this. And I really, this is a big deal. This could be a potential career for some of these guys.
Yeah, I mean, let's start off with talking about the prize pool. This is like life-changing amount of money to start off with, so that's a big factor inside of it.
Especially as a student.
Especially as a student, and remember, we don't have all signed teams here. These are all just people that made their own teams and had, I gotta say, some pretty witty team names coming through, all things considered. But I really just love to see how, like you're talking about, this is a shape and scope for what could be happening. I mean, you can see the audience, we got a huge audience that's here. Stage is awesome. You can see that everything's starting to come together for India esports, and I love it.
Well, we spent so much time around it, Poro. I mean, we've seen esports events all over the world, and this is right up there along all of them. I mean, the production here has been terrific. So I guess we have a request as a group of individuals new to India esports. Who do you think is the best player, the best team here? Don't forget to tweet us at WTF Moses, at MatchroomGG, and at Porosaurus_NA, and let us know who to look out for, because I'm interested personally to see who's going to come out on top and see who's going to be the king moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of really, I gotta say, even on the names, like that's one of my favorite things about going to a new region is just seeing team names and player names, because it kind of tells you a little bit about who they are. Like naturally, we just saw a great interview coming through from Snipedown. I immediately, whenever you get a name like Snipedown, you know, okay, this is the person that's going to have all of the sniper weapons. AWM goes to her every single time.
So
it's a little casual. I know you were excited mostly about the anime names, though.
I am excited about anime names. Let the interweave out. We have a team here that's named after One Piece. How can I not be excited about that?
Anime names, one of Matchroom's favorite, no matter what game he's watching. So the lobby is currently being created. The players getting ready to get started. You can see it on their faces, especially that guy there. He looks like he's excited. He's ready to go.
Man.
So, Matt, who are you looking at? I mean, we don't really know, but I suppose if you're looking at the way the last map and the way that PUBG Mobile plays out, the factors of rotations, keeping them tight, making sure you come on the edge. We saw that in the first game today, the show match. Do you think that people are going to be playing that center strategy or the edge strategy?
Well, one thing I'm going to be keeping a close eye on is who manages to move into inner positions, essentially manages to gatekeep. Like if you're on the outside, not yet inside the safe zone, who's got the wherewithal and the knowledge to go, okay, there's two teams next to us, let's circle in and let's wait for them. I think that inside of PUBG Mobile, small rotations seem to be a big benefactor inside of it. If you can get into a great spot and catch people unaware, you're great.
I mean, as we saw earlier, looting lightning fast on PUBG Mobile. You don't need to spend a lot of time looting. So I'm looking at the team that can loot up quick, get their vehicles, go center circle immediately, find themselves a nice location to hold down. But the other thing that you notice, hardships really, really impact the map here, and especially in PUBG Mobile, you see things go way to the side very often. So it's rare that you're going to be able to pick a compound and it's going to be able to be something that you can stay in for a long period of time. So holding onto those vehicles, absolutely key.
So it looks like all the players have entered the lobby and the map is starting to tick down. We are getting very close for the plane to be in the air for game number 1 here at the PUBG Mobile Championship, the Campus Championships. And crowd, are you ready for the game number 1?
There we go.
There we go. They're awake. Man. The plane is in the air, and we are underway. And now it's going to be the setting game, the first game. Who is going to be the victor?
And what kind of plane do we end up with? There we go. Let's go ahead and get the good skins on the plane.
There we go.
It's the first round. You got to make sure you're coming in with some style.
Got to get the good plane skin. Poro, thank you so much. Poro will be joining us back for the analyst segment after game number 1. And we'll see now who's going to get brave and drop into those hot spots first. We have the military base and Pachinki being the popular spots.
Well, this becomes the big factor for it. Naturally, these guys are going to be playing against each other for the first time, so it's going to be cool to see how they make a play based off of this. Who's going to choose to drop where, and are we going to see any contested drop locations? Not a lot of people dropping at the first part of military base, but now that's starting to make its way over the canal. Everybody's starting to drop, do that spread, get some information as they make their way across. Could actually see a lot of people heading over towards farm, maybe that military area, depending on how far they want to stretch, but not a lot of attention looks like it's going towards Pachinki or military base proper. Look, just one team down there right now.
So looking at the way the map has set itself up, the plane's still not quite empty. Players may be dropping late, and we talked about this at the beginning. The conservative strategy. Who is going to avoid those early skirmishes? And really, this is setting the stage. If you can have a good showing in game number 1, it's going to be so important going into the later stages, especially if you can't have a good game 2 or game 3. Having a good first game is so critical. And look at that Georgia Pole area, going to be filled with players.
Oh, Georgia Pole. It could potentially support this amount of players. It's all going to depend on how people are eyeing each other on drop. Looks like we got some that are heading over towards crates. It's going to be Team 14 making its way over there. Team 16 looks like it's going a little bit further up. But just like you're talking about, momentum is really big. For those of you guys that haven't watched a lot of how PUBG Mobile kind of plays out, we're going to have 5 rounds here. You get points based off of placement. We were kind of hinting about this as we were moving through the desk. So naturally coming out in first place gets you that 500 points with 20 points per kill. So survival is king inside of this.
Well, there's also the factor that kills are our big stage as well. Yeah. I mean, for 20 points a kill, that's a lot of points. So if you're not having a great game and maybe you have to decide either I die to the blue or I take out the team next to me, getting those points is going to be critical. And looking at the initial loot stages, we have Team 19 and Team 8 standing up next to each other in the Georgia Pole region. We have Team 1 and Team 12 in the apartments. And this is going to be a factor now where getting that early loot is going to be super important, but they're so close together, this could be early skirmishes as well.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit of window to window. Oh no, trying to make the run across, he gets hit with a car right off the get-go. Is he going to turn it back around and try to get this?
He's trying to get away.
Yeah, they're going to.
There's a whole squad in there.
Oh, there you
no.
Go. That's not the way you want to start a tournament, to say the least.
The first man out of the game. They got another couple down.
You can see the guys from squad, they got knocked out of it. So how's he going to make anything off of this? They're trying to crawl around, getting a little bit more health back.
They're jumping out. They're
want
it.
Coming out with full force, but look at stepping out with style.
He wants it.
He's got the guns. They don't. He's got to go for the reload. Can he hit anything off of this?
He's just spraying away.
Shots going out, but it's going to be the closer people, and that's going to be all she wrote for him as well. That's 2 early casualties coming out for Team 7.
That's an unfortunate turn of events. The UAZ drives by, takes out 1. He tried to defend his teammate. He did get 1 down, but just unable to complete that fight. And that cost them 2 members early, and that's what we're talking about, getting a good start, and that's not it.
All right, we got our guys never slow down, kind of hanging out over there, but a little bit of repositioning coming over on the side here. We got a little Georgia Pole. Everybody's just kind of keeping an eye on each other, because we talked about the importance of survival. A lot of these teams are going to try to avoid as much contact unless it's just required as possible. If they feel like they have to get these kills in order to get some type of reprieve to survive until later, that's usually what most phenomenal players at PUBG tend to do.
Checking in the Georgia region, there are, I think, 4 or 5 separate teams in that area. Yeah. We've seen that circle center around the shelter farm area. They will all be heading into the east. And that is going to be meaning that Team 4, finding that early center position, is going to be in a good spot. So for them, it's a matter of, do you want to defend? Do you want to stay inactive? Maybe collect some loot and just kind of hang out.
I mean, farm is all right, so it's not like they necessarily need to move by any form of factor. They do have center of circle, and naturally that gives them a mathematical chance to be in the next circle, but it's not the most defendable of locations. You might actually see them make their way a little bit more towards the north, maybe play along the Potato Hill side, maybe move up towards Death Road, see first red zone's kind of coming in. Going to be a little bit of discouragement, but really, nobody's really going to have to contend with it too much.
So, the initial loot phase still underway, and that eastern side of the map is actually devoid of many teams. That western side, however, lots of players there, especially around that Pachinki area.
Well, given the way that we saw the plane path come through, it looks like most people didn't lean into long drops.
Right.
Everybody just kind of went for a nosedive down on what they feel comfortable with. That's not surprising. First round, play with what you know. Try to fight it out if you have to, but really just try to carve out your own little section. Now it's a matter of, can these teams disengage from each other without taking casualties, without losing the resources they need for the mid-game and the end game.
Resource is so important, being able to maintain meds, armor, ammo, especially after a fight where you get kind of engaged with someone, you take a bunch of damage, you go down, you have to use those meds, those armor. For Team 1, there is I can hear shots happening.
Making their way up the stairwell, you can see holding a tight angle, but that's a DP waiting around the corner. That is a ton of bullets and 7.62 ammo. Somebody walks into that, that is just going to be death. A lot of people having to use Uzis off the get-go because you can see these early skirmishes, maybe not given a chance to get all the way up to the loot that they want. Actually, is he running double Uzi?
I mean, the Uzi is super strong in PUBG Mobile, and that's something that we're going to see a lot of is the Uzi. A little bit, I mean, the DP28's got a lot of recoil, but Uzi up close is a big factor. Shotguns as well. So now this is two teams that we saw in the early stages getting tangled up. I just see one go down. This is Team 12 and Team 1 going at it. And Team 1 with that DP, we just mentioned it, he's got 2 on the go. Another one goes down. Team 12's in trouble. They will trade out one. And hard just push. Like that, I think that's only the 2 Team 1 members there, and they're going to get cleaned out. They have no support.
Just running back over there, going to be able to get the res back up and active, but there was a lot of destruction that came through that. You can see the DP held that angle, really pushed out a lot of damage, so they're just going to have to get their reses up, get into a reposition. But here we go, trying to capitalize off of it. But the problem is, it might be a little bit too late. Res is already coming through, meds are going to be going off. You can tell that they really, really want this, so they're making the hard push back over for it.
Maybe deciding that this is not the play, and they're going to back away and be a little bit more passive. They're waiting outside, waiting for that audio information.
Hiding out in the bush, you know, Team 6-9, they're just kind of hanging out inside of here. You can tell that they want to play this aggressively, though. Look at the positioning. Already one person down there. You can see Team 12, they got a little bit of a move going around the outside of it, and this is going to be never slow down, caught up with them. So interesting to see how we got Deadman on the outside of this and how he opts into playing it. He's going to be running right next to Champ.
Might be surprised here in the lower end of this apartment building. They're in the zone, and they have now 4 strong above, 2 down below on Team 1, and they have to be very cautious. And really for Team 12, they could get caught out and lose one quickly and equalize the playing field.
Yeah, it's all going to be about how Champ opts into playing this. Takes the shots, but goes for the one. Look at the numbers just charging in there. That is turning out terrible for them.
Unfortunate turn of events, and Team 1, I think, is going to be the first one out of this game. That is the first team eliminated, down to 19 teams early as Team 12 completes the wipe, and that is going to be it for them.
All right, now coming back over here to Yaz Naya. A little bit of a standoff going on here. A couple of pot shots going back and forth. I know one of the favorite names is now on screen, as you can see.
Good old ass killer.
Yep, yep. Well, he's letting people know. That's what he's trying to do over here.
So for Team 17, they're across the street. They're looking towards Team 10. They're running around looking more for loot from the looks of it. You have to wonder, is Team 10 aware of the fact they have an enemy squad right across the street? Similar situation here in Lipovka, joining in with Team 4 and Team 7.
Team 7 we saw caught up into a little bit of a fight earlier, trying to get their little bit of reposition with what they've got remaining. They're trying to just recap. A lot of these teams are just kind of playing off of a recoil position based off of early skirmishes. But look at this movement. You can tell that everybody's just kind of moving as a pack at this stage, staying close together so that way if they get caught in those close range skirmishes, they can just throw numbers at it and just whittle everybody down.
Numbers and teamwork so important. We talked about this early, and teamwork is not leaving teammates behind, so everyone's going to get in this Dacia, drive away, and that's going to be it for the Lipovka loot stage here for Team 17, and we've already seen some of the factors that are going to be successful for some of these guys, which is moving as a squad, moving together, and just taking fights as a team.
Well, back over here right now with the Ravengers. Looks like they found themselves a new home. Going to run back over there. Meanwhile, our guys down there all by their lonesome in Military Base Island are going to be the Chiefs. Just kind of looking around. They got plenty of loot. Nobody is really messing with them, but they don't have the circle.
They don't have the circle. They don't have to move right away, but they have the entire military base to themselves, so that's going to be very good loot early going. And that's going to be a good start for them. This is what you need here in a first game where conservative style is going to be the play. And they're going to have great loot, and they're going to be able to move on easy. And they have no one camping on the Eastern Bridge, so it's going to be an easy early game for them.
Now, here comes the gamble if you're Chiefs. Okay, I said the fact that you don't have the safe zone. Technically, they are inside the safe zone at the direct time, but very minimal chance that the circle is going to come over there. So they're going to have to figure out at some point, when do they make the play? Do they extricate themselves from Military Base Island, or do they take the risk? Do they take the gamble and wait for it and pray everybody has to come to them? This is kind of what we were talking about beforehand about that adaptation and how do you choose to play PUBG.
Team 19 under no pressure right now, but are going to be taking some early zone damage. They've completed their loot phase, and now they have to make their way in. They're actually the furthest away from the zone, all the way on the western side, and that's going to be an issue for them. Taking that early damage, especially on the side of the play zone where there's going to be so much pressure, so many teams making the entry. And look at this, we got a fight happening on the roads. It's Team 14 that took them down.
Getting everybody out of that motorcycle. Look at this, just getting some nice shots onto it. And they aren't done. They aren't even stopping for this. They don't care. They're continuing the hunt. Now it looks like we saw somebody jump out of the motorcycle. Are they going to capitalize based off of it, though?
Team 14 cruising by. They did take one down. They're not going to finish, as you said. Team 11 might be able to res their teammate, but Team 14 not out of the woods yet. That's Team 11 trying to support, taking those long distance shots, nothing landing super hard to hit a vehicle on the move like that.
Well, it's what we talk about with control inside of PUBG Mobile, is once you kind of lay down and you claim your zone, you have to make sure you hit some shots, you scare everybody away from moving into your safe zone. You kind of create this bubble around you. So you want to make sure that anybody that's coming on vehicles, on foot, they take as much damage as humanly possible, or at least just hear loud enough noises to scare them away and make somebody else go somewhere.
Rejoining with Team 12, looks like they're going to have some friends, or at least with each other for a little while, as they found a nice center position to work with. Up in Milta, it's Team 5, trying to continue their loot stage. I think they want to get on this vehicle, this UAZ, and get away from here. As most teams making their way in now, the early rotation, and for those wondering, rotation phase when everyone's in their vehicles and moving around, the first one is about to complete.
Usually it's that moment once the blue zone starts making its way in, everybody just hops into their vehicles, repositions based off of, but with a couple of these teams in vehicles very late, they could opt into the moment the new safe zone pops up, just keep beelining straight towards it. We can see that those guys that were down around farm, everybody's kind of making their way up towards that school apartments area, but the circle does shift back over towards Milta Power, prison in that general vicinity. So now we're going to see a lot of people that are specifically in the northern part of the circle going to just have to book it back down to this area, because if they want to get a good position, there's not, I wouldn't say a ton of places for this many teams at this stage.
Look at that area around the Razak and into the zone. There's so many players coming in rotation there, and that's going to be a big factor. Early fights are going to happen. There's a lot of chance for third-party fights where maybe you're engaged with one team and another team shows up to engage you as well. And that's going to be an issue on that side of the zone.
And don't forget, we do have Team 12 and Team 2 that's presently right next to school. There is a red zone that's coming down, and that's going to slow them down. We talked about these rotation phases, making your way in early, specifically trying to carve out that area of the map. When you have the red zone that kind of falls onto you, you kind of bide your time and you hang out inside the buildings, and that doesn't give you a chance to jump out in the vehicles. And sometimes the red zone even takes away your vehicles from you, so now you're on foot having to trek it into dangerous territory.
Gotta wonder if anyone's gonna try and make a play for the crate that's out in that school field area. Bit of a dangerous maneuver considering how many players are there. But that northwestern side is just rife with teams. They're all coming through now, just trying to find any information through vehicles or otherwise.
Well, I think that kind of defines PUBG. We've had a lot of conversations about how we talk about PUBG and PUBG Mobile. Is specifically, it's a risk assessment game more than anything else. Like whenever we see these crates that are sitting out, it's like, okay, what can I get out of this, and what are the risks involved? So naturally, the very first thing you look up, 73 people still alive, crate hanging out in the middle of nowhere that anybody around it would have seen. You kind of go, maybe I'll save that one for later.
Joining in with Team 13 in the boat, trying to find their way to the main island. Looks like they should have an easy way in. No immediate contest on the coastline. Team 5 is the closest, but they wouldn't be able to see them from where they're standing.
And I like the position that they may be moving to. If they move that little peninsula that's kind of hanging out down over there, you can you make landfall over there, and then you don't have to worry about anybody encroaching from back behind you. So you really only have to focus on anybody that moves into your tunnel of vision. And when you can focus that many players on one direction, anybody that makes their way in a car or whatever just takes so much damage.
Joining in with Team 16, they've taken some zone damage. You can see the health bar is kind of low there. They've also got a team above them. Team 14 in the dossier looking back their way. This could be a factor. Team 14 is not willing to get aggressive, but they've got the zone advantage. They're moving in slowly. Team 7 still in Lipovka. They've had their aggressors leave and maybe giving them the opportunity to also escape Lipovka. It's still in the zone, but not by much, as we see that northern and center side. And Matchroom, we had the question earlier, will he be playing the center or will he be playing the edge? And it looks like that center strategy going to be prevalent here.
Yeah, center seems to be king with everybody's mindset. You got a couple of people that are playing edge, but right now we're looking through, it's like we're about 6 different teams that have already just beelined it directly into the center and at touching range of each other, but not really getting caught into too many skirmishes. You can tell that they've played a lot. Everybody at this point had to play a ton of PUBG Mobile to make it to this stage. We talked about how meat grinder it was just to make it to this stage. Everybody's playing off of all the things that they learned through those qualifiers. You can tell a little bit more safety, playing for a position, making sure to use the numbers to your advantage. So many great lessons inside of this round so far.
Looking at Team 13, they've opted to run in on foot, no vehicles for them. This Milta region's only got a couple of teams, and you know, we've seen this in other levels of PUBG esports, where that first stage of the game is more about finding the best possible position. Yeah. And it looks like that's the case here, where most teams not opting to engage early. That conservative play style, that concern for having a good first game is at the forefront of every team, except for the one that got eliminated first. But for those with the will to get out there and find these crates, that advantage would be a massive one, especially around the center area.
Well, I mean, we all love the violence that PUBG Mobile can bring sometimes, but whenever you're playing for it, it at its core is a survival game, and that's kind of, you can tell that once you get to this level, we talk about this a lot, Moses, is that trying to play for those survival positions are the big factor in it. And I gotta say, one of the things I find interesting is the amount of people that are opting into all into one vehicle. It's just PUBG things. It's fine. We've all seen this kind of happen.
That's a special ability there. Anyway, they're getting pressure, they're getting fire now. Team 14 has seen the magical UAS floating by, and they want to take a piece of that, rejoining Team 17. They found themselves just outside the prison, the center of the map. They've got some nice control. This compound pivotal, and they've got friends arriving. Team 11 has arrived right next door. Team 17 may be aware of this, but the shots ring out. Taking a look now, Team 11 maybe being surprised, trying to skirt around the northern side, and they're not going to stay.
Okay, I got a question for you, Moses. If you have to make a rotation, do you let a guy named Ass Killer sit behind you in the car?
Well, it depends on your trust level, I suppose.
All right, back over here with everybody's kind of post up. You can see the way that the map plays out the direct time. Crate smack dab in the middle of Lumberyard. Nobody's really made their way up there. Not too surprising. Everybody still has their vehicles, and that's kind of a hard terrain to make a way up to. But it does look like Team 7 is opting into that. So new circle's about to update. We're going to see where we're going to go. We still have a lot of water in play.
This is the stage now. These teams have been playing so passively, trying to avoid fights, but the circle's going to get even smaller now, and there's so many players alive. This is going to be a big factor. Look at how small that zone is. Yeah. So that eastern side is now going to be filling with players. Team 6 and Team 10 are sharing a compound. This is just to the north of the prison.
And this is almost like who goes first. You can see that Team 6, they want to make their way towards that car. They're hiding out behind the doors. They know that there's another team there. Whoever moves first can take the most risk here. You don't want to lose the dossier at this stage. You need it. You're at the edge of the circle.
If Ace decides to go on a flank here, this might be the play. He's looking for information. He's playing defense for his team, not allowing Team 10 to get anything started as far as a flank is concerned. But Team 10 is deciding to stay on the interior of the building, just trying to get poke damage. There's just nothing happening for them. So for Team 6 on the outside, they have now a little bit of a more vision, but look at this, Hitman has gone down.
Window-to-window shots coming through to knock down Hitman. So that's going to be a potential moment for him, but you can tell, Team 10, they don't want to capitalize. They just want to flush it. They hit the shots. Beautiful angle coming through there. Now what do? They've got the numbers advantage. They have control. A little bit of damage coming back.
Another one
down.
down.
Wolf goes down.
Another one
this
down.
This is starting to go real bad for F4. How are they going to make a play out of this? What are they going to do? Right now, they're just playing a little bit too passive. They're surrendering too much.
So many shots coming in.
Everywhere they go, they can't seem to figure out where the bullets are coming from.
Now it's only up to one. They're getting full pressed. It's going to be an issue now for them to try and defend. Team 10 wants this thing. They're coming on the inside of the house now. They've decided to come and press the advantage. There's one left, and it looks like they're going to try and get him down and out. F4 in a world of hurt.
Looks like they have complete control over this now. They managed to wipe out near on everybody on the other side of it. So, popping back over here with Team 19 now. They're a little bit closer towards the circle. We're back over in that farm area. So, managed to get themselves a nice little building. Decent vision lines. You just got to be careful of the hill that's coming down back behind you. But another bad neighborhood we have posted up now with Team 8 and Team 14 right next door.
I don't think they have to move too far. These teams finding themselves in the zone, albeit on the northern side. So many trying to make entry now. We've already started to see some kills come out. And look at that long distance shot.
Well, usually this ends up being the moment. Once you get that down, if you want to make the play for it, this is when you do the hard press, because you know that potentially one person's going to be in the process of doing the res, so you have essentially a 2v4 style situation. But this is something we haven't had a chance to see yet. A little bit of a skirmish that's going to be happening right next to a red zone. Red zone fades out and away. We've got Team 12 right down the hillside, but Team 15 hiding out in a shack. Are they going to capitalize off of this? You can see Team 12 looks like they're in their vehicles, manage to separate out.
They're going to leave.
Make their
Yeah,
motion.
it looks like Team 12 doesn't want to take this hillside fight. You got to remember that third-person advantage. You can use that camera, spin it around, and see where everybody is. Team 15 maybe recognizing that it's safe is going to emerge from their communal shack, as it were. Meanwhile, Team 14 and Team 8 still jousting. We did see one of the players from Team 8 go down relatively early on in that skirmish. And it looks like Team 14 is going to go for a push here. They're coming across the way. They have now entry into the buildings. The utility is already out. If they don't get punished on the cross, this could be an interior fight. Team 8 now on the defensive. They're going to have to worry about team pressing them across the way. Team 14 trying to find a foothold. They have one on the outside. They got maybe an angle into the windows, Matt.
Look at this. I love it. They've kind of surrendered the entirety of the first floor, so they're just holding the stairwell. And the other team knows this. So Team 14 is kind of repositioning around the outside to a certain degree to try to hit any shots on anybody that's through these windows. Nades are starting to come down now. You can see all the utilities starting to be burned. But this is the angle. If anybody can hit any shots to break down this first defense breach point,
one good
it's
nade.
going to start going sideways, and here it's starting to come. It's starting to get a little bit messy as Team 14 gets one person down.
They trade 1 for 1 from the looks of it. I did see a nade land, and now they're going to try and breach the stairwell as a squad. They're going to go up one at a time. The pressure comes down. One will go down. The team is not going to get the trade there. And so for Team 8, they have the advantage. The finish now coming. The Molly's on the ground. He's on fire. He doesn't realize he's going down.
These beautiful nades come through from the outside of this. Look at this, lots of damage coming through. Now what does Team 14 do? It's 2 downs to 2 downs, but they just get
the
instantly
snipe from long
dropped.
distance.
So now what do? One person left. You got the chain reses that are happening towards the top. It looks like full on defensive. Jumping back out and around. Is he going to go for a flank? Is he going to try to finish this off? Does he see the angle? He's trying to make the play off of this. Actually just going to hop in the Dacia.
No. He left his teammates behind.
Left his teammates to die. Harry runs up there and mops it up. He lost the Dacia, but man, he got some kills.
That was a good start there. I mean, we saw some really nice sniping happening. I'm not sure if that was Team 14 landing those shots or if that was from across the way. Regardless, that was a nice interior fight there, but ultimately one team comes out the victor.
See, a lot of positions starting to shrink down. Like you were talking about, there's just not enough space. We're just seeing so many kills come through. Now Team 17 trying to make their way in. They've got Team 19 holding down 2 different buildings, and you can see from the distance,
one at a time.
Squad 13 that's third-partying into this and just dropping everybody.
This is Nova just taking some long-distance shots. He's done a lot of damage. Meanwhile, 17 and 19 looks like Team 17's in trouble. Now they're trying to get a trade, but it's not going to happen. Team 17 getting cleaned up here. Team 19 is just taking it to him one at a time, and there is the finish. And there's now a couple of teams getting eliminated here in the mid-game.
It's just gotten to a dangerous stage now. You can see right on the outside of the safe zone, there's Team 13 just paying attention. They need to make their move in. They were trying to capitalize off of this third-party fight so that way they could really make some type of play based off of it. They're right on the outskirts of it. Looks like they've decided into a hard crash, and they're just running straight in at
Team 13 wants it.
They want this fight. They feel like they've done enough damage that they've got them weak enough, and they're trying to hit the sprays back and forth on this. You can see it's going to be Team 13 that gets the first down onto it. A lot of damage back onto Team 19, but they're trying to capitalize off of it. You can see Team 13 still running as a pack, holding on that angle. 2 people can kind of defend while one goes back for the res, get the teammate up. We still have members of Team 17 that's trying to interact in this, trying to deny the last member of Team 19 to make their way over.
Team 19 had one in the other building trying to fight with Team 17, but look at that, there's the exterior flank. One goes down, the finish comes out, and he will be finished off very quickly. And now it looks like Team 19 has got their work cut out for them. There's more members flushing. They're just spraying randomly and gets another one down. This is looking good for Team 19. They're just crushing.
Snipe Down just running at this stage, realized everything has gone bad, trying to hop in the Dacia, and bullets are just going down, and Snipe Down goes down and out. Team 19 just surviving through the onslaught at this stage. Speaking of onslaughts, look at the other side of the map. We've got Team 12, 4, and 3 all stacked up on top of each other, right, maybe 100 meters away from each other, and pot shots going back and forth as one goes down.
Yeah, Chiefs landing a snipe through the window on the top building of the barn there, so that's a nice looking shot. And now we're going to see yet another circle shift, and this is where things start to get absolutely insane. Look at how small that circle is. Almost every team is outside the zone. They're all going to have to crash the middle. And there's a couple of squads in there that are looking good. Teams 3, 4, and 12 all find themselves in the play zone. Just trying to run now. This is actually Team 7 caught outside the zone, and this is a problem for them. They're pretty far, and they have to run.
They have a ways to go. They're back over here in Milton. Everybody's been fighting around farm at this stage. Meanwhile, we got the guys from Gods. They're just kind of hanging out, like, okay, we'll slowly make our way through. They do find themselves a Jeep, so they should be able to make their way. God's Reign still running just with a few people remaining. Now then, this is where it's going to start getting a little bit contested. 47 people alive, Moses, 14 teams. I'm willing to bet on this next circle, this transition, we're going to see that drop by about half.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of death here happening pretty soon. 16, Team 2, Team 9, there's just all these teams lining the edge. And look at this, Team 12 has decided they want to get involved. They're going to be pressing the barn. We've seen this already start. Team 12 is just going to gain free entry into the building. Team 4 is playing super defensive.
It's good to try to play defensive to a certain degree, but when you have this many people swarming around you, you're playing off that angle, you're just not getting the information.
Team 12
so you
nading.
don't know where it's going to come through. All right, so you can start to see the hard push coming up. Just
They've already got them
together.
They're
They
weak.
are already inside of this, just stepping up and spraying them down. You can't do that. You have to keep an eye on those angles.
Those nades came in, weakened up the interior of the building, and they came in for an easy team wipe. Rejoining Team 16, they're starting to get more interested in Team 2 as well as Team 9.
Team 2 is in a terrible spot right now. They have two different squads caught up in between them. They don't even have buildings. They're just playing around walls and crates at this rate, just trying to stay alive. You can tell the fact that if Team 9 decides to sweep in behind this, this is just going to be terrible for Team 2.
And this is looking more or less like they don't want to press too far. Team 12, having just wiped out the Chiefs, is collecting the proceeds of their victory. They're grabbing as many ammo, meds, all the equipment they can. Team 4 has been watching this happen right next door, but they're not willing to do anything about it. And now it's up to Team 12. Do they want to take that momentum from that fight and continue to take it to Team 4? It's barn-to-barn action right now. The U.S. blocking the interior on the 1 entry. So for Team 4, you have to wonder if they're going to press you, but the circle's now closing, and now the options are over. Team 2 is stuck in the blue. They're going to be running and trying to make a go of it, but there's one left for Team 9. This is not looking good for Team 2. A lot of damage coming in from the blue.
And they have a ways to go, still about 100 meters or so, and they're just going to be running into everybody that's already gotten position. They did manage to survive through everything, but good Lord, just like you were talking about, Moses, so many squads starting to intersect or in that northern area as everybody's shrinking down. And even back down towards those barns we were looking at, new circle pops. Our barn people down next to the beach are going to have to reposition, but look, it's deadly over here.
Team 11 got caught by the blue. They've also got Team 17 right on top of them, and they're taking shots very early here. Team 19 also sees Team 11 getting eviscerated one at a time. There's only one left. They took one out of the vehicle, but there's so many players here, they can't move.
You can see this, trying to make his way back over to his teammates that are just across the road, but there are so many bullets coming this direction, there's no easy path for him to make. So it's all going to be about utility. How many smokes does he have? What type of plays can he make off of it? This is back over here at this fight we've been watching for a while. Keep in mind, these guys are not inside the safe zone.
It's Team 9 making a breach for Team 4, and there's Team 12. This is a 4-way team fight. There's 2 teams breaching 2 separate buildings. Team 4 trying to defend, Team 9 trying to res, but Team 14 trying to buildings.
But they only have 40 seconds before they have they have to be inside the safe zone. So everybody's caught up in these skirmishes, and they're all just slowing each other down. There's no way to get away from these fights. If you start trying to make the runoff, you're going to have essentially 10 people shooting at you.
There's so much happening on the inside of this barn building. Team 12, having eliminated one, is now having the same done to them. The nades are coming upstairs. They can't dodge them forever. And look at this, Team 12. They've got one down, but he's going to trade out, as that's one each team. He's going to get completely flushed out and finished. Team 12 losing a teammate here. Now, are they going to jump out and try and be the aggressors? Yes, they are. They've come outside of the building. They got one down. It's Team 14 on the ropes now. They've only got one man left to res. And they're all on the outside. Team 14's in trouble, and they're down and out as Team 12 takes them down.
Now, finally, they get a little bit more control of the area. They just have to figure out what's going on in the next door neighboring barn. Can they get anything out of this? 12's trying to figure out how they're going to go. Look at everybody just trying to get away from what's happening right now, but it's just skirmishing to skirmish.
They're all dead.
Everybody's taking so much damage from the blue.
They can't make it.
There's nowhere to go. Like, look at them. They're all trying to stop and med, and it's just not going to work. There's one. There's 2. Let's see if we can see 3s now down. It's just going to be a catastrophe from everybody over here.
Team 12, they need the kill points.
Never slow down. It's got to live up to their name, but no. It's going to be Team 4 that pops in the back, and everyone dies.
And that's what happens when you get stuck on the edge of the zone in a team fight, and just like that, we are down to the top 5 teams, and the circle continues to shrink. Team 19 did sneak their way in. Only one guy. Just one guy.
That one guy definitely managed to sneak his way in, but right next to a squad of 4 people. That's going to be squad 16 that's up. We have 5 teams up and active with 11 people alive. If you're a 4-man squad, you feel great right now.
This is the case for some of these teams, Team 18 specifically. They have one down. They're having some pressure come in their way, but they can get the res off and be very, very strongly positioned here. They do have Team 11 nearby, but not really a threat just yet. They're down below them. Team 16 across the way. Team 18 very interested in what they're doing. They're just taking a couple of shots, trying to see if they can get anything to land. But now this is kind of the late stage, and very quickly we only have 11 players left. Team 19 at the disadvantage with only 1 player. Matchroom, this is going to be a case between who can hit the shots first.
You can see that the way the circle is broken down. Well, we know who can hit shots based off of that one right there. Solo now goes out, so we got squad 18 that does have circle favor right now. Squad 10's right next to him, and you can see squad 16, they're trying to make their press across it. They need to hit a little bit of damage, and that's what they needed. You can see force 18 out of the windows. Don't allow them to get the information. Try to make this cross. They still have about 20 meters they need to make it.
This is a good play. They've left one in the building to try and snipe and keep pressure as the rest of them try and press forward. Utility is out. This is team play, but it's costing them. They're stuck in the open. SO9 getting taken down one at a time. Team 18's got the advantage. They have the blue at their back. It's a shooting gallery. They can't move. They're stuck in the zone.
There's got the smokes, but it's just not enough cover. It's just spray after spray going in after him. Team 16's trying to figure out how they can make it.
Circle's coming.
Matrix is right up on the edge of the tree.
They
just
can't
wants
move.
to make it a little bit further, but the whole time, the last remaining member from Team 10 manages to make it towards landfall, but nowhere to go for Team 16. Now just one person up and alive.
It's up to Matrix. He's got to take this now into his hands. His team is being killed all around him. There's nothing he can do. Team 18 is looking good here. They have a control of this game. There's only 7 left alive. They've got the victory within sight. Matrix is down, but he's got one down. He's got one down on the other side. He's got the angles. Does he have the aim? They're meting. They're trying to res. Off to the left, you have Team 10. There's one left standing there as well. He could play a factor. This is a top 3 situation.
No. The 2 solos are now starting to make their way next to the same area. If they see each other, they can essentially do the work that Team 18 wants. They have the numbers advantage. They have control of a great building. Nobody really wants to push this as a solo. You can see it's just Team 10 holding this side angle right now with another neighboring solo. How is this going to play out? We can see everybody's trying to just collect information at this stage.
This is a situation where he just has to wait. I mean, the 2 solos are right next to each other. Matrix is looking to see maybe he can try and clean up and get a top 2 position. That's a big difference in points. He's sneaking. He's trying to be as careful as possible. And there it is, but he's not going to get found. He will get spotted and taken down, and just like that, SO9 will be eliminated. But this is looking now like a very uphill battle. The last man standing from Team 10. He's got 4 players left to kill.
And they're coming alive. Look, they heard it. They heard where the firefight's happening at. Everybody from Terrifying Nightmares is trying to make their way down. They are just flanking him from every angle.
He's got one.
He gets caught from behind. Gets taken down.
There it is. The victory comes through on the back of some nice play. The team of Torpedo, Amit, Sakira, and Anand Puri take down the victory in game number 1 with a lot of kills as well. That's a good start for them.
Terrifying Nightmares coming in and making a nightmare of this lobby and scaring everybody. I gotta say, a great performance coming inside the first round. I love the way they played that insert.
Well, that was our first game, Matt, and that was a pretty intense round where we saw a lot of players, unfortunately, maybe getting a little bit too nervous and not thinking ahead. They got stuck in a battle. So many died to the blue zone there.
That's a big factor inside of this. You have to, you want to play for it. You want to make sure you get all your loot. But if you loot Goblin a little bit too much, that blue's just going to do a little bit too much damage. Everybody's going to circle in and just catch you on your rotations.
Well, if you're the Nightmares, that's a good start to this round, this tournament. That's the first victory with a decent amount of kills. And now you have to be thinking that this is momentum for them. They're going to take this forward.
Oh, at this point, without a doubt, this is what you want. You want to come in game 1, you want to make a statement, and you want to let everybody know, okay, we're here to win this thing. We're the people you have to fight. We're the people that you have to contend with, and it just makes you feel good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a factor there where I think they had a really good, solid position, but they also knew how to use it.
Yeah.
I have to give a shout out for Team 16. I didn't catch the team name there, but they had a nice utility push where they were trying to get into the zone. They did their best, but there was just too much happening for them. And really, it was just a very tough ending push.
You could see that they tried to lay out as much smoke as they could. They were trying to get some type of cross, and it was just bullet spray that just caught them from everywhere. And so many different people, like little snakes that were hiding out in those rotations, just caught them out unaware.
I mean, that's a situation in PUBG Mobile where you have to use your positional advantage as best you can. You can't just be running around or you'll get punished. These guys are all very high-level players. They qualified through so many to get here, and you can't give them the time and space to take random shots at you or you're going to get punished.
Well, I mean, we saw that as a perfect example towards the end of that round. Whenever the Terrifying Nightmares, 4-man strong, here's the firefight between the two solos, and it's like, nope, this is it. We know we have the numbers advantage. All of them leave the safety, hit 2 different angles, and just catch him and tear apart the last player.
Really good game. I mean, looking forward to game number 2 now. Do you think that the mentality of these players is going to change?
Well, I think it's going to be interesting to see how many different teams learn from this first round, because that's really what you need to take away from. Every single time you play in an event like this in a LAN-based environment, you have your first round, you learn from it, then you take your tools and you bring it back in. We said, PUBG's about adaptation. One round can't be your death knell. You got to learn from it.
And I mean, if it's adaptation on one end, it's consistency on the other. So when you play with consistency, trying to minimize the odds of having to move too much. And we saw that in the initial stage of this game where so many teams were getting forced to the edge of the zone, and then they would get stuck in a fight and they can't move. And then you have 2 enemies. You have the blue zone on one hand, you have the people in front of you on the other.
And so with this, I believe that we have an interview set down with the Terrifying Nightmares, so we're going to go ahead and throw it to our hosts. You guys take it away.
Well, end of round 1, the winners who knocked down 19 other teams, the Terrifying Nightmares. They're already giving nightmares to the rest of them. But you guys, first of all, they're from Mumbai, so make some noise. I'm from Mumbai too. So I'm really stoked already about this. Take us through your journey from the qualifiers till today.
Actually, in the qualifiers, we weren't pretty confident about our team. That's true. But then all of us, we played well. Our chemistry was good. Everything went good. Luck was there. So we made it to the finals. Quarterfinals was pretty difficult. We thought we wouldn't make it to the finals because we made huge mistakes in the quarterfinal. But we learned from our mistakes. That's the main thing. And we did that. And today we are here. And we won the first match. And we hope we are constant.
But tell me one thing. Why is it you're looking so restless? Yeah. Okay. So
excited.
Guys,
I think he's really excited.
You have just won 1 game right now. So who do you think is your opponent in the finals? Who do you think is a strong team and give a good competition to you?
First, I think Squad 99 and F4. That's it.
Hey, you're from Mumbai. You should say we are the best.
We are the best.
Yeah, that's about it. Can we have a huge round of applause for Terrifying Nightmares.
And you guys have done a fabulous job. Please give them a big round of applause, guys. Make it louder. And you guys celebrate your moment of victory, and we will get back to you in the next game. Thank you so much.
Yes. But before you leave, don't let it get to your head because 4 more rounds to go. All the very best, and all the very best to the rest of you too. Getting back to our people out here, as we promised you, the 2 of you who at the end of the first round, the activity that we had, and you won, I want you to run up on stage. I didn't get your names earlier. Come on. Come on, if you repeat the act for us.
The guy who lifted.
If you repeat the act for us, will be nice.
And also the guy who was being lifted.
Lift him up. Oh, come on.
Lift him up right now. Come on, there we go. Yeah. Sweet. Okay, you know what? Looking at your energy levels, we were so happy. So instead of giving a 1 phone, we have doubled it up. We are giving you 2 phones.
So at the end of every round, each of you win 2 phones. 2 lucky winners end of every round.
Congratulations. So you're not just going to be calling his phone. You're going to be using your own OPPO F9 Pro and calling your buddy on the same phone. Please give them a big round of applause, guys.
Yeah, that's about it.
Thank you so much, and we will get back to you there.
Thank you so much,
the
hearty congratulations.
Thank you.
And from here we head into a quick break, but you guys stay tuned because I told you this is going to be insanity to next level. But keep the energy level going and keep the smiles on too. We'll see you in a short while from now.
Thank you. Over to the break.
OPPO Selfie Expert.
It was a really great place, really great praise. Really enjoyed it. Since the game came, quite a long time, yes. Actually, they supported me, supported us really well, and they promoted and they told us that you could go and there is no problem in such thing going there, and you should win and come back. That is what they told us. Yeah, actually, there was a time when we were playing semi-finale, second match. We dropped down to Milta, okay, and then we went straight towards Milta Power, okay, and then we found a really high place that was around on a hill, and we just camped there, okay. So our luck was really nice. So the zone was coming straight toward us, and we didn't need to change our positions, okay. So we were just camping and waiting for the teams to come up and get killed by us. So we really thrashed a hell lot of teams there, and we really did our best and won that match. My sister, she really supported me, and she was the best, and she even handed her phone to me to play the PUBG, and because I had a fairly bad phone to play PUBG in, so that was really nice of her.
So that was the Annihilators, just hearing from them. I mean, we learned so much from these teams already. And Poro, I just want to get your thoughts on the last game, how it kind of broke down.
Oh boy, there's a lot of work that could be done. Now, there was also some great plays that we saw, some great, phenomenal pushes. But, for example, okay, team number 10 had a great fight versus team 6, got a couple of downs, waited almost until they waited until they got 3 downs before they finally pushed. You can push before that. Show a little bit more confidence in your ability to team fight and go and get those kills when you have those downs. You can't afford to wait for 3 downs, basically, before you push into that. Again, if we go back all the way to the drop, School is incredibly hot. Team 12, Team 1, both dropping on School. Team 1 gets wiped immediately. You can't let that happen. You can't let that happen. I think if you're Team 1, I think you need to start looking for a new drop.
You could tell that they were playing with confidence. They thought that they had the low ground control. They got control of the first floor. But they were already down to just 2 people at that stage because the fights that were around the apartments area just didn't necessarily go their way. So now they were kind of already playing off the back foot, and it felt like they were like, we've already weakened them, let's just go ahead and go kill them. But I'd say it probably took about 20 seconds too long because you got time for the res and the meds.
I mean, it was a factor of, I think the interior fights just weren't going how the teams that were the aggressors were going, or were hoping they were going. Yeah. I mean, Team 12's push at the end there was really nice. Yeah. The way they kind of came in, completely wiped one squad, and then they didn't really do anything. That was one of the teams that died to the blue afterwards because they kind of got stuck. They didn't do anything there with that momentum. I think if you can have the guts, the drive, the will to take that first fight, you take the second one too.
Well, you can see that they got the clear out, Team 12 did, in that barn area. There was the fight that was happening between those other 2, and they kept trying to get information on it, but they actually had a dossier that was right outside, and then died to the blue. Like 1 or 2 of their players could have at least jumped in the dossier and at least tried to just drive it in.
Yeah, I mean, I think you bring up a perfect point. I mean, you saw at the end, that whole cluster there, I think it was Team 14, Team 12, Team 9, and Team 4. All right on top of each other, all dying to the blue. At that point, you need to make a decision. Well, you're probably going to end up dying either way, so you might as well give yourself the opportunity to maybe win a firefight rather than just going down to the blue.
Well, this is another situation we're looking at here in the beginning of the game where Team 7 and Team 4 just got into this fight at the outside of this little shack, and it cost both, well, actually mostly God's players a bunch here. And this is Team 1. They were trying to defend. I think there might have been a friendly fire in there as well. This DP, he was just holding down the fire button, trying to get something going. But
the DP doesn't care if it's teammates or enemies.
It
just wants to kill everything.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this interior fight was really set the stage for Team 12. So I mean, looking at this now, this was the team that later on completed a second breach. Yeah. So Team 12 has got the ability to take these fights. But I think they just kind of slowed down, maybe lost some confidence.
I think if your team won, you have to shake that off. You know, this is game one. You still have 4 more to play. Don't get tilted. Just find a new drop location and try to change things up a little bit.
And I think that's kind of what we're looking at. This is round 1, so everybody's just trying to get the pacing. You know, we talked about how everybody just kind of died all those squads in the blue towards the end there. Everybody's just trying to get a feel for when is the right time for us to move, where is the right places for us to move, when is the right time for us to make these pushes. I gotta say, I love that shot. You can see the fact that trying to go for something crazy by jumping up on the wall that just gets torn up as he goes for it. This is a great reposition from them coming on the outside of this and runs by a guy, but luckily his teammate manages to, he's got his back.
Yeah, that was, I mean, team play at its best right there, where you basically, wow, look at these shots too. There was one guy, I can't remember who it was, he was just landing shot after shot. This is another breach by Team 12.
Yeah.
NSD has got some guts. They can definitely make it happen.
Yeah, Team 12 with that great push. I mean, that was another example of a good push. They barraged them with grenades and then pushed it at the right time. But this is what we were talking about.
Yeah.
You don't ever want to die to blue here.
Yeah, I mean, there was only 16 seconds. There's this big fight happening. NSD had momentum really, but they just didn't have that position there. I think when they had one jump out the window, they had the manpower there really. I think Team 12 played that as best they could. But Team 12 just spent too much time. There was too much happening. They all ended up dying to the blue. I'm going to be watching Team 12 moving forward.
I mean, Team 12, they're living up to their name all the way up until the end. Never slow down. They're all about just going and getting those kills, and they were doing such a great job until they caught that late game fight and then slowed down. And that's actually what ended up getting them. So see how interesting how they make a play around the momentum, but you can see here's the catch out point, and then it's just a matter of so close. Got the down onto one of them. But it was just a swarm coming down after the solo player there at the end.
Definitely has to feel good. So for never slow down, I didn't see their kill total. We'll get an update here. Actually, right now, look at that. So for the bottom half of the squads, not a great start. I mean, there was a couple of kills here and there, but for the most part, it was 6-9 going down first at that interior fight. But for the most part, this is just placement points. There wasn't a lot of activity here. So looking at the other side of the leaderboard, how it kind of stacks up kills-wise, I think that we'll be looking at NSD leading the pack.
Well, I mean, that's kind of the nature of the beast with PUBG Mobile. We talked about on a regular basis, Poro and Moses, is that whenever you end up getting those wins, you stack the kills up towards the top of it.
Yeah.
You got in order to win, you got to kill everybody that's around you. And look at it, Nightmare's up there with 11.
Yeah,
and guys, NSD 11 as well.
Yeah, that's a really good victory for them. That's a 720-point victory. Not only the kill points, but all those placement points as well. So for NSD, if they don't die to the blue and they make it in as a full squad, I think that they have a very good opportunity to try and win that game.
Now, we talked about the diminishing returns based off of placement. Look, NSD comes in fourth, 240 points, 220 kill points. They essentially doubled their score just by performing in the earlier parts of that game.
Absolutely, and that's a team that you have to watch going forward. Team number 12 on your screen, team number 1 in your hearts, and team number, I guess, tied for first on the kill leaderboard right now. Those guys are absolutely mowing down everybody in front of them.
Well, you got to say for the Nightmare squad, they're actually just down off to our right here, having a little powwow, trying to keep the mentality straight, trying to make sure that they keep that cool attitude to move into game number 2. You win that first game, but that can be a burden almost, where you don't want to relax, but you don't want to freak out either.
Well, we see that happen a lot in everything PUBG related. Whenever you kind of have the win and you're at the top of the leaderboard, now all of a sudden you're like, oh, well, I have to play differently to hold my win. I'm just not going to fight, or I'm not going to do anything else anymore. And suddenly what got you there, you're no longer doing.
No lead is safe. No lead is ever safe. You always have to defend it.
Well, I think we've got another interview set up, so we'll kick it over to the stage and we'll see what the players have to say.
My name is Ashish Tiwari. My team name is Shield, and in our team we are 3 people more. One is Hemant, the other one is Abhishek, and Keval.
I'm Shirendran Shetty from India, Bangalore, and my in-game name is CSPG Burns, and my team name is CSPG.
So my name is Vaibhav, and my team name is Excellency. There are 3 more players, who is Omkar, Rishabh, and Vector. That is his current.
My name is Aditya. Our team name is Hisa PUBG. We are from Hisa, Haryana, 3 members, and 1 member is from Rajasthan.
Hemant is the grenadier of our team. Whenever there's a chance of need a particular house or a particular place, he takes the lead. And sniper is Abhishek. So he stands back and snipes. And we gave the responsibility of medic to Keval, and I basically attack my gameplay is of attack, like whenever there's a need of push.
Roles is me and Ted are the support players, and Avi and Shaila the riflers.
So regarding that, Rishabh in a team, he's a sniper. Omkar and Vector, they play as a push. They push and they directly rush on the team. Like anyone is if he's hidden inside the house or behind a bush, something like that, they both push. I'm basically a supporter and also a grenadier over there.
One of our members, Chirag Malik, he is a good sniper, and others prefer mostly assault rifles.
We all play around 3 to 4 hours daily, and we have been playing since March, since the game started on Play Store.
Per day we play like 2-3 hours, and we have been playing this game like it's been like only 2 months. That's it.
Okay, so like we started playing from second season. We downloaded the game on the second season of the game, and we play like 4 to 5 hours every day without any time of miss.
PUBG Mobile, you know, the game mode itself, the battle royale, the mode is good.
We like PUBG Mobile just because of the players, like live players are there, and we get to interact whenever we are not playing with the team. We get to interact with new people around the server, and we get to know each other through the game, through voice chat, and we learn like gameplay tactics are they are great enough to handle it. Like we learn most of the things from like tactic, team planning, and all this stuff.
So the most important thing I like in PUBG, like the graphics and the concept of the game, like it's completely open world game, the battle royale. I like it very much. And regarding also that shooting, sniping, everything I like it.
We play like daily 3 to 4 hours, like on weekends more, but less on the weekdays. In PUBG Mobile, I like the most thing I like is the graphics. The graphics are very real.
There is no such expectations. We just joined the tournament for fun, and we are here to play. We have been playing, and for God's grace, we are here till the finals. So we will play on 21st as well. We'll just play and have fun. We'll enjoy the game.
Expectations, you know, it's our first major tournament, so we are trying to gain a reputation in the community first, and we want to gain more fame.
Okay, so we are like basically we just started as a basic players on PUBG. So right now we are playing on a national level. So yeah, we do not depend on any kind of luck. Only one motto of our team is like 1 shot, 1 kill, no luck, only skill. That's all it.
Like if we could win this tournament, like it would be a great achievement for us. Like this is a very big tournament, a national tournament, so it would be a big achievement for us.
OPPO Selfie Expert.
Basically, we are an aggressive team, okay? But then our first match of the tournament, we try to play too passive. So while playing passive, we actually came across a team. Like we try to be in the top 4. So we were playing very safe, like we used to camp in house and stuff. But then the last second circle, there were 40 people left. So we were actually very nervous. So then luckily we came 4th. And that was the only match which I feel was a little tough. Then the rest of the matches were fine. PUBG Mobile, you know, you don't need to camp and play. Just have confidence and play your game. Like don't listen to have good teamwork. Just play. Yeah, shout out to our family first, who have been very supportive. Then our friends, and all the PUBG community friends like Kratos, CSPG Matt, then CSPG Knight, and Pun.
So that was CSPG. Always good to hear from the teams, and I think we're starting to learn a little bit more about them, their mentalities. I think that the teamwork aspect, obviously a big factor, being supportive to each other, because really it's a new community, and being supportive with each other is important, and we can save the trash talk and the rivalries for later.
That slowly develops as it goes through, but yeah, I mean, that's one of the great things about it. You can see like a lot of great insights are coming through. Specifically, like there's no luck, only skill. Like a lot of people like to be like, oh, circle favor. You still got to be able to play it. In addition to that, don't camp to play. I love it. You can hear the fact that they're talking about confidence. They're like, no, we can get the kills. Play to get the kills. Play to have fun.
You need it. One shot, one kill. All luck, no skill, baby.
In my case, it's several shots, maybe a kill.
Well, I mean, if you're going to roll around with the DP,
Depends on the gun. Sometimes it's a couple of shots, reload, maybe get a kill.
One clip, one kill. Let's
we'll call it that way. One clip, one kill.
So, I mean, we've spent, us three, a lot of time. We come from the PC side, where we really got introduced to PUBG when it was first out. And it's so cool to hear that all these players that have learned PUBG on their own, on a completely different platform, are having the same lessons, learning the same things, having the same ideas. And that really shows you how like PUBG has become this global thing, where it doesn't matter what platform you're playing on, you're having the same experience.
Well, that's what's so ridiculously cool about this in a mobile environment. It is PUBG.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's everything that you like about it. Everything carries over. The map carries over. The strategies carry over. So it opens the doors to tons of people that may not have had a chance to play beforehand. And again, like you're talking about, it's so great to see all of these communities developing around.
Yeah, certain things never change, right? You need to have vehicles. You need to get into circle. As you said before, the blue is undefeated.
So looking now at the points, and for those of you wondering, that first place is going to give you a big advantage. And if you get first place with a bunch of kills, that's going to really launch you to the top of the leaderboard. We've seen our first team, they got 11 kills, they finished first place, they have 720 points to their name. So playing for placement is important, but you cannot camp your way to a victory. You need to get out there and get involved.
Well, okay, look at it. First place is 500 points, 11 kills, 220. That's half of coming in first. You can't just be passive. You can't keep coming in and getting one kill and trying to go for like 5th place. You're not going to get to the top of the leaderboard. You got to make the plays. You got to try to go for the gusto, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, not even just about, you know, getting onto the leaderboard or climbing the leaderboard. It's climbing the leaderboard. You don't want to stagnate.
Yeah, you don't want to stay where you are.
I don't think that there's anything worse feeling inside of whenever you're playing PUBG and you just like you're in that 5th spot and you just keep getting 5th, and you just can't surpass to go up. It almost feels like, okay, you won a bad game just so that way you're not constantly in the same spot.
That's the method strategy if you follow PC.
Oh, taking shots at people that aren't even listening.
That's a joke just for us, I promise. But anyway, so this is the awards here for those who can do the most in the game. So now these are individual prizes for those that are labeled the MVP, those that have the most kills overall, the highest number of revives, the medic, the redeemer, the player with the highest amount of health restored,
should be called the bullet sponge.
Yeah, the bullet sponge. The lone ranger with the maximum kills in one lobby, so that's just the person who gets the most kills in the game. And then those, the rampage freak who just survives the longest, which is
the pinnacle of PUBG.
Yeah.
You know, it's all about survival, being the person that manages to survive the most across everything. Hey, kudos to you.
Hey, it's a survival game, right? Survival game where you kill everybody.
Yeah, I mean, the factor there is that I think that these awards kind of cover every possible playstyle.
That's true.
You can either med in the blue and survive the longest, you can get a prize for that, or you can get out there and get as many kills as possible in either game to game or over the entire tournament and get an award for that as well. But really, I think the award that I would want would be the MVP. The person who's most important to the overall team, game in and game out.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. Coming out of the first really big PUBG Mobile event, naturally the MVP is also going to be on a team that does really well, so you're going to be walking away with some pretty decent amount of cash.
That's how it should go, really, if you think about it.
You're going to come back with a pretty decent amount of cash and bragging rights to be like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm MVP on top of it. Just enjoy it. Yeah.
Those bragging rights go pretty far too, especially in a scene that's, like you said, just developing. You know, this.
Developing
just a couple of 100,000 people. I'm MVP of an event that had a couple of 100,000 people.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, this is a first event. This is the first of a scene that's growing very quickly, but it's still a pretty large amount of people. It's 250,000 people that or even teams rather that tried to get in on this. And there's only 80 players left on the stage, so if you can come away with this in a victory, I mean, that's a massive amount of bragging rights.
They may be growing, but they're also showing.
That's also true.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends. You know, go for a dip afterwards, see if that continues. But you can buy yourself a pool if you want to.
I'm always down for a nice dip in the pool.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, looking forward to the next game, it's going to be up to Nightmares now.
Yep.
Can they keep that momentum going? And the one thing that really stood out to me, and I think something obviously I'd like to see more of, is teams that didn't have a good first game. Yeah. Just how are they going to do now? Because there's going to be good teams and bad teams. We always know that. But was it just bad luck, or was it a bad start? Maybe it was nerves, who knows?
Yeah, and that's the question these teams have to ask themselves, right? Do they want to make those massive changes to their play style just because they had a poor first game? Like Team 1, I mean, do you alter your whole drop path completely now?
Here comes one of the things with PUBG. Sometimes you make a play that should work that doesn't. Like, it could be any
Most of my
plays
are plays that should work.
It's like, you know, you're like, okay, we're caught in a fight, you get them down onto 2 people, let's push this, and suddenly you get third party from across the way and taken down.
Yeah.
So it gets really hard whenever you go out in one round, specifically early. Is the plan broken, or was it just a bad thing that happened right there?
And that's
and
very
what do you
important.
take away from it? And I think that's going to be the big factor teams have to look at.
Yeah, that's an important skill to learn in any aspect of PUBG that you play.
Or in life.
Or in life, in anything that you play.
It's almost like video games teach you about life.
PUBG life lessons.
Well, yeah, was this my fault, or is this something that, you know, that was unavoidable? Did I get outplayed, or did I outplay myself, essentially?
Yeah.
So that's the question that a lot of these teams are having to ask themselves right now.
So looking forward now, it's I think a situation where we've experienced a lot so far in this first game. And how long do you think it takes before these guys that are on the bottom half of the leaderboard get frustrated and decide they want to start being more aggressive?
I almost say this game.
This is probably it, right?
I mean,
only
you
5 rounds.
You only have 5 rounds.
It's
to
not
make
like you
things
can
work.
sit here and think about, like, game 4, let's try to make up all of our kill points. It's like, no, okay, we got to figure it out. Now the question comes into play, do they start trying to mess with the top ranked games? Do they try to catch some people like in different angles? Do they try to like maybe catch somebody on a rotation, maybe even hot drop them? We'll have to kind of see how that plays out.
So we're getting very close to game number 2, and now we've kind of experienced a little bit of these teams. Who are you looking for in game number 2?
Okay, naturally it's really easy to take the people that came out just like swinging inside that round.
Right.
But I gotta say, I want to see a little bit more from Ravengers. They had a couple of really nice positions inside of there. They were kind of in a middle section. I really want to see them kind of step it up.
I'm watching 6-9. I want to see how they recover after coming in last. I want to see what they do. Will they adjust their drop pass? What will they do to kind of gain those points back from that they lost out on in the first?
And for me, it's going to be NSD. Never slow down. We saw some great moments for them, but we'll see what happens here in game number 2. We'll kick it back over to the stage as we get ready and stay engaged. We're almost ready to go.
zone will be activated.
All right, well, we are ready here for game number 2. The plane is already in the sky. Are you ready for game number 2? All right, we'll see if we can have a different victory here. So Poro and Matt, take it away.
All right, so we've got a pretty decent plane path coming over here. It's going to be down in the, I guess, southwestern area over next to Quarry. Going to be making his way up next to Severny. Nothing too terribly crazy coming through here. A couple of guys that were doing some drops over towards military base, but shouldn't be too terribly fancy, all things considered. You ready to be doing some in-game casting here?
I'm ready. I'm ready. I wanted to take over from Moses, rest those dulcet. As I do notice, Team 1 looks like they might be steering off their drop path from before. They might be avoiding school now.
One of the big factors with confidence drops coming through. So we got Team 20 that does manage to get Rajak, but there's a lot of squads that are kind of competing around school and apartments. Sure, you can kind of divvy that up, but Squad 1's kind of being forced away from that since they were the northernmost squad. So they're probably going to make a landfall in that area just right outside of it, get a little bit of loot. We do have Severny that's splitting up, Georgia Pool that's splitting up across the way, but a lot of people actually kind of caught up around that bridge down near Military Base Island. Circle pops up, gonna favor everybody that was around the circle, except for poor old Squad 15 making their way up north of Stallberg.
Squad 15, and we also noticed that Military Base finding itself unoccupied this time. I think that was that Squad 15 last game that took Millie?
Given the way we saw the plane path come in, that's not too surprising. Now look at this, we actually do have Squad 7 that looks like they were kind of making their run and go for reposition. Remember, we saw them lose a couple of people very early inside of round 1. So all about that adaptation that we're talking about. Meanwhile, Team 18 just looting to their heart's content inside of Pachinki.
Yeah, very fortunate for a lot of these teams. Most of these loot spots right inside circle. If they're not inside circle, they're very, very close. Although, it's going to be interesting watching this Georgia pole transition into the circle. We have a couple of teams in North Georgia, a couple of teams in South. If they decide to move at the same time, could be trouble.
Well, naturally, the guys that were over in Pachinki were our last round winners. They've got center of the circle and a nice, decent location. But over in Georgia pool, it's starting to get a little bit spicy. As you can see, it's going to be Squad 8 and 6 that are kind of lined up next to each other. Meanwhile, Squad 12 got themselves the apartments.
The victors of the school battle last time have earned their spot here at the school. Will get all of this loot all to themselves, not have to worry about any Team 1 battles, at least at the first part of this game. See Team 19 here looting up in Severny. They have most of it to themselves, but Team 11 just on the other side of the street. It looks like they might be aware of each other's presence, but they don't want to get too involved just yet.
Now, Severny can kind of have this little interesting spot because you have that street that runs straight down through the middle of it, and you can see it's kind of like the line of demarcation right now.
Oh, shots
so a little bit of skirmish, but enough about what's going on in Severny. Let's go back to what's happening on Georgia Pool. Looks like F4 has lost one of their members, got downed right now, and is in the process of bleeding out. Should be able to make it back around that corner. All depends on how Zevluk decides to go back down and go for that res, but we got our guys from Squad 8 holding that angle back up there, but are kind of trapped. They just have the river back behind them.
Yeah, this is something that we've been seeing is these early knocks not getting finished off because teams are just too afraid. They don't have enough information just yet to be able to push that aggressively. At least you can see only 2 members of Squad 8 there. So they got that down, but didn't want to take the risk of trying to push around the outside of apartments, even using the walls, because they didn't know where the other 2 members were.
Well, we could have a little bit of an interesting fight happen around Georgia Pool, depending on how far away people opt into moving for it. We've seen a couple of teams play edge, but we do have 4 different teams all stacked in that Georgia Pool area. Crates and the northern part of Georgia Pool across from the bay is in a little bit as well. So we could have a couple of teams kind of fight that out, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit more of a center press. But that still means these Georgia Pool teams have to figure out how to get away from each other.
Yeah, this is I mean, if you look at the mini-map, this is just, I mean, a textbook keeping together as a team. Everybody right on top of each other. You don't see any split looting going on. You don't see any, we'll go and do our own thing and then meet up again later at the center of the circle. No, none of that going on. Everybody wants to make sure they stay together as a team because these team fights can go, they can pop off at any moment, and you want to make sure you have that support there.
Lone Wolf getting his res there, so now no longer by himself, but still having to get a little bit of loot going off on the outside of this. He's kind of playing in an area that was just looted, and we already saw that he got an early knock. I'm kind of curious as to what all tools are still left inside of that building for him to like get at this stage.
Yeah, you also got to worry a little bit about Team 8, what they're going to do. They've been kind of hanging out in those buildings, but right now we see Team 4 all by themselves, having the time of their lives. Okay, so Team 8, it looks like they are now going to leave that back 6 duplexes. They do have their teammates on the other side of the street now. Fortunately, it looks like Team 6 is going to be able to egress this situation and get out of here scot-free.
Lone Wolf just beating feet. You can see the fact that he's like, okay, it's a little bit too hot. Let's just make our way back out over here. So now over with Team 17 right on the edge, hanging out over there next to the farm area. We saw a lot of skirmishes happening in this vicinity towards the end of last game. Where I would say it was kind of the bloodbath location of last game, where the blue came through and like said, no, I'm going to be king of the game. You know, there's a lot of running jokes that sooner or later all of the players in PUBG Mobile and PUBG will realize that the true enemy is really the blue zone.
We will band together one day and fight the real enemy of the blue zone.
Well, you always just got to turn around, take a couple of pot shots at the blue zone, let it know who's boss, right?
That never works, though. The blue zone still comes and it still kills you.
And instead, just take a couple of pot shots at the planes as they go overhead. Maybe they'll drop you the loot, right?
Yeah, that was the myth for the longest time.
The longest time. It's like, hey, if you hit it, maybe it drops. It doesn't work that way, though.
This is another thing that I've kind of noticed. I want to say specific more to PUBG Mobile. Squads moving out 4 deep in a vehicle. It feels like it's a dumb play, if we're being honest. You have all these people running around with these DPs, all these 7.62 ammo that could just eat a car alive, yet it seems to work.
You got to hit the spray on a fast-moving target, and I think that's where the benefit comes from it. Because there's the 2 different strategies, so everybody can follow what we're talking about, which is separate into multiple vehicles, so that way if your vehicle gets blown up, you lose your whole squad. But on the flip side of it, we've seen in PUBG Mobile, being together in that pack mindset, ridiculously strong. So as long as you just don't drive straight at some guy that's spraying you with a DP or an AK, maybe, but I gotta say, it doesn't take a lot of bullets with a 7.62 weapon to destroy a car.
That's true, but you also got to consider late game as well. I mean, think about last game when you had our eventual victors holding down the fort, in the literal fort, inside their building while people were just trying to run across the open field. If they had vehicles at that point to be able to build themselves a car for it, you give yourselves a little bit more chance of survivability.
Look at this. We got what could be a little bit of a trap going on. Chiefs in the process of looting, still separated out. You talked about how everybody was kind of in a pack together, but look at this. Chiefs separating out, but they do have a lineup. Shots going through, and that's going to be a nice down coming out from Yagi there. Now, what do? They don't know if there's how many people are inside of this building, but they know that they've got the down. Are they going to go for it? Looks like he's feeling confident. Is he going to go for any clears? He does have a teammate next to him, but look at Chiefs. They're just trying to regroup as fast as possible. They know that they've got the down onto their teammate. Now a little bit of a skirmish going back and forth. It's all about these doorways. How are they going to hit the shots?
Very well played.
Look at this connection. Yagi is just going crazy in here. Just wants to get everybody on this squad down and out. Does get some shots onto another Chiefs member. That's now 2 down.
Making that M16 work with the extended magazine, being able to just lay it into shots.
Keep in mind, the longer this goes on here, that means the higher a chance that we're going to see a bleed out come out on the other side. You can see that other members of Chiefs thinking about going for the res. Yagi doesn't necessarily want to play this too aggro because still kind of by his lonesome at the direct time. Only one teammate, some shots coming back through. If they get the down onto this could be used. Yagi does manage to connect, and teammate comes up to save it.
The reload, he kills his own teammate. Oh, he finished. Okay.
Just finishing. No, making the run back through Chiefs. This is going terrible for them. They're just getting torn apart inside of these apartments.
Chiefs look so good here for a second. They collapsed so well on their down player, but everything has just gone straight to hell with Yagi and his amazing gunplay with that extended magazine on that M16. And looks like Robs is just going to get out of dodge here.
Yeah, Robs is out, just jumping down, trying to get out of this. And I got to say, we're starting to see a couple of contenders coming in for those MVP spots we were talking about beforehand. That's a solid play to get this round started.
Yeah, Yagi's just putting on an absolute clinic right there. And now it looks like Team 16 should be in a good spot going forward. We're going to go over here. We have a drop right on top of Church and Pachinki. Nobody around it.
I want to get a round win. and then I want to get center of the circle to myself and Pachinki, and then I want a crate to drop on me.
Yeah, just have a nice Mark 14 just sitting there waiting for you, level 3 helmet, level 3 vest, why not?
It's essentially giving you everything that you could possibly want
The
at
rich
this stage.
get richer.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you essentially have like, hey, we just won the round, we're feeling good. Meanwhile, you got Chiefs just by his lonesome. Robs is just running away like, oh, where do I go, guys? What's the safe spot? Where's the safe play?
Well, our Pachinki squad actually not even going to pick it up. This could actually turn into a fight here, as it looks like we have 2 squads merging right on top of that drop. You have
Squad
team
14
18 and 14.
Looks like they're feeling a little bit feisty. Don't want to necessarily surrender that loot too early. Do have the blue zone that's starting to make its way in right now. Naturally, early game, so it's not too terrible as of this stage. We still got a couple of people hanging out on the outskirts over next to the Milta area. A couple of Georgia Bowl people still caught up in a little bit of fights, but we still have Milta that's kind of on the outskirts of it. We're not necessarily seeing a big hard center as we saw last time, and that's not too surprising considering Pachinki is center circle.
One thing I would like to see some of these squads do, though, is try to center up more. Center is always a strong strategy. It doesn't matter what platform of PUBG you play on, and we're still very, very spread out here.
A couple of pot shots now coming out from Squad 18, just trying to see what they can get over to Squad 14. Naturally, after they ran over there and grabbed themselves a crate, now they're just extricating themselves over into some safety and going to find themselves a nice little complex to make a play around.
It's a very nice little compound, and they have two UAZs to their name, as Squad 20 has now taken up residence in the garage building just north of Watertown. It's also a nice spot there. Anything that has a little roof on it to be able to give you the ability to take the shots at the passing vehicles in transition, it's always good news.
Now, based off of plane path and what we saw, we see nobody. Oh, Robs.
Oh, no.
Already, not even in the bush that's
That
right
is
next to him. Just
the earliest snake I've ever seen in my life.
Well, I mean, he doesn't necessarily have an easy way to make it out. It's just fields around him at this point. So he's just kind of got to sit there and wait for them to potentially leave. And keep in mind, I don't think that he's inside the safe zone as of yet.
I think he's
Is he just like right on the
barely
edge?
inside, right on the edge there.
I mean, like he is laying right on the safe zone wall. If it shifts away from him, that's just a death sentence.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of orange there in North Georgia Pole right there as Team 16 is starting to make their way into circle. I believe that is the remainder of Rob's squad, or Chief's squad. So he should be able to make his way in a little bit more productively once Team 16 has completed their transition in. But yeah, kind of surrendering a little bit of health here to this blue zone.
If you see right now, though, you were talking about the premise of centering. We have about 8 different squads that are actually choosing to play edge at the direct time.
Yeah.
And they've had time to rotate in. We do have a couple of them that are in vehicles, so naturally we do have it pop up, and you can see guys smack dab in the middle, just to the west of Farm. They're going to get favored with themselves a nice circle, so that's going to be great for Team 1. But a lot of these outside teams now going to have to figure out how to make their way inside and what zones that they want to make a play around.
Also, this game calling me a liar. I said that the hard shifts really come to play here in PUBG Mobile. So far, we've had 2 very nice center circles. Speaking of 2, team numbers 2 here all the way out in the quarry. They're going to be feeling very lonely here for the time being.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're off by themselves. They got some loot. They're not in any necessarily big rush. We're not seeing a lot of people kind of make any plays along the western side of the circle at the time.
Yeah.
It's just kind of like,
And
it's
that's
probably
good.
the most chill location. Naturally, with the Gatka Fields area, there's not a lot of good loot nodes to necessarily go run around. So everybody's just kind of opting into building fortifications and what they can hold.
And it's good. I mean, at some point though, later in the game,
Slow escape of the crate.
As it slowly slides down Everest, the slowest sled of all. But yeah, I mean, as we were saying, you want to put yourself in a position where you can pick up these kills, because those kill points matter so very much. 20 points per kill. You start getting into double digits in there, you can start really having an impact on your future in this tournament.
Yeah, and again, we're game 2 of 5. Every single one of these rounds is so influential. So with this, you can start to see, I do have to say, a lot more comfort coming inside of this round, it feels like. Yeah. Everybody's starting to get a little bit more of an idea on how they're wanting to play their game inside of this. So a lot of people also opting into a lot of edge locations right next to the beach, so that way they can make sure that they get a little bit more fortifications going through. And you can also see scouting starting to become a bigger factor. We saw a lot of hard crashes inside of the last building, last round, where people just slammed into buildings and were like, oh, okay, maybe this is a little bit too violent for us. So people kind of learning from that, doing a little bit of drive around, trying to gather what information they can before they commit to a building.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the importance of scopes in the PUBG Mobile meta, really. It's not for the long-range shots, even though those are great. You see most of the fights end up being up close and personal, in-your-face kind of fights, but those scopes allow you to scout out areas, scout out buildings, see where other people are, get a good idea of what's going on in your direct area and where you want to go next.
Now, I got to say, we're starting to see some very strong shooters start to make some appearances inside of here. People that definitely have the aim. You know, we talk about the use of having weapons that, like the DP or the Uzi or something like that, that just have a ton of rounds, so that way you can get a nice flank onto somebody and spray them from behind. But we're seeing a lot of very beautiful headshots coming into play. So you're starting to see that sniper role getting a little bit more formed, because in the interviews you heard, they kind of broke down into two specific roles. Sniper, breacher.
Yeah.
It was like, here's your people that charge, and here's your people that cover.
Yeah, I think the meta game really is that breaching, that in-your-face kind of fight. But if you have that player that has the ability to get those snipes, you can automatically, before you even have to go and crash a compound, you can give yourself a man advantage by taking one or two out on your way in.
See the squad 4 is kind of hanging down around the Milta area, playing right on the edge of the new safe zone, so we're going to have to see how that kind of plays out, as we're getting a lot of squads kind of posting up right again in that edge. And that's the thing, if you have multiple teams keep playing edge, they just keep being forced closer and closer towards each other.
A lot of late transitioners here, as it looks like everybody kind of keying in on that farm area and the area just to the west, those compounds. I have a feeling we the same thing that we saw last time, where you have very unfriendly neighbors. I feel like we're going to have to see that here very shortly too, as well.
Now, this is an interesting play coming out from God's Reign here. They're actually opting into playing in the prison area.
Well, they got to go.
Which could be kind of problematic, because it's a little bit hard to make your way out of the prison location. Oh, there we go. You talk about those bad neighborhoods.
Yep, there it is.
There we go. Little pot shots going back and forth between Team 19 and Team 9.
Yeah, nothing too serious just yet. It looks like a couple of shots are landing, a couple of maybe little damage on the vest, maybe on the helmet, but you can see them just snaking around on that patio area, just making sure that nobody from Team 9 tries to push onto their compound. Right now, they're just going to be unfriendly neighbors, tossing grenades back and forth, see if anything lands. I'd be surprised if you see a push come out here, even if they do get it down, just because you'd still be in a 5v3.
I don't know, it's a good capitalization moment. There's a lot of walls and a lot of interesting places to make a play around, and you can close it very, very quickly. I think it just comes down to, I was going to say, it comes down to how brave you want to play it, and I'm willing to bet that these guys really want to play this more brave. I love this. They're making the approach on the outside wall. They're making hard breach now coming in from everybody on Team 9. They're just hard running inside of this. So everybody's on Team 19, full defensive. You can tell that they weren't encountering this. They weren't expecting it. Already one person down. Somebody from Team 19 is trying to hold that angle, spray back and forth, but one goes down, exchange 1-to-1. Now they're trying to hold the upstairs angle, and this is going terrible for Team 19. Already down to just one member as look on the outside. Beautiful shots coming out from Encore.
Great positioning from Encore there. It looks like Team 19 just has one player left alive, and he is somewhere else right now. Fortunately, the last player left, I believe, for Team 19, as we have another crash coming on here.
Look at this, a jump out from the outside on Team 11, right onto 20. Hits the spray onto one of them. They don't even see him. He is just unloading on them.
Yeah, the bullets weren't landing, though. He's got to land those shots. You get that great positioning.
The hard chase.
There's another one. Great shots coming out.
Watch their flanks. You can see that they were just getting torn apart. It's just everybody just trying to flank the other person. Roach coming through, getting another down onto it. So he's still up and remaining. Nemesis still alive, but makes an approach back behind it.
And that's Nemesis. That's Nemesis winning the fight. Yep. That's Team 20 winning the fight. He can get all these reses. The smokes are going to come down. The reses should come off, and they're going to have a boat ton of loot as they are already encircled. They don't have to worry about transitioning in.
Look at how much of this circle has water in it. We've got a huge section of it that has the canal. That's going to force everybody along this ridge location. You got to pick. You got to pick. Which one do you like more? Which one do you like more?
No!
Okay, apparently shock meow.
Don't try to res right on top of the loot boxes. You're going to try to press.
Look at it. It's third-party shots coming in. Hitting on the pepper onto it, so it's going to be Whitebeard successors that did a phenomenal push, got a lot of control over that, but took a lot of damage, and now the third party coming in hard in effect.
Yeah, they did manage to take the wheels out, I believe. Is that Nemesis? Did the rest of his team die? He's the last one up.
No, he still got one more. No, did he get one res? He raised shock meow.
Okay. So okay, so Team 20 does manage to get 1 res off of that, which is, you know, fortunate. They could have had 3, but it was so unfortunate that they tried to do the res right on top of the loot boxes, and that just makes it so much more difficult to try to get the.
You could tell that since everybody was bleeding out, everybody was just running right up to him.
Please,
give me.
And
that's where it comes down to where you got to pick your friends at that stage. Like, okay, I think that you're the better one that's going to survive through this. So there's like these little subtle statements that happen whenever you're playing PUBG. 3 people down. Which one do you res? Oh, hey, what's up? That UAZ. It's a magic UAZ.
Oh, gotta watch out here though. If they try, I think they caught onto it. They caught onto the scheme. They decided to try to stop to see if they could land some shots on the passing vehicle, but they were too smart. Didn't let them do it. So we have Team 17 and Team 14 here. Again, right on top of each other. You see the Molotovs coming out, try to get some zone control there. They don't want to give up that top floor to let them try to get any shots on. It looks like 17 is just going to bail out of this.
And discretion, the better part of valor in this situation.
Yeah.
We still have 18 teams up and alive, still 64 people up and going. Don't necessarily take a fight unless you just feel like you absolutely have to. But
they're
again,
crashing right into Team 5 now.
We talked about it. There's so much water inside of here. There's nowhere really safe to go. Did he see that? Did he see that head peek as he came through? It looks like he did as he made his way back over there.
Team 5 a little bit too spread out, maybe not noticing that Team 17 pushed into their own compound, weren't able to get the shots on, so 17 is able to come in and take control of this building. Team 5 kind of split up here. They're in 2 separate buildings here. You have 2 in the yellow, as we have 18. Now 18's going to crash on.
They've decided that they want to come to the party. They're going to hard crash on the outside of this. And look at 18. They're jumping into 2 different firefights. So that's going to be 18 on 1 building with squad 5. Now trying to make their way back over. And look at the amount of damage that's coming down. Askiller does get taken down, but it's going to be Sherman that just jump on the outside of the wall. McDonald's
they get 2. That's 2 down for 17.
Marduga, there we go, still going through there. So nice nade making control up into the top of it, but this is starting to, I gotta say, 18 came in with fire, thunder, and gusto. They didn't even care. They crashed so many different buildings inside of this. They're fighting 8 different people, and it doesn't even seem to phase them.
Clever little grenade there as Team 17 still has 2 up. They managed to get the res off.
Oh,
so Team 18 has actually lost a bunch here, but the
It's
Molotov
just a catastrophe
is burning.
in here.
It burns. It burns.
No,
The
you
floor
can't,
is
man. What are you
lava.
gonna do? There's nowhere to go. Everybody's just burning alive in there. And it's just like, look, you see the death destruction, the mayhem, as everybody's just kind of
there's only
bleeding
one
out.
left up for Team 17 right now.
It's going to be Mar. We're going to see how Mar. I think Mar is on the outside of this right now, on the other side away from Team 18, but has to be very careful as there is another squad posted up. Remember, on the outside buildings around this. And look at this. Squad 18 doesn't even care. They're like, okay, Squad 5, let's come after you. Let's go ahead and take you down. Just eviscerate everybody in this location and say, this is our home.
Oh, he came in with a DP blazing, but he did not realize he was walking into a 1v3. It looks like Team 5 might still have a player, at least one player remaining. I don't know if Team 18 has turned their attention onto the yellows just yet. 17 has managed to get the res. They have 2 up. Yeah, you can see at least one member of Squad 5 still alive, and he is running away right now. Discretion being, as you said, the better part of valor. Team 5 will stay alive in this round for now, but with only 1 player left. Team 18 just comes in like an absolute wrecking ball.
I mean, they came in with confidence. We talked about the premise of momentum and feeling really good about hitting that hard charges and everything like that. Again, they had a 2-point separation. They crashed into these 2 different buildings. They were having to fight multiple squads, and they instantly communicated it. You could tell they were like, okay, this is a little bit rough. And hey, let's just drive by a building that's going to take a couple of pot shots. They'll be fine now.
Well, Team 1 taking those few pot shots at Team 13 as 13 makes their way into the circle, but Team 1 now has to find their way in as well. Team 9 now getting pushed by 12. 12 actually doing a nice little split here. They have 2 breachers and 2 holding the outside, trying to get angles.
I love this. You can see that a lot of people play a little bit more passive. They don't pay attention to the windows. The nice spray comes through, and that's going to be Vampire that's on the outside of it that hits the shots onto it. You can see NSD just coming in with just
landed. There it
finally
is.
does connect onto it, gets it down. NSD, I got to say, they're playing with some passion.
Yeah, it took him the better part of 32 bullets to do it, but he managed to get it.
But this could be a good nade. Depends on how it's. I think that might. I don't think that's going to connect over there. We'll have to see. But it depends on how Deadman decides to run around. No, you can see they're starting to run back that angle, but it's going to be all about how they play this. Now look, you can see that NSD now has control over this location. They've kind of forced everybody from Inc. out in the outside of this.
Yeah.
So now it's essentially a 1v1 style, or I guess, a 1v1v4 situation, as these guys are too separated and really can't provide any form of resource towards each other.
This could actually cause problems for Team 12 if they try to aggress on this. If they know where one player is, but they don't know where the other one is. If they try to get too aggressive without the information, Team 9 could end up taking out a couple of players here. They could end up doing a 2v4 if they're not careful.
Now, it's starting to come down to the fact that we're seeing Terrifying Nightmares and NSD. They're not afraid to take these fights early. Team 18, we just saw beautiful communication coming through there. Now it's a matter of how are we going to start to see the rest of these teams start to shape up.
Look at this fight on the cliffs.
Oh! It's going to be Squad 1 getting into a fight with Squad 4, but we got Squad 2 way off in the distance.
Yeah, I think two is in the water, I believe.
Looks like they're trying to make their swim down there, and it's just going to be rolling nades down this cliffside.
Is that going to land? No, it's not going to land.
All right, Champ just making his way up to the outside. You can see just kind of caught up over here right on the edge of the circle, but it's just going to be our guys from Squad 2 down in that low, I was going to say low ground, but really low water. They're just kind of mimicking mermaids at the direct time, but finally managed to make landfall down there. But they're going to have to push themselves through 2 different squads. Sure, one of them is very, very weak, but that's 2 high angles to spray back down onto them.
Yeah, they should be able to get the safe res here. I don't know if Squad 1 will be able to devote enough attention to Teams 2
Champ
here,
wants it.
because Squad number 4 is still pushing them, although it looks like 4 might be getting into vehicles and bugging out.
See that Champ really wants to take these shots, really wants to try to get something out of it. Now
He
he's
has
going to see
no
Squad
meds.
4 make a run off in the distance. I think at this point you need to get these kills. You need to make sure that you get something off of it. You need the tools to push you into the late game.
Yeah, Squad 4 is now pushed off. Team 1 should be able to pay complete attention to Team 2, and they really need to. As you said, you can see right there, Champ has no meds to his name whatsoever. They need to get some kills and get some loot off of these kills.
I mean, he has an energy drink.
That's
about it. All right, now it's got to connect these shots onto Squad 2. That's a nice shot, but a retaliation shot comes back. This is going to be a quick res. Are they going to go for the spray? You can see a little bit more control starting to come out from the guys over here in Squad 1. Now this is going to be a hard peek, but look at the amount of health that they're playing with. So little meds right now. Nade's starting to rain down around them. Champ's about to get the res off, but again, no real meds to make anything and do off of this. So they have to hit these nades. They have to hit these shots. There is so much health coming up on the other side, trying to line it up. Can they connect? They need to get the down, and they do. So they're starting to get a little bit more control over this fight. And Wolverine goes skydiving. Connects down at the bottom of it, but not going to be able to get up to that res. That's going to put him in a dangerous position now. Squad 1 patiently biding their time. You can see it's going to be Dead Man's Masher over there that's just holding by himself, trying to figure out how he's going to make anything off of this. Meanwhile, Wolverine down in the lower part of this, maybe you can see everybody start to make their way back out. Can he get over to the res? And yes, he's going to, but it's real back and forth at this stage.
Just want to point out in the kill feed, we saw Team 9 earlier. I'm going to give myself credit on this when I called it. Team 9, the duo, managed to wipe that entire Squad 12.
Now we got everybody from Squad 1 finally getting that fight with Squad 2. They're having to push through as the blue is now right up on their heels. But again, it's going to be one of those stages where the blue is just going to start tear-parting everybody apart. Wolverine's trying to hit these shots onto it. Sees Champ on the outside of it, but now he's got himself inside the blue. Champ's got near on no life. He's going to go down, and there we go. Annihilator still up and alive, but they're going to get annihilated to the blue.
Yeah, this is what happens when you get caught up in these long-term battles outside of the zone. You do get the kills, but you're also going to die to the blue.
And here we go. We've got another fight breaking down roughly the same way. We've got Squad 15 on the outside of it. We've got Gods just trying to make their run around. Actually gets the inside beat around Squad 20, who's now caught out inside the blue. A lot of skirmishes going back and forth from it. You can see Nemesis wants to make his way inside of here. It's the guys that we were seeing from the fight earlier. Just stepping up and forward, hits the shots onto Gods. That was so needed. Makes the spin back around. He does go down for it, though, but he did so much damage. Is he going to get in a position for the rest of his team to make their way in? And it does not look like it. He's just going to get shot apart by Squad 15.
Oh, man, what a battle on the end. On the southeastern side, it looks like Team 15 has 1 player remaining. Squad number 4 also going to have a little bit survive here, but the yellow's still popping off. Team 16 and Team 18. We saw Team 18 fight and earn this position. 16 is now pushed in to try to take over.
Okay, so they have 1 person down on the team from
8
Squad 8.
kills on this squad.
But they're
so
already
far.
up to 8 kills. This is the squad that won last round. This is Terrifying Nightmares. Again, they're coming to make a statement at this stage. They're not going to go quietly into this. They're just hitting so many good shots right now. Look at this. Squad 16 is in a world of trouble right now, just trying to figure out how they're going to deal with what's happening to them.
Yeah, Terrifying Nightmares, absolutely terrifying. If they're just spraying into the smoke and still managing to get downs, I mean, that's the kind of luck. I mean, that's a little bit of a luck right there, right?
Just depends on the amount of bullets you put in there. At a certain point, sooner or later, the math is going to go in your favor.
Land at some point.
All right, so you can see a little bit of a holding position. I think that they did spot out the guys from Squad 14, taking a couple of shots. You know, no real risk in it at this stage. But I love the way that they're playing around windows and rotating. You can see that they're one of the most active inside of the point that they get in control of any buildings, so that way they can try to get information. Oh no! Seeing a drive-by go through there. Shot does go a little bit wide over Harsh's head. Now it's going to be about how they can connect on these shots. We talked about getting control of the area. Sure, you do have the zone, but there is just nowhere to go. Don't let those people make their way in to take them down as they go. But this is turning terrible for the guys in Squad 17 on the outside of this. Now trying to make their run. We've got Squad 8 does manage to get a landfall, but right next to Junior Banter. What are you going to do?
What are you going to do? Oh, there he is.
He went to stand up and just gets shot apart.
Nothing they could do there as Squad 8 now has one player still in. It looks like they have another squad member that is downed right on the edge of the blue. He's going to get finished off right now. So Squad 8 still managing to stay alive, but for how long? They have to make their way into zone, and they have to make their way in past that compound that has just been a ball of death right now with Team 18.
Squad 13 is in a little bit of trouble right now. You can kind of see the lay of the land in front of them. They got Squad 18, Squad 16 lined up. There's a couple of solos hanging on the outside. They're all cowering behind a rock. If they have to make any form of move, which they do based off of the circle, because of all things, everybody in this lobby, they did not want to see this happen. It drops at terrifying nightmares. They get the circle favor, so now they're just going to start picking people apart. They got 11 kills last round. They're already up to 11. They have so much control. They're pushing themselves up. But now how are they going to make the play? What is Squad 16 going to do? How are they going to handle it? There's a lot of people out and around. Squad 13 is going to make the run, but going to be running right into Squad 8.
Squad 8 just snaking it right now. He's going to try to stay alive for as long as possible, but he's going to have to get up and run at some point. The second he does, though, got to worry about where the shots are going to come from. Are they going to come from 16 or are they going to come from 13?
Take a couple of shots there. They do have a nice angle out on it, but the shot does go a little bit wide. Squad 13 goes for the run, and there is just nowhere to go. No cover, no smokes are down at the direct time. But finally a retaliation shot comes through. This could be the moment, and look who's capitalizing it. It's going to be Squad 8 that just runs right behind everybody. He's so solo trying to get as many kills as they can, but gets shot down by Squad 16.
He was so close. He went at just the right time. He had Squad 16 dead in his sights, but now 16 should be able to get all these reses off, but they still have to deal with 18.
17 just barely made it in. You can see one member up and alive. Squad 18 still alive. They have the active part of the circle. They are due up in the center. They have so much control, but do they think that they've cleared out one side? Are they going to get lazy because Squad 17 can't sneak up? You can see TS is just back over there. It looks like they know. You can tell by the movement inside the buildings. They keep looking back over their angle like, somebody's over here.
Yeah, Sakia, I think that's an anime name. I'm leaving that one to use. Sakia Puri?
Which one?
The very first.
India Puri we got right there.
Yeah. It looked like he was very well aware that a player for Team 17 had snuck in. 16 has not had to make any moves just yet, so 18 is definitely keeping eyes on it. Oh, look at him.
The mask of terror and fear there. You can see a couple of shots going through. I love the fact that, look at how they're holding these angles. They know that people are going to be pushing out through doorways or around these hard. Oh, are we going for style? Are we going for some style here? And hey, don't pay attention to
no!
Oh no, the Molotov!
The floor is lava.
Did you see the fact that he may or may not have hit the wall directly in front of him? Oh no, where do you go whenever there's just fire and death?
No.
This is terrible for Squad 16. They're just getting torn
it's
apart.
A killing
The
field.
Blues coming in. They're just mopping up everything. There's nowhere to go. But
he makes it in! How did he make it in?
KNG, he makes it to a safe wall. Oh, but he's getting chased.
No
he
way.
Gets one of them
He
off
got
of it. He's trying to spin around. He gets the kill onto one of them. He's not going to go quietly into the night. He wants this. He's looking back over there. He still has a teammate that's crawling back over to him.
Oh, this is so sneaky.
Playing along this outside wall, being right along this ledge. This is a hard walk to make. So can he hit the angle onto it? If he can just rain down bullets from the outside of this, he sees it. He sees it. He goes for the lead and then doubles it up. And that's just going to tear him apart there. Now he's all by himself, but they got the control. They've got themselves into second place. It is a 2v1, and who's the last member alive?
16 kills for this squad right now.
That is 4 squads. They have killed a good, what is that, 4th of this lobby. Just themselves. And now it's all on to our boy over here, TS. TS and a million numbers.
Our boy Numbers.
Numbers, all right. We got 17, he has a good idea on what's going on. He has the angles. He's been listening to the firefight, making use of the sound. So now it's all going to be about how these guys saw. Did they see him reposition? I don't think that they did. He would have gone for reposition if he was smart, based off of the angle whenever they got into those fights.
Yeah,
so
it's going to be about who lands the shot first, and you're never going to expect this angle right here from anime name?
Ananapuri.
Ananapuri.
You're not going to expect that name.
That's an amazing angle.
It's just a fun name to play. Oh, and he's going to opt away from it.
I think he fell off.
Yeah, one of the two. Yeah, we'll say he
opted away.
Opted away is what we'll say here.
Well, Team 18 actually playing this really, really safely. They know they don't have to push into this compound. The circle's going to eventually force TS6655 out of his hidey hole, and at that point, it's just going to be who can land their shots
now,
first.
Here comes the big question on what we're looking at with the guys from Squad 18. They've had a very good play that's been coming through, all things considered. So I'm kind of curious to see how this is going to play out. With the amount of kills that they have, leaderboard position, their performance inside a last round, this is almost that statement stage. We talked about how this is kind of a new foundation for what's going on inside of India with specifically PUBG Mobile. Coming through, winning these rounds as dominantly as they have could be a statement.
Well, 16, potentially 17 kills is definitely a dominant statement, and it's going to put them far atop the leaderboard, you have to imagine.
But we can't write it out yet.
It's not done yet.
We still got one, and I gotta say, he's been doing a great job on staying alive, but can he capitalize off of it? Can he make the play? Surely at this point, it's a little bit of third party coming into play, might be able to pay a little bit of attention on what's happening going through. You can see everybody's just kind of scouting out the area, trying to get a feel for where they have an idea, but naturally snakes can become a factor on it, so you don't want to get too lazy.
Yeah, it's definitely worth noting that Squad 18, you can still see so much meds, so much utility. They were able to just flush Team 16 out of those yellows with smokes and Molotovs and grenades because all of these things were just hand-delivered to them by other squads that were trying to rush their building.
It threw me for a second. You can see how we're looking down from right next to the scope that's on the ground. I thought like somebody was beating in on them. I was like, wait, what?
I mean, look at all this. They have 4Xs and 8Xs and 2Xs just lying around.
Well, I mean, you don't want an 8X at this stage.
Well, no,
of course not. Like,
but just the fact that they had them. I mean, they could do. They've been in this compound ever since they rushed it. I mean, fair play to them. They fought for it and they earned that spot.
They only killed two squads to take us over.
But here we go. Blue's moving in.
And they're just going to go. He's trying to med for it to try to go for position. You can see Squad 18 is not wanting to allow it to happen. But that's going to be. Okay, you're going to sit here. You're going to try to take it out. What are you going to try to get off of it? Outside flank's coming around on it, but not going to buy himself any more positioning. It's going to be Squad 18 coming in, getting the victory on it.
The 2 victories in a row for this squad. This time, putting the exclamation point, getting a 17-kill win to complement their 11-kill win in Game 1. Fantastic play from these guys.
Yeah, I know. It's starting to come out and make some statements based off of it. You see they're utterly excited at this stage.
And they should be. They should absolutely be excited. The push onto that compound where they found themselves in, you know, two 2v4s essentially was just absolutely phenomenal.
Amit Sharma, 8 kills by himself. 8 kills. To follow it back behind that, you got Sakiri Puri that's got 5, and then you got Ananapuri that's in 4, and then Torpedo will just. Poor Torpedo didn't get any kills in that game.
Well, I think Torpedo was the one that went down.
Torpedo did the damage, is what we'll say, and everybody else just took the kills.
His ADR is through the roof.
Yeah,
right? I mean, everybody else just snaked the kills away.
Scumbag teammates taking all the kills from poor Torpedo there.
Well, also worth noting that Team 6 here, they had 8 kills on top of their names. They managed to win a couple of really great fights. Unfortunately, caught outside the circle at the end as a duo, but great play too. And we saw some great play from a lot of these teams here, and we definitely applause for these guys. 2 in a row.
All right, so we've tagged Moses back in now.
He's back. I'm back.
He's here with us.
Okay, well, I understand that we have an interview set up, and that was a terrific second game, and we had no doubt that this team was good from the first game, but now we are absolutely sure of themselves. So we'll kick it over to them for a quick interview, see what their thoughts are. Okay, disregard. So apparently we're still waiting for them to get to the interview.
Yeah, we're good.
But I mean, that was an impressive performance. I mean, a ton of kills again, and it wasn't a fluke. We clearly know that now, and 2 in a row in such impressive fashion. That's makes him a favorite easily.
Well, we'll give him a second before we do the interview. They got to celebrate a little bit. You know, you got to feel good after that. I mean, we talked about it. Life-changing amount of money on the table. Only 5 rounds.
We'll still got 3 games to play, though.
Back-to-back round wins, man. Back-to-back round wins. That's a statement.
They can't afford to let off the gas just yet, but if their performance in Game 2 is any indication of how they plan on performing for the rest of the day, I don't see them laying off the gas anytime soon. They are just racking up way too many kills at this point.
You can tell that they have, they just have this feel for how they want to play the game, and they're just executing it every single time. Like, again, that push where they were essentially in 2 different vehicles, which is one of the things we talked about, maybe seeing people split into 2 different vehicles, crashing 2 different buildings with 2 different squads inside of it, fighting their way out, and then coming out and being like, oh yeah, we only lost 1 person, but killed 8 people.
Well, aggression rewarded, really. I mean, that's a situation where you have to be very confident in your skill to get into up-close fights, because if you miss or if you have someone get behind you, not to mention the creativity that we saw, that pixel walk along the edge of the building. That was an incredible moment as well. Obviously, the crowd reacting to that. And that was a situation where it's just a high-level play and a confidence play, and that sealed the game for them.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell they are comfortable in every position that they've been put in so far. Like, even whenever they get put into what would be a bad position, such as fighting 2 different squads, instantly respond to it. You know that the comms have to be on point, and they just make the plays through it, no fear at all.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that you have to notice about this squad, making excellent use of their utility. The Molotov use was just on, I don't want to say it, on fire the whole time. It was on fire the whole time.
Come on.
But it was great. I mean, they managed to use it to wipe out the first squad that they were pushing in the yellow, but then they also used it to hold Team 16 and basically did a boat ton of damage before 16 even got into their line of sight. So once they appeared, it was only 2 shots and they were dead.
Yeah, I mean, Molotovs are a big factor, and I think that really sealed it for them. There was a lot of damage coming, and then they were forced out of the blue and right into their gunfire. I think that was masterfully played. But speaking of which, for real this time, we'll kick it over to the boys for another interview.
All right, I'm not going to talk anything more. I think they really deserve a big round of applause. 2 wins in a row really calls for a big round of applause. And you guys made it down. Give me another high five. There you go.
And they've
Super
already
good
got
job.
a lead now.
They are in the lead. And I want to ask you a quick question. PUBG is all about making good decisions in the game. So in this game, what is the best decision that you have made?
The house that we decided to stay in, because the zone was there. We were right in the center of the zone each and every time. And the way we attacked the house, it was pretty good. So we like that. And that was the main point.
Awesome. I think you guys are happy with their game. Please give them a big round of applause.
Come on, make some noise.
I think they're playing it right, and they don't fear to fight. Another 3 more games, and we will know who the winner is. Meanwhile, please give them another round of applause, and thank you so much for joining us.
Just keep
please
at
stick
it,
around
keep this
and have
going.
fun.
Love the spirit, but always low-key and keep that confidence level out there.
Fabulous.
Once again, a huge round of applause for them. Come on, everybody, make some noise.
Thank you. All right, Maddie, we have promised our audience that you're going to give away some goodies.
And you're giving back a lot of energy to us, so let's do a PUBG move. Let's jump out from there.
All right. Okay, this time it's going to be for a PUBG girl.
Anyone's
And
playing
all the boys are like,
PUBG right
I'm
now.
not going to do anything
Any girl
now.
who's playing PUBG right now. Like
Any
right
girl
now.
who's playing a PUBG right now? Oh my goodness, show me. Show me how many kills. You just closed it? Okay.
14 kills.
How old are you?
14.
14 and 14 kills. What's your good name?
Anagha.
A huge round of applause for Anagha. 14-year-old girl nailing it all the way, and soon will we be seeing you there, up there, in few years from now, or
maybe
in some time? Maybe it should be a yes, girl. Come on, that's the spirit. So
And next
can we have
year
you
on the stage there in the tournament, we'll see a lot of girls. So Anagha will be leading the team. Give a high five. There you go. Let the girl power rock. Can everybody please give a big round of applause for Anagha?
Anyone else? Any other girl who's playing PUBG? There, right there. Yes, I'm coming to you. I'm coming to you. Can you excuse me, please? There you go. Can you show us? I hope you're not bluffing.
How many kills?
You haven't started playing. I'm asking for someone who's playing PUBG right now.
I just started playing yesterday. Like, from here.
Okay. So, can we do something for a new entrant?
We have a newbie killer in town, so
Newbie?
obviously...
Should we give it to the newbie? To
Of
motivate
course we
her?
need to. Of course we need to. No doubt
right,
about
what's your
it.
good name?
What's your name?
Navya.
Navya, come on, let's run up to stage. Navya, let's make this happen. A newbie, the girl who is just started playing PUBG yesterday. We get her to the groove. We make her believe that once she goes at it, gets a pro, you will reach right there. And maybe you can take the trophy too. Where's the other girl? Come on, come on. Where are you sitting out there? Run, 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 run. Can we have the phones? Come, 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 quickly, quickly, quickly. Let's make this fast.
So we have these two lovely girls who are playing PUBG Mobile. And they are going to be leading the next girl power in PUBG Mobile. Please give them a big round of applause, guys.
Can we have a huge round of applause for them?
The
More
whole
power to
world
the
is
girls.
watching you right now. And you are the winner of this moment.
We will be giving them the gifts in a short while from now. But before that, we head to a commercial break. You guys stay tuned. We'll be back with lots more fun and action. Only at the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship 2018. Make some noise.
There you go. Thank you so much. And we will see you on the other side of the break. Thank you. Please take your seats and enjoy the evening. Thank you.
OPPO Selfie Expert.
All right, welcome back. We are getting ready for game number 3. We've had 2 underway already, showed us a lot of action. I am WTF Moses, joined by Matrim and Porosaurus, and I've already had a couple of you guys send me a few tweets talking about who those teams are you're looking for. So if you're sending tweets at us, at WTF Moses, at Matrim_GG, and at Porosaurus_NA, just let us know if you're still now wondering if your team's going to win, because I think we've seen one team pull way ahead. Just a little bit.
Not too late, though. Poro was talking about it beforehand. Not too late. We only watched 2 rounds, still 3 to go, so we're not even at the halfway stage. So now it's just a matter of who can take and capitalize on what we're seeing that's working and also execute in that same fashion. I think that we see a couple of teams that are getting really close to it.
Well, I mean, the team that I picked didn't wind up in the top 10, so Poro, how'd your team do?
I didn't actually see. I had to go back and check the leaderboard.
Well, they weren't number 1.
They weren't number 1. They weren't number 1 for sure. But Terrifying Nightmares is making it really hard for anybody to be anything other than 1.
I gotta say though, I love the play coming out the start of this. Just look at this, off the get-go, a very confident play coming through. The Yagi just hit some beautiful shots, keeping himself alive, makes a breach inside of a building, and then just narrowly stays alive there.
If it weren't for the reload, he might have... Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. That confused me last time too. I'm having a hard time distinguishing teams.
There was so many, I mean, that's the issue, right, is that you have this control scheme that's very difficult to use at the very beginning, so you need to be highly skilled to play at this level. But I mean, these building pushes and these fights on the interior can be very difficult, and these guys are nailing it. And especially at this exterior position, we saw this flank. That's where it becomes more tactical. You have to put someone in a position where you can cover the breaching teammates, and it worked very well here.
Like, a lot of people think that a lot of these fights are just like a little charge whenever they come through and hold these angles. But if you haven't noticed, there's always a person on the outside hitting these shots, or somebody that's making these jumps out of these windows, going for these sneaky flanks around. Or, in this case, trying to figure out which one of your friends you want to res while getting third party.
Absolutely.
This hurts.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I'm going to say it hurts my soul, but
he's just sitting in the fire like, well, I guess this is my life now. I guess I'm just on fire. So that's how it worked out. But I mean, the mollies played a big factor in this game too. But this was a tough one. I was watching this unfold, and I mean, this fight took so long. And Wolverine takes a tumble, and that's really kind of where it broke open. They had no maneuverability, they had no support. But at the end of the day, it was the blue zone that took them all out, and that was a big factor here too. Getting forced in late, that just cost you, but it was all positioning. I mean, Terrifying Nightmares, they had this thing locked down at the very end. We saw this at the end as well with two players right next to each other getting spotted out. But
now,
I mean,
I'm kind of curious.
He almost made the play on team.
He was close.
You almost have to assume, like, hey, there's got to be somebody that's going to be approaching from near me.
Right.
But it was just in the bush, beat it in on the wrong angle on that. And all right, got the Serpentine trying to make us run through, or her run through, I should say. It's going to be sniped down.
Serpentine
Just can't quite make it through.
Make
but
it.
Again, okay, we talk about circle favor, and they like you heard Terrifying Nightmares like, oh, we had the circle. I'm sorry, they had control over everything.
Yeah.
Like sure you can have the circle favor you, but you still have to win.
He's He's still on fire, and he's running out and getting shot down.
They had no health left, but I mean, great effort here coming through by the last remaining player up. Manages to get all the way down, gets the kill here
at a heavy cost, mind you. So it was.
If TS capitalized at that moment, I think we could have seen a little bit of a different ending. But
This is great.
Look at this.
This is a perfect flank on the like no chance.
Yeah.
They had no idea that was coming. That was masterfully played. And at the end, I'm not sure exactly what the strategy was. I think maybe hoping that they would beat the blue. It was really close, but I mean they hit a med of their own. I was expecting maybe to see maybe two come out to try and flank them out, but at the end of the day, it was Terrifying Nightmares just securing the victory.
Well, whenever you're doing that, like what was happening there towards the end of it was they were trying to go for a heel rush, for lack of a better term. And we've all seen this happen on a regular basis,
Right.
but some of the people in the audience might not have done it. It comes down to your position and how close you are to that center lockdown point. And I gotta say, everybody on Terrifying Nightmares had the inside track. So just going for the outside heel was never going to work in that situation.
Worth noting here, never slow down. Your team to watch here going in. They ended up finishing pretty poorly, but they still ended up with 5 kills.
Yeah, I mean, the kills, they've been playing aggressive, but I mean, looking at the scoreboard now, that was 840 points for Nightmares in that game. And that's in addition to their previous game, they have a massive lead now. So with all these other guys now looking up at Nightmares, you have to wonder, are they going to start getting more aggressive? It's a situation now where kills matter heavily, but it's so difficult to get those kills that if you're anyone but the Nightmares, you have to maybe start taking some risks.
Yeah, I mean, you could start seeing more teams try to fight a little bit earlier, but I still think that the name of the game is to just loot fast, get to the center of the circle early, get yourself a good position to pick up kills from.
I say it all the time. Position is king in these games. Whenever you're looking at PUBG, we see too many people that are wiping themselves due to fights that are way too long, and then the blue zone comes in and then just wipes them out. We need to see people opting into earlier movements. We're seeing how great it works for Terrifying Nightmares.
Well, we're going to take another quick interview here, see what the players have to say, and we'll be getting ready here for game number 3. It's right around the corner, right after this.
Actually, we three are both from the same college. We met him in the game. Like when we were playing the game, we just sent him a friend request, and from that side onwards, our Team Excellency. Like we named the team, it's Team Excellency. And that time also onwards, we both started playing. Okay, I would just like to share the main moment about the semi-finals. Like it was we were in the last lobby, and actually the thing happened that they both three were already knocked down and dead. Only I was the one who was like alive. So it was like Team T-Rex, Team Soul Mafia, and AR. They all were there, and only I was the one who was doing the 9 kills only. Only I was the one on the topper, like 9 kills over in the whole tournament. And like the whole YouTube was streaming my name and all thing. Like it was too super. Like they were literally shouting on the mobile, "I love you, I love you, I love you." Like it was too good.
OPPO Selfie Expert.
My real name is Steve. Alright, my nickname is F4, which is my squad name. F4, Steve Luke.
My name is Manan Sharma, and in-game name is Vadu Mansoek. I'm from Team Nowhere, and I'm leading my team. I'm the captain,
and my in-game name is TNW Roach.
Okay, my team is Team Annihilators, and my in-game name is Devansh0703. Okay, I'm the captain of the team, and I'm representing the team.
F4 Hitman, he is technically the leader for this, and he's the sniper for the squad. And then I would be the one who would like look around for the items, like what is required. I would look around and I would mark them for them. And then Ace Knuckles would basically like rush in, like whenever he finds a team, he would rush in and he would coordinate that. And then Lone Wolf, he generally he's always with everyone.
We have I have Raw Harry, DLSS Harsh, and SPJ Aditya. So we're a team, and Harry is like a main sniper, and in the assault it's me. I'm just rushing buildings every time. And for the support, we have the other two players. That's Harsh and Aditya.
So basically, X-Fag is the entry figure, and I'm the assaulter, and the Nubra is a sniper, and Lucas for support.
We have Wolverine 2402. He's a sniper. Okay, and we have Deadman Smasher. He's the assaulter. Okay, and then Kunal Chaudhary is for support only.
I play like 5 hours each day. Yeah, I started like 4 months ago.
PUBG Mobile we've been playing since it was released, like since the beta version of it. But other than that, I used to play PUBG PC as well. So
we've been playing from 6 months, and almost from the beta.
Okay, I've been playing the game since the game came out around 6 months or so.
I like how it is portable, like you can play anywhere, anytime, you know. If it was a PC PUBG, I would have to be at home, you know.
I think like the Battle Royale concept being coming to the phone especially, I think that's the best part. And like already the fan base is so big about PUBG, so I think it's just the way they made the game able to be played on a mobile phone.
It's easy to go, it's mobile, you can play anywhere you want, and yeah, that's it.
This is the best optimized game to be played on a mobile phone on a portable platform.
Throughout the qualifications, semi-finals, we have done exceptionally well, so I really think we're gonna get the first prize. That's what we think.
Yeah, so like I think our team has a really good chance for the tournament that's going on, and we have a lot of good competitors, we know all of them. So it's a good tournament, it's a tough tournament, but yeah, our chances are good.
We did good throughout the tournament. We got 3 chicken dinners from 8 matches, and for the finals we came in 4th place. So I think we can really do it well.
So we've been playing really well, and we have been on point as we expected. And we think that we will be easily in the top 5 for the grand finales that will be happening on the day after tomorrow.
Always good to hear from the players, and we're learning more and more about them. But for now, for these guys, no matter how much they've told us about themselves, they have to show us what they're about in the game. Poro, we've seen a team take now games 1 and 2. I mean, this is the pivotal game, really. I mean, if this is another victory for them, it's going to be almost a sure victory. So for these other teams, they have to be aggressive. They have to stay on their toes.
Yeah, at the end of the day, the interviews are great. Talk is talk, but if you're going to talk about it, you got to be about it. Right now, Terrifying Nightmares, all about it right now.
I think at this point it comes, what do you do to stop the steamroll? Like, you have to make some type of extraordinary play. Do these teams, have they done enough research to know where they're dropping at? Do they know how to potentially cut them off? Maybe take them out early? Because I think that we're starting to get to the stage where Terrifying Nightmares, look, they're 600 points ahead of Squad 99.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
And
that's a big lead, too.
And then look how much closer it gets back behind that. 200 points for Mafia, NSD back behind that, 660. But something has to happen in Nightmares. Somebody has to do something and take them down early. Otherwise, it's just going to start to be too big of a steamroll.
Well, you know, the possibility is always there for Nightmares to take themselves out early. I mean, they played that fight really, really well. But at the end of the day, they still ended up in 2v4s.
Yeah.
That didn't have to go their way, but it did through great play of their own.
I mean, they got into a fight, they realized what was going on, regrouped, destroyed one group, and then just decided, yeah, let's go ahead and kill the other ones too.
But that could have gone the other way very, very easily. So Terrifying Nightmares, while I do like to see them continually being aggressive, they still need to be careful.
I mean, with such a big lead now, it's essentially a one-game buffer where they could potentially have one bad game. So every good performance that they have, they potentially have one bad one that they can keep in the bank just in case, because PUBG is a game where sometimes no matter how hard you try, you're going to get in trouble or, you know, something bad happens to you.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, like we said before, no lead is ever safe. So they can't afford to lay off the gas at this point. They have to keep playing this play style that they've been playing.
And now, but if you're like Squad 99 or you're anybody else that's in that like top 5 spots, this is the time to turn on the afterburners. Yeah. You can't have another 5-kill game whenever they're putting up 16-kill games. You have to come and you have to compete. You have to at least try to do something towards the end, throw them off their game, snag some kills, be a little bit more aggressive at some stage of the game.
Yeah. So, I mean, now looking into this next game, who are your picks? I mean, I'm kind of sticking with NSD. I saw one good play for them, and I'm just going to continue to. I mean, they're still in the top 5, so I mean, they're not completely out of the running. But I think, I mean, now Terrifying Nightmares has got such a dominant lead.
Yeah, I think NSD is definitely a team to watch. But what do you think?
I mean, I think it's time to start game number 3. So let's take a look at the stage. We'll get back to you for game number 3. Are you guys ready? Yeah, a little bit. All right, let's take it to the stage.
We're full right now. Everyone's
had a lunch. Take it away.
Red zone will be activated.
All right, so there it is. We're getting ready for game number 3. That trophy's still on the line. We've seen one team take 2 games back to back, and we have to ask ourselves, are they going to be able to do it for a 3rd game in a row? I mean, odds are they're going to have another solid performance.
I'm going to go on a limb. I'll make the declarative statement. They're not going to win 3 in a row.
Okay.
Somebody else is going to step up this game and is going to take this victory and is going to start putting themselves back in the conversation for first place.
So what team have you been watching? I mean, that stands out to you, Matthew.
Well, okay, Squad
that hasn't
99.
won yet.
Squad 99 keeps getting right on the cusp of victory, but just can't quite get it. So it's going to be interesting to see how that breaks down, but it looks like, are we hopping straight into game here?
Yeah, we are back. We are back in the game,
Let's
and we
go.
are ready for game number 3. Are you guys ready for game number 3? Yeah, I am.
Super
Okay,
ready.
fair
Look at
enough.
it.
All
I'm
right.
ready, Moses. You guys take it away.
You guys are falling asleep out there. We got to keep it alive out there. All right, come on. So we have already the first little loot phase here. We're joining in with team number 1 there. Landed on Razak. They've got team 20 right in line with them. So now this early stage of the game, they're going to try and get as looted as quickly as possible and make sure that they don't have any early skirmishes. Team 1 has not been having a good go of it.
They have not, and I think this might be a move here to try to get some early kills, maybe put themselves back in this game. But they are very split out right now, and they're already taking shots.
We've already seen the first circle reveal itself as well. So we're going to be headed back to that familiar circle along the eastern side of the map. And we already have Team 2 centered up, and we'll have to wonder now, we're going to have to take a look and see if Team 18, the Terrifying Nightmares, if they're going to try and center up early. They're on the western side, on the edge of the circle. They've got Pachinki. They're currently engaging. We've got Georgia Pole as well, so we've got some hot spots now developing, Poro.
Yeah, it's possible that Terrifying Nightmares might have a difficult transition if they try to go towards the center here. As you said, center already occupied, but also the most popular transition paths to get there have teams all along the sides of them. But right now, we need to be focused on team number 1 versus team number 20 here in Razak.
For Team 1, they're maybe trying to gather some information. They've taken a couple of shots already and have to back away. Rejoining, we've got Team 18. These are the guys that we've been watching.
There it
they're
is.
getting engaged with Team 6. It's F4. They've come out to play, and they've got one down already. Torpedo already early out of this game. We've already said it. This is not going to be a good start for Terrifying Nightmares, losing one early.
They also have team number 4 over here third-partying this fight. You see Team 18 very split up right here, and that's going to be 6 going down as well. It's 2 downs now for Anna Puri. Had a great game last game.
That Uzi is just coming out to play right now. He's just spamming the smoke, looking for more. Just been seeing so many good plays here from this squad, and they've got the line of sight. But look at this, Team 4 wants to get involved. They've come across the way. They've taken the building right next to Team 6, and they're going to be putting pressure. This is not good for F4. They've got now a whole world of hurt coming their way, an entire squad at their doorstep at CSPG. They've decided they want to take some of these kills. They don't want Terrifying Nightmares to get all those points for themselves.
Well, this has all of a sudden turned great for Terrifying Nightmares because they can just wait for 4 and 6 to finish out this fight and then swoop in and clean up whatever's left.
All right, we're just getting word that this game is going to be restarted. Had a bit of a technical glitch there, so we'll be coming out of this game to restart the lobby. Something that happens from time to time, but nonetheless, we've seen now, again, an early game featuring Terrifying Nightmares. They're getting involved early. They're not afraid, and really the star now starting to emerge in Anna Puri. They've come out and they've seen this person carry them over and over again. That Uzi was doing tremendous work
from range as well, and that's not something that you're used to seeing from an Uzi. But I mean, this is just kind of how things have been shaping up for Terrifying Nightmares. They get involved in a 1 versus 1 fight with another squad, and then another third party comes in, takes this fight, and then they can just kind of hang out and wait.
So for team number 1, a team that we've seen in the early game over and over again, who just seem discombobulated. They're being harassed, bullied. They are losing most of the fights they come across. Maybe it's time to change up the strategy.
It might be. It might be because right now, I think the strategy going into that round was maybe to hot drop on Razak, maybe take a fight a little bit early, but it seemed like the communication either wasn't there or the confidence wasn't there to take that fight. So I think now if you're team number 1, I think maybe you go somewhere where there's nobody around, you have time to be able to loot up efficiently, and then just transition into the circle, try to gain a hold of a compound that you feel confident holding, and just try to pick up your kills that way.
Absolutely. So again, just a quick reminder, we had to remake the lobby for game number 3, all the players rejoining and getting started again. So we've seen similar circles now in 2 straight games where these guys are able to just kind of figure out the same route into the zone, but it's not really changing how teams are moving around. Why do you think that is?
I don't know. I think when you look at how the circle spread and the spread of teams in the circle, I think that they're used to the PUBG mobile kind of, not really, I don't want to say meta, but the tendency for the circles to hard shift. They haven't been doing that. They didn't do it in game 2. We saw it a little bit in game 1. But I think they're more planning for the hard shifts rather than trying to center up and have to move through umpteen number of teams trying to make their way in.
Adaptability, a huge factor, but for now, we're going to learn a little bit more about the players. We're going to kick it back to the interview while we remake the lobby. We'll see you guys very soon.
Well, we were thinking about buying good phones. Well, we had qualified for the semi-finals and we were scared of a team. The team's name was TSF. So our strategy was to take a car and go to the farthest place. So we went to Primorsk, get our loot and go and fight. So what happened in Primorsk is, in the first round of the game, the first team we encountered was TSF.
TSF, the first team.
So my teammate, his name was Nazi, and he knocked out like 2 teammates of TSF, and like we were so happy. Oh shit, we killed TSF, and then we all rushed to help him. We killed one member. Those guys were so good that they smoked. I don't know where they got the loot from. Like in 1 minute they got Thompson guns and smoke grenades and 1 Uzi. We didn't even get that much loot after looting so many houses. Those guys were good, but luckily we killed one and rest of the team ran away. And the irony was, we got chicken dinner on that day. Actually, we have a friends group which was like from intermediate. So all of our friends named our WhatsApp group as Mafia. So like whatever we friends do together, we name it Mafia. So we're like underdogs in this tournament. So we just came in the tournament and we had good team chemistry, and now we are in the top 20 of India. I have also been in many events like GC Gamers Connect events also. So I would like to promote esports as much as I can, and like today I'm at a platform where me myself can promote esports. Like Indian parents mostly don't support esports. They're like engineering khatam kar, ya degree nahi aayegi to shaadi nahi hogi, etc etc. Of course, I have many friends to give shout outs to and my family members. Like my mom was a little bit supportive. She was like, agar tu 15 lakhs nahi laega ghar ko to tu ghar mat aa.
OPPO Selfie Expert.
My team name is God's Reign. My name is Saksham Garg. My in-game name is God Saksham.
My team name is Incredibles, also known as Team INC. My name is Manas Patania. In-game name is INC Empro.
My name is Abel Anthony. My team name is SQ9 Matrix. We are from Mumbai.
Alright, my name is Saad Kazi and my IGN in-game name is Kazi Tachi. And my team's name is Whitebeard Successors.
God's Manu is Sniper, God's Daksh is Sniper, and God KK is like all-rounder.
Actually, one of my teammates known as INC Rana is a good assault rifle user. Another M4 inside, he's tremendous with sniper rifles. And INC Encore, he's a all-rounder.
I do sniping. Then my teammate King Saurabh, he's a good rusher. Like he plays attack and he rushes into houses and supports the team. My teammate Pratik, always supports the team. Like whenever we rush into a house, they help us to come and kill all the people in the house. And we are good. We use assault rifle as our main weapons, and each of them carry a sniper along with them. and my teammate Yogi. He plays along. He's a grenadier and a medic.
Basically, it's basically random in every game. So whoever gets the sniper and whoever gets the scope, he like goes along with it for the rest of the game. But mostly, I play with I handle the sniper thingy most of the time, and the other three of them, they usually go with the ARs and all. And yeah, that's basically it. It's just like very aggressive.
We are playing PUBG after it was released.
Actually, the playtime depends on the amount of people online. If all our friends are online, we can dedicate 5 to 6 hours.
When we are motivated and like want to play, all our friends are online and we're having sufficient charge in our phones, we play for approximate 4 hours, 4 to 5 hours.
Yeah, ever since the tournament started, we were like investing 1 to 3 hours in the game daily for warm-up and practicing and all for the tournament.
I like PUBG Mobile because it's a battle royale and it's a good game.
The thing I like about PUBG Mobile is the graphics and the user interface and the servers. They are actually lag-free and better than the rest of the games.
The game is realistic and we play with real players in it, and the game is a lot fun to play. It helps to improve our coordination along our teammates and everything.
I think the game is pretty dynamic. It got plenty of potential. It can introduce a whole lot of things. Like, yeah, it can go on for a long, long time.
My expectations are like up to top 5.
Obviously, our expectations would be achieving the chicken dinner and may the best team win.
Well, we have worked hard to reach here. It wasn't easy to come till here and be in the top 20. We expect to win the game and give our best, and we wish luck to all of the teams.
I think we have the potential to finish in the top 5. We surely do, most certainly do. If we like play with focus and all, I think, yeah, we can definitely make it.
All right, boys and girls, the winner of the last activity, those 2 girls are getting away the mobile phones right now. And my audience, you have the only job to clap and cheer them up while they come up and receive this. Can we have the lovely ladies who have been playing PUBG?
The future PUBG Mobile champs who are totally at it. Come on, ladies, make your way up right here.
Please.
Move it, move it.
Can we have those 2 girls who are playing PUBG Mobile to please come right here? And we are going to give away a OPPO F9 Pro to the lovely girls on the PUBG Mobile.
Where's the other one? Oh, here you are.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, let me see how you'd celebrate this moment. You're just smiling, come on. Like, come on. Show it.
I think you should have the mobile with your hand, right?
See, she wants to do it. Come on, put both your hands up in the end, celebrate. Yeah, that's
Give them a big round of applause,
Huge
guys.
round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Sweet. And the next tournament, whenever we are planning, we need to see a lot of girls in number when we play PUBG Mobile. And for now, we're going to keep you engaged for a while. We don't like our audience to just sit idle like that. Please feel free, comfortable. Everyone right here. Let's say this
First
section.
and most important thing, आप लोग जो ऐसे मतलब बहुत bored लग रहे हैं. You look really bored. I want you to like release up, relax, because he has something really phenomenal in store for you.
Which I'm going to keep it up for the next. So right now, stay back, stay tuned for more PUBG Mobile on screen with your players. There we go.
Yeah, it is us. Hey, we had to guess, and it was us. All right, so we're getting ready now for real this time to get into game number 3, and we've seen now. There was a moment that stood out in that interview, and I think the crowd reacted pretty interesting to it, which is to tell your parents that esports is a real thing and you want to get into it. Are there any esports fans out here in India? Did I miss anyone out there? Any esports fans? Hey, there's a couple over there. I can see you guys. Hey, how are you? There we go. Hey. So yeah, I mean, it's a burgeoning thing, right? It's growing. It's true. And I suppose that we've come, like we live in North America. I'm from Canada, US here, where esports has been around for quite some time. So in a growing market, I can totally understand. When I was young, I was told that, no, you focus on your studies, you do the things that you're supposed to be doing, and that everyone says, you know, go to school, get a job, do your thing. It was not a thing where you could just potentially play video games. And I think for especially like a game like PUBG Mobile, which is accessible to everyone, there is a path there, absolutely, no matter where you live.
For sure. And I mean, look, guys, I'm still having to explain to my dad what esports is. I'm 38. I'm a grown man,
That's
and
a
I'm
lot.
trying to explain to my dad what the
46.
esports does, but how the esports do.
Yeah, how it all works.
And you know, finally they're starting to get it though. You start seeing tournaments such as this with such phenomenal prize pools and allowing these players to travel all over the world to play for the game. Like, that is a huge experience that you don't usually get to get.
I mean, the eyes being focused on Dubai, that's the next stage. I mean, there's no denying that if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere. But guess what? We're ready for game number 3. Are you ready? All righty, let's do this thing. So game number 3, we've got everybody in the lobby. We've got that beautiful plane skin. Let's rock indeed. And we're going to have a relatively simple plane path along the northern side of the map over Yasnaya through the hospital in Georgia area. And now we'll start to see, this is the pivotal match. This match number 3, we have one team way ahead of the pack. Poro, this is a big game.
Absolutely is, and one of the things about this plane path, though, is, you know, we've been seeing in the last couple of games a high congregation of players, North George, South George, Razak, school area, apartments. I don't think that's going to change with this because you can't really get anywhere else with this plane path unless you decide to drop and pick up some vehicles.
So Yasnaya actually being relatively quiet. There's only one team dropping over there, and I think maybe that conservative mindset where we don't want to go to where there's lots of teams. But we've seen this in other areas of PUBG specifically where you start to understand where teams like to drop, and then you find a spot for your own self. So that's something that's a big factor here.
Well, you see a couple of squads going to George Pool, South George, North George. Other than that,
yes,
you have the
empty.
entire northeastern part of the map is just empty. No, everybody wanted to drop south on this one. I guess everybody anticipating that circle, maybe to pop a little bit farther south. They don't want to have to take that longer rotation pattern.
Well, the team to watch here, Team 18, that's Terrifying Nightmares, they've decided they want to go back to Pachinki and battle there, but that Georgia region is going to stay very active. Teams not wanting to come off of that. We saw a lot of action there last time, and we've seen circle after circle head to the east side, so if you've been maybe having that circle issue where you're dying to the blue, maybe there was some room to improve. Military Island also looking relatively empty, but that's just due to the fact that it's going to be hard to drop that far. So we'll see maybe if teams wind up grabbing a vehicle coming down south. But it is going to be another eastern circle, and this is looking very much like it could be on the Military Island.
This could be a Military Island circle indeed, and that's going to make things really interesting as these teams now have to make their way across both of those bridges. We saw earlier a little bit of a kind of a half-hearted attempt at a bridge camp. Maybe now, if the circle lends itself to it, we might see something a little bit more excessive.
Speaking of which, we've got Team 8 joining in here on Razak. They've got Team 20 at their doorstep again. This was something we were watching last time. Team 20 looking to get aggressive. They have to know that they have friends here with them. And we'll see if that's an issue. I imagine now if you're Team 8, you want to try and stay relatively safe. You're rejoining our friends in Pachinki. This is Terrifying Nightmares in Team 4. Again, this is something we saw at the beginning of last game that it had to be restarted, but they're sticking to the strategy.
Well, this time we don't have Team 6 there to get involved as well, so this could be just a straight up 4v4. The shots are coming out. Already taking a half health. Does not have a lot of support here.
So close, he does
go
go down. That's an issue now. Terrifying Nightmares, they're having aggressive coming their way. That's a huge problem. They've already lost one. They're not ready for this.
Oh, and Team 4 is swarming like sharks right now in the water. They're just going from building to building, looking for whoever they can find. Torpedo is next on the list.
This is a big problem. We've seen Torpedo have issues. He's got the DP at the ready. He's good to fight, but he's got a flank. He doesn't even see it coming. It's from the window across the way. Torpedo goes down. This is Terrifying Nightmares, our leading team. They're being eviscerated. Pachinki is now a big problem for them.
They've lost 2 players. They have just 2 remaining. Meanwhile, Team 20 and Team 8 finally starting to pop off in Razak. Team 8 already has, I believe, no, I don't think they've gotten it down just yet, but they have done some serious damage here.
So I'm trying to find a flank using this wall to find an angle. It is Team 8. They are being the aggressives. Team 20 on the high side. They have a bit of an angle to work with, but they're more concerned about getting back to med, and I think they might lose a player here. Taking a look at the map, that whole western side is going to be completely awash in players, especially along that north. There's no one really in the zone just yet, except for a couple of teams who have made their way south. So if you're Team 18, you lose too early, I think you want to back off Pachinki and try and find that center spot. Maybe play for placement. This might not be your round.
Yeah, at this point, just try to get some placement points. You might end up picking up a cheeky kill or two here or there, but at this point, you're down to 2 players. You really just have to play it as safe as you can. It's really just a question of can they get out of Pachinki safely.
Team 20, they've still got 4 strong. They're looking down at Team 8, who are interestingly split. They're not really getting aggressive, but they don't really want to get too involved in this fight.
Yeah, this Team 20 Whitebeard successors going up against Team Hisar PUBG from Team 8. But right now we are going to go take a look at South George, which is very populated here. We got 4 squads. We have 1 on Hospital, 3 split between Crates and the rest of South Georgia Polo here.
Team 20, Team 8 still kind of staring at each other, not sure if this is ready to pop off or if it's just stalling.
Nemesis in a great spot here to pick up somebody if they've tried to push too far out.
There it is.
There it is.
So he's looking now. Nemesis spots one moving to the tractor. The support coming on the other side of the flank of the house. Team 20's got the height advantage on Team 8, which I think is playing a major factor, and they're going to force them back in. Looks like Team 8 has decided they don't want to try and take this as a 1v1 fight, but they're still looking to commit. They don't want to back all the way off, but here comes Team 20. They want to get aggressive. They can feel that maybe they have the advantage.
Yeah, they want to fight this early and quickly because they are out of zone right now. They have to get back to looting and transition into this next zone. So if they are going to fight this, they have to finish.
Oh, one goes down. That Micro Uzi on the long flank is going to do some work in the initial down, and the advantage now going to Team 8. They're coming in force. They trade another one. It's on the edge of the zone. They're doing the best they can. The wall playing a factor. Team 20 getting an edge, and they're taking them all down one at a time. This is looking like Team 20's got the total advantage and will wipe out 3 members of Team 8. The last man standing way off base. He's not going to be able to help, and he's out of here.
And Whitebeard's successors, team number 20, playing that so aggressively and going in at the exact right time. Team 8 looked like they were trying to push off, maybe trying to take a different fight. And there's one of our last remaining players from our first place team.
He wants revenge. He's going to hang out like Spider-Man on the rooftops and just kind of wait, see if anyone can fall into his trap. He's there. He knows there's a team that's already done a ton of damage to him, but look at this. He's jumping from rooftop to rooftop. He's very mobile. He wants some more, but he has no information. He could be caught here. Oh, he misses the jump. Oh, okay, well. Spider-Man makes mistakes too, but he's going to have to find a different path.
This is the right play, I think. Getting out of Pachinki and trying to get a little bit better spot into zone is going to be a better play here in the end for Team 18. Although it looks like they're still feeling that confidence. They still want to take these fights. It could cost them dearly though if they're not careful.
Well, I think they have 1 round to give up. I mean, it's not something you ever want to wish on an opponent that's doing so well. But they have a buffer, I think. If they do have a bad round here, they could definitely recover. Joining in with Team 17, this is a team that's sitting very pretty right now. They're on the military island. They're basically by themselves. No one in Novo, and really it's a matter of they can just kind of hang out. Depending on what the first shift does, the circle is enclosing. If it goes down to the military base, they have nothing to do. Joining in, we have Team 4 and Team 11 getting into it.
Yeah, this is, I believe, is this the north side of Pachinki? Yeah, this is. So this is Team 11 moving in as Team 18. But look at Team 18.
Yeah, they've stopped. They don't want any part of this.
Yeah, terrifying nightmares. It looks like they were thinking about leaving. Then they heard the fight start breaking out and started thinking that maybe they might be able to pick up a few slick little kills here at the end.
Team 4 had a good start to this fight. They've done damage to Team 18. That's terrifying nightmares. So CSPG now has to decide. They have this building. They kind of have the zone. They're on the edge of it. But they have another fight at their hands. They're just looking for an angle, trying to get that initial down, which is so important here. And the nades are going to come out. I think he spotted one. He just chucks it across the way, but he saw the peeking player. He can't give away too much information. And down below, Team 11 is going to get the initial down just like that. So CSPG on the back foot. They're going to lose one very quickly. Roach, however, has taken a ton of damage. He's only got bandages in reserve, and now the full breach is coming in. Team 4 is going to have to back this off a little bit. They're looking for an angle. They're looking for any information they can get.
Yeah, CSPG down to just 2 players. Really unfortunate for Ted. He had the advantage in that fight against Roach. He had the first shots. Unfortunately, Roach was able to turn on him, and the shots from Ted's weren't enough to finish him off.
Maybe some bait fire coming out from Swag. He's trying to see if anyone will peek the windows. Team 4 still kind of running around. They've lost the advantage, but
Oh, and here comes 18.
Look who's arrived on scene. It's the Terrifying Nightmares. They maybe want to try and clean this fight up. They've moved in behind. They want to get aggressive. They need those kill points. They've already lost 2 players. They want to have something to show for it. So now for Swag, they've got 2 on 2 with another 2 in reserve. It's Terrifying Nightmares waiting in the wings to see who will maybe be the victors here. But now it's, again, fight starting at the low side of this wall and the bottom half of this building.
Terrifying Nightmares could make out like bandits here. They can actually come in on this fight and not
Roach.
be heard.
Roach wants it. He's in the interior of the building now. He's trying to make a breach. He doesn't have a line of sight. Team 4 is still running on top, but guess what? They've got the red zone as well. Oh, he spotted a player, 1v1. Roach, he won't be able to do it. And he will go down.
Roach won the first 1v1. He's not going to be able to get the second one. Is now Evo.
They're in trouble. They're facing elimination.
Last one.
He's looking for that headshot. He's got to be careful now that one at a time. He's going to have to go for the reload. No nades coming in just yet. But if you're Swag, maybe it's time to make an escape, and he's going to try and do just that. He backs off the wall, taking some damage in the back.
Maybe a little bit of a missed opportunity there while the red zone was going. The red zone does cover up the sound of your footsteps.
Look at this. He's got some backup. He's got 2 other players arriving on scene, so Team 4 not out of the running yet. And look at this. We have the air traffic control tower. This is on the military base. Team 17 all by themselves. They're going to have a little crawl party in the air traffic control tower. They're all by themselves on the military base.
Look, there's nothing wrong with hanging out and just crawling around.
They'd have to leave. They would have to leave their building to go get it. That's very dangerous. You can't be making those risks.
It's very dangerous. It's definitely a risk. Meanwhile, we have this risk. Team 1 just cannot catch a break.
Well,
as they end up being in a facility right next to.
They've been broken a couple of times.
They
that's for sure.
Indeed.
So now it's a matter of will they be able to defend another building breach if Chiefs want to make a run for it. Looks like they're going to do just that, and they're going to come out. They're going to try and attack the escaping vehicle. They've left 2 behind, but just like that, the Chiefs are going to lose 2 quickly. Team 1 is not going out without a fight. They want this thing real bad. Chiefs are now on the right side. They're trying to push, and they're looking for any angles, but it's not there. They're already finishing their teammates. Team 1's got the angle, and they run out for another peek. Another shot comes out. He's on single fire. He can't hit it. Chiefs is on the ropes. There's only 1 left standing. And just like that, Team 1, they've heard too much trash talk. They want to take one back. They've lost team fight after team fight, and they're looking for a victory.
Team 1 will actually call you by your real name. This is 6-9 coming in, and boy, they're fine as they finish off the rest of Team 3. There's just 1 player left remaining for Chiefs. He's just going to hide in the bathroom.
They're in trouble. He's split out.
Yeah. There's not really much you can do.
They're going for him. They're going to flush him out. There's no running now. Dexter's the last man standing. He's got so much death coming his way. He's got to be careful. He gets no spray. It's not going to happen. And Chiefs are the first team eliminated out of this match number 3.
And that is a big, big win there for Team 6-9. They look at them looting up. They're like vultures. They're vultures circling the single crate. But that is going to be a nice win for them. They needed a team fight to get their confidence back on track for these final 3 games.
Nice looking play there for 6-9. They found themselves a team fight and a win in the zone, and we're about to see our first shrink. Will this thing be going to the military base, or will it be staying on the mainland? We will see here very shortly. So if you're Team 17, you're hoping, you're praying, and you've got that. Your prayers have been answered. You're going to the military base. Team 17 is in a great spot now, and they just have to kind of wait it out. They don't have to do anything.
Also worth noting, team number 9 has been taking a long, long time going for this loot in Yasnaya. They're still up there as the blue is settling on them. They're going to have a long transition in. This is a nice AWM. I don't know if anybody's anywhere near it. We do have a couple,
yeah,
actually.
2 teams, actually. They'll have to make a play for it. That's kind of a bait. Are you going to come out? Are you going to try and get this thing? If you're team number 1, I mean, that's a bit of a bonus. You've just had a team fight go your way. There's a crate there, and there's going to be teams headed that direction. That's the shortest side of the zone.
That is a huge bait, though. If you decide to go for that, you're putting yourself right in the open. There are some nice hills around there to work with, but you're about to have all the people from Pachinki start to rotate into you.
So if you're now in this position where you're trying to rotate in this early stage of the game, look at that. Someone has found the crate. Team 1 is going to want it. They've got a team arriving next to them, however, so it's going to be a matter of trying to defend at the same time. He's left his teammate behind. He said, I'm sorry, my friend, you've got the crate. I'm going to have to leave you there. Meanwhile, we have Team 8 taking some shots at the Nautical Adventure team of Team 5. They've arrived on a boat, but they're just kind of doing circles out there. They're trying to figure out where those shots are coming from, try to avoid them.
Well, it looks like Team 8 is actually just the solo player from Team 8, the last remaining player alive, just trying to keep themselves a little bit safe here. Oh, the shot's coming out from the champ.
Champ's got the AWM. He's got a full team right in front of him. There's so many people available to shoot at. He's hitting his shots, however. He's got, I think, one ready.
Oh,
He's looking for a shot. He didn't hit it. Oh, that was so close. If you're Team 19, you're going to have to try and back this off. The AWM is so frightening. And look at that. Here comes the rescue mission. Almost taking one off. We're so used to watching the PC version where if you even get tapped by a vehicle, you will go down. So that's a nice rescue mission. Some good teamwork, and Team 1's got the advantage now and the AWM.
Yeah, that's a really nice pickup for those boys, as they are going to be having a nice little location to call home, but they have to make their way over to Military Island here very quickly, as everybody seems to be making their way across. It looks like you have a floating UAZ there. The shots are going to come out. Nothing going to land just yet. There should be. Wait,
did he get one?
Did he get one?
I think he did. They're falling out of the boat one at a time. Those are long distance shots. They're landing.
Oh, wow.
Nice
Great
looking skill
shots.
there. Really nice. And that's 2 down and into the water. Unable to be surviving there, but the circle now getting ready to close. He sees the vehicles on the beach. He knows who they belong to. And look at this. We've got a bridge camp.
It's the classic bridge camp. Everybody always even got the high ground on it too. Team 12 in some trouble here, but they are not running into this with reckless abandon. They realize that something might be up.
Oh, I got him down.
Shot.
Oh, he's going to fall down if he's not careful. Team 12 is not having any of this. Team 7, he got one in the noggin as well. He's going to have to try and escape. Team 7's bridge camp is failing miserably. They have to back this off. Team 12 knows it, and they're going to go for maybe a push or a retreat. And it's going to be a retreat off the bridge. They don't want to continue the fight, so that's going to be a bonus there, and the res coming out.
Everything just went awry for team number 7 that they had such a good bridge camp planned. Unfortunately, it did not go well for them. It does look like they are going to get all their reses off. They should have all their teammates remaining, but they're not going to pick up any more kills off of Team 12. Maybe they can sit around and wait for the next unsuspecting victim.
Well, the circle closing once again. The bridge is still a major factor, both of them still in. There's teams that have not yet left the main island, and joining in here we have a fight out in the open water. It's Team 4. They're getting pressure, I believe, from the coastline from Team 19. And they're going to try and make an escape, but they're getting shot over and over again. That boat's going to explode, and there it goes. And now they're stuck in the water. This is a horrible disaster for Team 4. They've got another team to their north as well. And look at that, Team 19 is just on the beach. They're firing freely. They want these kills.
Team 19 wanted that boat really badly, didn't they? They just said, if we can't have it, nobody can have it. We're just going to blow it up and kill you. So Team 19 gonna have to find a way to maybe try to get these kills, but then they still have to get over onto the other side.
We've seen this time and time again where these fights are occurring in areas that are difficult and really too close to the edge of the zone. So if you're Team 10, Team 6, everyone's trying to make a swim because right now it's just too dangerous to try and get across in a boat. So now this is still in the zone. This is not horrible danger, but we're about to see another shift, and this is going to be a major one because there's so few teams at the center. There's going to be a lot outside the play zone, I think.
There are so many teams on that coastline, that southern coastline of the mainland, that are having to swim over because there's just no vehicles left. And if you even did try to get into a vehicle, you end up losing a couple. So this is going to be really, really rough. This could end up being great for squad number 4 here if they're able to get across first and to start a killing field, essentially.
Another crate down in the open. There's an M249 available to be picked up. This is at the military base again. This could potentially be Team 17 picking up a crate, but it's going to be Team 2. They're the closest, and they've spotted it. Team 16 also on rotation, and now we're starting to see this area of the military base start to pick up. Team 20, Team 5 over in Novo. They've got some more loot under their belts, and they're going to make their way a little bit closer to the center, I believe, because Novo about to come out of the zone. The shift is coming.
Yeah. Can't be understated how important it is that squad number 2 was able to pick up that M249. We talk about the importance of having that gun that can just serve as a bullet hose.
There it is.
Oh, look at that circle. It's right on top of military. This northern part of the circle here, all these teams having to make their way over from the mainland. It's about to get extremely bloody.
I think they're negotiating right now who gets to drive the boat, but it looks like it's going to be a race to the shoreline. It's going to be Team 10. He's got the advantage. He's now forcing Swag back into the water. I believe Team 11's now on the ropes again. We've seen Team 11 focal points in this game over and over again, but it's never been in a good way. So now this next circle, there's a lot of teams on that side of the map, and they're not quite in the zone. there's so many people out in the water right now, Poro.
I'm trying to figure out how we're almost to we're third circle, almost to fourth circle, and we've only got one team in the military base.
Yeah.
Nobody has managed to make the transition all the way over, really, except for Squad 17, and it looks like Squad 7 just now making their way in.
One thing I've noticed is that when these fights start happening, everyone seems to freeze up. They don't want to make any plays. And you can get punished very quickly if you're not careful. So if you're Swag, for instance, you can't make the land or you don't want to jump in this boat because you'll be so worried. But guess what? We have SO9. They're going at it with Team 14. They've got a breach fully underway. Raw is coming at them. And look at this. It's Matrix. He's holding the stairwell. He's got one. He will get one down, but he'll get traded out very quickly. It's a 1-for-1. And Raw is pressing. Team 14, they've got the advantage. They're going for it.
Keep flushing this. Yogi gonna jump out the window. What has he got?
Oh, nothing,
A big
unfortunately.
old bag of nothing. That's going to be it for Team 16. That was a fight that happened in circle. I'm about to make a prediction, though, Moses. I'm about to make a prediction that there's going to be at least 3 teams that die to blue here.
That's very possible. Novo is a very far run and a very far drive as well. So they're going to have to make their way there. There's so many teams out that way, and here's one of them, Champ. It's Team 1. They've got 1 victory under their belts. They're going to have to maybe hit a quick boost here, make sure that they can get meted up before they try and cross that bridge. Team 17 has had some neighbors arrive. They're in the bunker just to their east.
They have been in the best position all game
They don't
long.
need to do anything.
And they've got to be shocked that they haven't seen anybody. Oh, this is not going to work out for you,
Autocratic
buddy.
is trying to make his way in slowly. The blue zone not doing a ton of damage just yet, but he's going to make his way in. But I don't think he's going to make it before the zone starts to close once again. He's got so much distance to cover. There's only 10 seconds left to go.
Really unfortunate for Team 13, and this is why we say at the very beginning of the game, you need to place a priority on getting a hold of vehicles just in case something like this happens. You get the military circle, so you don't end up having to swim across. and
Team
chase the
19
blue.
doing their best Navy SEAL impression. They're trying to make landfall coming from the water. And looks like they should be able to get there unopposed, but there's just one left. It's CSPG hanging out.
Well, Squad 4 in a really good position to gatekeep here, but it looks like
They've
they're
only
not
got
really
2,
interested in doing so.
Oh, guess what? We've got another squad fight happening. This is at the military base again. Looks like we have one down. This is Team 7 and Team 20 getting tangled up. This is a fight we've expected for some time now on the edge of the zone. Team 20, they've had one UAS disabled, and I believe now they're just trying to get their teammate back up into full life. Team 14 still active. They've got Team 9 in their sights now. They've moved away from cover into the trees. They're trying to find an angle. They see the Dacia Park. They probably anticipate that this house is being occupied.
Yeah, they definitely know something's up here. You can see them working that rock, trying to find an angle. They're sending one out wide. Harry with a great flanking position here.
Yeah, he's got the full angle up there.
Unfortunately for him, if he goes down, he's in serious trouble. But it
Yeah,
looks like
that's
the
a
motion
matter
here
of
just
if you
gonna
can
get out of there.
trade. But look, that southern side of the map now starting to fill up with teams over and over again. Same with the north. That center strategy is just not apparent here. Team 13 still stuck out in the blue. I think they found themselves a vehicle, however, and we're about to see another shift. This is the pivotal transition now, where we'll see the military base either come out of the zone or stay in. And if it does shift hard, that's going to be a big problem for that northwestern side.
Oh.
And that's just what's up. Now look at Team 17. They're perfectly in the center again. And that's the definition of circle luck, but that's going to do them a lot of favors.
Yeah, 17 has just lucked into the best circle they could possibly have for their position. That being said, they had a great position the entire game, but for whatever reason, everybody just avoiding military base. I don't know if 17 was maybe taking shots and scaring them away, but everybody on this southern side here is about to have, they're all going to be fighting for basically maybe 2 good positions.
Trying to hit the magic floating UAS as it passes. We have now on the edge of the zone a minute and a half before we shift once again. It's full force Team 15, with it looks like the entirety of Team 19 at their feet to the northern side of the zone. And now it's a situation where there's going to be a lot of death happening very quickly. We can see already teams rotating to the short side of the zone on the southern side. Team 10 looking down at team number 1, and we're starting to see the kill feed become a light here. Look at that.
Oh, good shots.
That's Swag. That's the last man off his squad. That's a full team wipe. That's going to be TNW going out here early.
It's like we still have a full 4-man squad of Team 14 moving in from the north or from the southwest, but CSPG, I think this is the last. They have 2 players remaining, both kind of hugging this UAZ on the edge of the circle here. This could be good for them. They could manage to stay alive for quite some time. There's nobody really anywhere near them.
No, they got lots of space. I'm actually more worried about the western side of the play zone. Team 10 and Team 6 are not really making a play just yet, maybe worried about each other, but this is a situation where you've said it in the past, the blue zone could become a big factor. This is Team 10 right now, shooting at a transitioning Team 11, I believe that is, but Team 10 is sitting here. They're doing lots of damage to passing teams, but they've only got 10 seconds. They have a long distance to run. This could be disaster if they're not careful.
Yeah, and I don't believe they have any vehicles either. You have Team 6 just to their north, and then a Team 12 rotating just behind them. There's actually Team 1 that Team 10 was shooting at, but Team 1 actually going to be able to make it to this prime location. Oh no!
They're in trouble. They got a full team right on top of them. This is horrible for them. That's 1 down, 2 down, 3 down quickly. They're trying to defend as best they can. This is Team 14 giving them the business. That's now definitely 3 down. The return fire coming. Champ is going to try and defend himself. He's the last man standing.
That's it.
And that is it. I think they're in trouble and they're out of this game.
Team 1 had a great idea. They wanted to play this fence line, the fence line being so very strong late game, but unfortunately they weren't the first ones to think of it. Team 8 able to rack up the kills.
This is what we're talking about. Team 6 and Team 10 are going to be in the blue very shortly. They have Team 14 also there. They've just finished a team fight, but they're going to be running wide in the open. There's no cover anywhere. Team 10's in a huge amount of trouble. If they're not careful, they'll get quickly wiped.
Team 14, Team 10 is lucky right now that Team 14 is a little bit damaged and having to heal up, because they are literally running across a wide open airfield and somehow not getting shot.
So we have another shift that's coming to the west. That's going to be a good thing for Team 10. Rejoining with Team 15. They're getting into it with Team 13 on the interior of this police station building just outside the military base. Team 13 loses 1, and just like that, we're down very quickly to I think that's a potential 1v1 situation.
I believe so.
Oh no, Team 15 still got 1 up there, so it's a 2v1.
Oh yeah, okay, so it looks like they already made it, try to make their way into circle, or I guess away from that fight. But right now, Team 10 trying to play these walls. They managed to run themselves into circle.
Yeah.
Found a single wall to hold.
Look at Team 6, they've lost 1 player. They had to res the other. Team 10 in a similar situation. The res actually hasn't started yet. I think he's going down slowly unless he's been maybe resed. He's got low health potentially.
Yeah, Team 10 absolutely decimated by that circle shift. And he's not even going to go for the res here.
No, he's rezzed.
What
is happening?
Now
He's down for sure.
Yeah,
It's Hitman lands the shot. It is Team 6 who can spot them in the smoke there, just firing away, trying to land something, and now Team 10's in trouble. They've only got a little bit of health left.
I think he was rezzed, but he did not have the ability to get a med kit off. So it looks like Team 10 down to just 1 player. Oh, the long range
1, 2, 3, he's down!
That's it. What a shot from Manu. Long range with the 4X and the M16. Great shots. They should be able to get the res off this. I believe CSPG, they do have the hill to work with. Doesn't look like anybody behind them, but they're going to be pinned down pretty good here. They have to move here very shortly.
That circle, again, faster and faster will it close and the more damage it'll do. They're going to have to make their way all the way to the western side of the play zone, and there's not a lot of cover to work with. You can see teams all along that northwestern side getting involved, trying to get into the zone, and that's going to be a big factor as the military base is going to be full. That landing strip in the middle of the zone is basically no man's land. You can't run out there without being spotted by everyone in the lobby, and that's going to be a big problem. So now the zone is closing, and we again might see the blue zone claim a bunch of lives.
Team 17 still holding down their position. It looks like they actually might have moved. Yeah, they're now holding down the missile silo. They do have Team 19 just to their west. Looks like they might have engaged in a little bit of firefight here and there.
Look at that. Look at this
Team
push.
7 is
Team
brave.
7's in trouble. They're getting lots of damage coming their way. That vehicle, big factor. Look at this. They're hanging out the side. They're looking for kills. They're cruising right through the play zone. They're running right in the middle of everyone. This is masterful driving.
Oh, no.
Oh, he's got to hang on for dear life, and they've landed, and they're safe. That's a nice drive and a big risk they're taking, as now they've got the zone shift once again, and they're right in the middle of so many teams, Paul.
That's actually a huge, aggressive, brave play coming out of Team 7, but it is actually going to pay off for them as they can now work their way from the edge of the circle into the new circle, and they have to work their way through Team 4 and Team 6, it looks like, on that north side. And if 19 starts turning attention around to them, they could actually be in trouble.
Mafia is just kind of spraying out into the open here. I'm not sure exactly what he sees, but look at this. It's the same thing for Team 12. They've got 2 players from Team 15 behind them as well. So you got to be careful. He's got all his attention looking elsewhere. He's shooting at Team 17. Looks like he's going to finish him off, and that's going to be another team down. We're down to the top 10 teams, 23 alive, and this next shift is going to be brutal. Everyone's going to be forced out into the open. Only 40 seconds remaining.
Absolutely. I love seeing it from Deadman. He's the last player alive on his team, but he's still not afraid to take the shots, not afraid to try to pick up kills for his squad. How long will it last for him, though?
He's coming around. Team 15 is right in front of him. He might get the advantage here, but he's just trying to get information as best he can. He can tell now how open and how little cover there is to work with. And if he gets caught in the open, he's going to be instantly killed, I would imagine. Meanwhile, F4, they're continuing to take fights. It's Lone Wolf, I believe, going down and out. And that's the last man standing being Hitman.
Deadman actually going down as well, so that's going to do it for Team 15.
Yep.
Or, I'm sorry, not Team 15. I think it was 13.
Here comes the zone. You got to wonder, oh, he's got no health. It's too late. They maybe waited too long. And look at this. He's stuck in the zone. It's moving too quickly.
Oh,
I know this feeling. It's desperation. He can see the health bar ticking away. He's got so little room to move. He's not going to make it. He's not going to make it. Oh!
And that's going to do it. Team 17 had such
Look at
great
the blue is about to kill everybody here, Poro. There's so much damage happening. They're all stuck in the blue. There's nothing they can do. It's such a wide run into the open. One man's down. Looks like only one is going to be able to make it through. There's spray happening. Hitman's there on the edge. They've got the barrels to work with. Manu's there. He's got a flank. He's trying to find something, but the smoke is obscuring his view.
And the blue just wiped out the entire four-man squad of Squad 19.
That's that's just bad. That sucks. I feel the pain there. But now it's quickly down to only 8 alive, 4 teams left standing. There's 2 on Team 10, 3 on Team 7. This is looking great for Gods.
Actually, we have 3 on Team 10. They're just very widely split here.
Oh yeah, you're right. They're down to the south side.
Like very on the far south side here, but he's going to have to make his way in through Team 8.
Yeah, there's 2 solos. It's 8 and 15. And look at that. They've spotted one. Manu jumps up, gets the first kill on the Team 10, and that's going to be a big problem. We've seen Team 10 clutch out in the past. Will they be able to do so again? He's trying to guess and get that finish off. 30 seconds before the circle closes, Team 10, they've got a wide flank out. This is the man, and that's the finish coming in for Manu.
It's 11 kills coming in for Team 7. They're trying to make a run here for the top spot. Is Manu going to hide behind these crates? I'm not sure if he was taking any shots just yet.
No, he's just jumping up when he can to see if he can get anything going. And this is Mafia. He's just crawling around. He's only 10 seconds, though. He's got a teammate, the last man standing right next to him. He's running out of grass. The Snake is going to have to cross the pavement. And this is going to be a big problem for him. He's going to have to jump up quickly. The zone's at his back. This would be instant death if he's too late. He's looking. He knows there's someone close, but the zone is closing. He's got to move.
Yeah, Team 7 got the circle
Run!
here, but they're not defending it. There goes Mania. Can he get in?
Uh-oh, it looks like Team 8 has maybe waited a little bit too long. They're both racing the zone. Team 15 is there as well. Mafia taking shots. It's Team 7 who spotted him out. He might go down here. He's got nowhere to move.
Oh, the shots aren't going to land though. Oh, there he is. Mafia's going to go down. It's KK. Great shots coming across the way.
Manu's pivotal here. He's got the game in his hands. He's got the game in his hands just like that. It's, oh, the last man standing. He's got a sliver of life. He's trying his very best here. It's a 3v2. He's trying to med. Where is he? He's got first aids as well. He's going to be able to get a med off, but he's been spotted, and he's in trouble, and he will go down. Manu, the clutch man in the barrels. He will get it for Gods. He's picked it down. And look at that. That's a ton of kills coming up for them. And finally, we have a new victor here, Poro.
Absolutely. God's reign just reigning supreme over that airfield. Once they got the barrel location, they were able to just destroy everybody, hold all the angles, everything that was coming to, the entire game was basically coming to them.
And that was a big factor. I mean, the way that they played that, especially at the end of that game, I really got to give it to Manu, who I think in that barrel's position was jumping up and taking a lot of great shots. He landed all the pivotal kills in that game. So for God's reign, this is the first victory of the match, and in decisive fashion.
Yeah, that's 14 kills for them too. So 14 kills plus the 500 points that you get for first. That's going to be a nice little point influx for God's reign. Not really sure where they were sitting after the first 2 games, but that's still going to be an easy second place at least.
An impressive performance nonetheless. We're rejoined by Matchroom, and you know, that was a good pivotal game. I mean, we saw a new victor, and what we didn't see is a top 10 finish for the point leaders, Terrifying Nightmares.
See, I'm a bad person. I love whenever you have somebody that's showing up and being dominant. and then something goes a little sideways for them, and then suddenly the competition opens up a little bit more. It's just fun to see more people have a chance at success. Now, the question comes, Terrifying Nightmares, do they adapt? Pachinki doesn't seem like it's their city anymore.
Not anymore.
They're getting pressure, and we've seen this in other levels of competitive play. At what point do teams start to take advantage of you telegraphing your movements?
Yeah.
You're letting everyone know we're not afraid to continue to jump into the spot over and over again, and now they've been punished. They've seen now back-to-back matches, and really that restart of match number 3 should have given them some indicator that specifically they would have aggression coming their way.
It's almost like we've seen a chink in the armor. We saw a very dominant Terrifying Nightmares through game 1 and game 2.
If they have a good early game.
And then somebody managed to come in, mess up their early game, and it seems like that kind of threw off their rhythm a little bit, and that's allowed the gates to kind of open up. And now we have God's Reign coming through, really trying to make sure that they get something out of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think I disagree with both of you on this one.
Okay.
I'm going to say, if
okay.
you're Terrifying Nightmares, you had 2 games where you won by dropping Pachinki. At this point, you still have the point lead. I don't think you change up your game plan. I think you still keep dropping Pachinki. Maybe play it a little bit safer. Don't engage in those early game fights. You don't want to lose too early the way they did. So maybe keep it a little bit more compact. And just loot differently, but still try to maintain that.
And that's what kind of got Terrifying Nightmares inside of it, is you could tell that they were separated out. Yeah. There was someone one side of Pachinki and someone on the other side. Somebody just bisected right between them and just started cutting off players.
They got too comfortable.
It's kind of the basis of early game strategy. I've talked about this a lot on YouTube or whoever. I mean, it's just a matter of just staying together as a team in the early game and keeping yourself safe. But I believe we have an interview set up, so we'll kick it over to the stage.
Okay, and here we are with the new bunch of winners on PUBG Mobiles. Can we have a big round of applause for God's Reign? And finally, you guys have made it. We have a change of winner in the 3rd match. So, and that's God's Reign. So the first question for you, Maddie, what do we ask them?
So what different did you do from the first 2 rounds that made you win this one?
Firstly, we decided to change our strategy. First, we decided to camp and win the match. That strategy does not work for us. Lastly, we decided to push and get kills so that it can help us in the last zone. That's the strategy.
So that was God's grace, you mean? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. And what is the most important skill at this moment that helped you?
I think adapting to change, because we are used to the devices we play in. And we are playing different devices now. So that is my answer.
What about you? You would like to ask them anything?
Yes, of course. So you guys have made it in the 3rd match. So you think you will be able to make up the next 2 matches and be the winner? What's your confidence level right now?
I think we will make it to the top.
That's awesome. I'm sure you guys have the same spirit with all of you all. Awesome. Can we have a big round of applause, guys?
Come
Cheer
on,
them
guys.
up.
Why are you all so
A
quiet?
new victory in the game from God's Reign, and they truly deserve a big round of applause. So guys, final thoughts from your end. What do you think the game was, how the game was, and was it all on your favor from the beginning?
No. We were bridge camping and thought we would get some kills on bridge camping, but it didn't work at all. Then we thought we would camp for some time because a lot of fighting was happening around us. So then at the last zone, everyone is shooting at the car. We were just rushing, and we stopped at shed, you could say. And then we worked kills there.
So the change in strategy is it that worked for them. Huge round of applause once again for God's Reign.
And also at the moment, who do you think is your opponent amongst the other 19 odd teams? Tell me who is that who's leading strong against you?
Team Nightmares.
Giving them nightmares.
Yeah.
Okay, good stuff, guys. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Please engage yourself and be prepared for the next match. And ladies and
All
gentlemen,
the very best.
I'm sure you guys are having a great time. Yeah.
Only
Can we hear
guys
it
out
louder?
here, is it?
Are you guys loving the PUBG Mobile? Let me see some more life and energy in the arena. Can you all make some noise?
Okay.
And all you PUBG Mobile lovers, I want you to shout out and say, I love PUBG Mobile really louder. Can we do this together? 3, 2, 1, here we go. Download right now.
All right. So since you guys have been sitting all the while, I'd request each one of you to kindly stand. Come on, come on. Let's pump in the energy.
Okay. Can we have some music in the background? And we want to see you guys to put your hands together and clap. We don't want you to doze off. Just a quick activity to bring back the energy. Clap. Can we have some music in the background? Let me see some energy. Everybody, put your hands up.
Now,
Come on.
We add a jump to this.
Everybody,
now jump,
hop.
jump. Come on. Come on, everybody. Let me see you jump in. Yeah.
There we go. We love it. We love it. We love it. Bring it on. Bring it on. I want to see you all to move your hands up and wave.
Everybody with us.
Take out your OPPO F9 Pro mobile phones with you. Turn on the flashlights on. Everyone, come on. Ladies and gentlemen, PUBG Mobile.
OPPO F9 Pro.
Your favorite
Come
game.
on, let me see you getting those flashlights out.
Your game, your play.
At PUBG Mobiles.
And here we come together.
India's first ever campus championship.
And you are a part in creating the history. And you are a part in creating the magic happen. And this is massive. This is huge. And this is being watched globally.
There have been a lot of campus championships, but this is the one with the biggest prize pool of 50 lakh rupees. On that note, can we make some noise?
PUBG Mobile and OPPO F9 Pro is so happy to present this exclusively for the students of India. I think we all need to give them a big round of applause for making this happen.
Show some love.
Huge shout out, guys. Huge shout out. There we go. Thank you so much, everybody. Please take back your seats. Sit back, relax. Keep the energy coming in
Because
nice
we've
and loud.
got 2 more rounds to go. Get geared up. And before that, we get into a short break and we see you in the next round. Thank you so much
Thank you
and
so
stay
much.
tuned.
And have fun.
OPPO Selfie Expert.
All right, well, that was a terrific little performance. Thank you guys for staying engaged with us, and we are almost ready for the 4th match. I'm WTF Moses, joined by Matrim and Porosaurus. And guys, we're now starting to see a team that is maybe not feeling so solid atop the leaderboards.
Yeah, it's not like we said, no lead is ever safe. It's the mantra. Let's keep repeating it to yourself. No lead is ever safe. And we just got shown right there by Terrifying Nightmares how unsafe a lead can be.
I think it comes down to what we've been talking about for the first couple of rounds, adaptation.
Yes.
How good is the communication? How good is your adaptation? What are the adaptations that we could potentially see from the #1 team? We kind of were talking about it beforehand. Do they change their drops? Do they just change the way that they drop? These are going to be the telling rounds right now. It's going to be about how we see a modification coming through. And I got to say, Team Nowhere started off that round phenomenally well.
Yeah, look at these
No
shots.
fear.
These were terrific shots, long distance, taking one after the other out of the boat. This is masterful shooting from a very long distance with that 3-time scope, and this was Manu.
Oh,
you know, he played a factor later on, but this bridge camp, they said it in the interview, it just didn't work out, and that was why Manu getting caught out there. But he played a major factor later on. But really, another big factor was the river. People trying to cross it, it just wasn't happening.
This is a squad we've seen very active, specifically Squad 99 there with Yogi. We've seen them do some great plays, but not necessarily getting the victories as of yet. So you're going to have to keep an eye out for that. But a little bit of bush shrubbery fighting happened back and forth here towards the end of the round. No surprise that given the pace of the circle.
And the run. Nah, it's unfortunate. we've all been there. If you've ever played
it's-
PUBG on any platform, you've watched the blue kill you as you run towards it. But this is Manu again at the barrels. This was a big position for him.
Yeah, this barrel position for the squad was so strong. Vesponia tried to make a run here at the very end, got the meds off, but it wasn't going to be enough as Manu squad making sure that they secure that first place. And I think, was it 14 kills?
It was a lot of kills. Yeah, I mean, that military island position for them was so good. I mean, they were able to stay flexible. They didn't really get too worried, and they stayed strong through the end game, which, again, is a big factor. So now we see the match 3 results. 6-9. They had an okay match, but they still find themselves on the lower half.
Now, this is that stage where if you're one of the teams towards the bottom of it, just do a thing. At this point, you got to come a little bit more alive naturally. We're seeing at the bottom part of the match round for match 3 here. So it's kind of an interesting breakdowns that comes through, but I got to say...
Only 150 points for Terrifying Nightmares.
Yeah, that's the big factor there. I mean, Nightmares, they had multiple wins as well as high kill wins at that. This is the round that they were using as the buffer. They should still be in an okay position, but no more like that. They can't have any more. And this is, look at God's Reign. They've got 780 points, 14 kills.
And Hussar right back behind them. Hussar's been very, very active inside the games. 5 kills on their own, but back behind that Shield. We haven't had a chance to really talk a lot about Shield and what Shield's been doing, but they're putting up good numbers. The guys from Mafia, we saw a great interview with beforehand, just playing friends and naming everything Mafia.
I mean, Shield's quietly having a really strong performance there with 7 kills to give themselves a total of 490 points. I'm not sure where that's going to put them in the overall leaderboard, but you got to imagine after that big win from God's Reign that they've got to be pushing here for 2nd place.
One of the things I want to point out is God's Reign and the position they play. We talk a lot about military base. A lot of games end up kind of revolving around different parts of military base. The oil barrel area tends to get a little ignored, but it's such a strong position. It's probably one of my favorite positions to play around in that area of the map.
It gives you terrific flexibility. You can use it for vision. You can kind of crouch behind it if things get too hot. And I mean, in a third-person environment where you're using that vision to kind of move around, that's a big factor. If you can get around those barrels, you can maybe put a flank onto someone. And we saw Mano use it to terrific effect last game.
Exactly. There's so many different neat angles that you can make plays off of. And whenever you feel like you're getting pushed, you can almost play like a ring around the rosy on different aspects of it. And lots of solid plays coming through there. It's just, you could tell that whenever it got to that area of the map, they were just entirely comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, a little brief asterisk on that. The barrel's extremely strong to play if you have 3 to 4 teammates still alive, because there are a bunch of angles that you can get surprised from. But if you have 3 up, like God's Reign did, they were able to just secure that spot and hold it from all comers and open up to the entire south. They could see everything.
And see, this leads into one of those conversations that everybody talks about like PUBG Mobile and like RNG and luck and all that other stuff. But I think that this event in a region that is trying to grow itself, and I gotta say, doing a great job on it, you're starting to see a lot of repeat results coming through here. Sure, right now we've been talking a lot about Terrifying Nightmares and how they need to adapt to hold their first place. But that being said, they won 2 rounds in a row. We're seeing the guys that are at the top 5 constantly get top 5 positions.
And that's a situation where consistency across whatever platform on any format, you have to be consistent.
Yeah.
So now if I'm Terrifying Nightmares, a team that had 2 victories already, they have to, and we've been talking about this, be feeling maybe a little bit mentally stressed. That was a bad round for them. Just there's no way around it. Not to mention, maybe that early game, maybe that's their weakness. Maybe that's been discovered. And if that's a big factor for them, if they can't have a good early game, the mid and late game is not going to happen either.
Well, it's worth pointing out, though, that while they did go down 2 players early, they still played aggressive. They still maintained their position in Pachinki. They heard the fighting come. They tried to get a position on to maybe get a shot in there. They didn't drop down to 2 and then just run away and play it safe. They still were out there thirsting for kills.
It's easy to be a great team when everything's going good.
Oh, yeah.
Whenever things go sideways, that's whenever things get a little bit more dicey. How do comms come through? Like, are you mad at somebody? Like, we should have done better that round if you hadn't done this flank or something. It is.
It's a stressful environment. Again, this being the first major tournament, these guys have maybe only played ever online. Maybe there's only been a few instances where they've met in person, and to come together as a team and sit in front of a crowd, which is very loud and very active.
Plus we're loud.
Plus we're loud too. And there's a lot on the line. And now you had a little bit of success followed by a little bit of failure. And that's going to galvanize you as a team. You're going to have to move past that.
And that's what you got to wonder about Terrifying Nightmares. This is their first taste of failure so far in 3 games. I mean, the first 2 games, back-to-back wins. How are they going to deal with that? How are they going to adjust with that taste of failure?
That is a big factor, but I got to say, momentum, God's reign. You got it now. What do you do with it?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we have a little bit more of a player interview coming through now, so we'll see you guys for game number 4. It's coming up very soon.
So the team name is 6ix9ine. My real name is Manas, and the in-game name is Champ7.
My name is Mohammad Aqib Aziz, and my team's name is Team Mafia. My game name is Ullah.
My team name is Torandos. My real name is Rishabh. My gaming name is AR Rishabh.
I'm from Team NSG. I'm the leader. In my team, I have NSG Trilok, NSG Vampire, and Deadman.
Though all 4 of us are all-rounders, whatever guns we get, we can easily. Depends.
I have a teammate named Soul Mafia, and myself, my name is Ullah. We both are aggressive players, and we have a teammate named Kilmi and one other named Nazi. They both are support players.
My role is supporter. My second teammate is AR Shivam. He's carrier. My third teammate is T-Rex Snap. He's all-rounder. And fourth player is Surford. He's medic.
Like in our role, like we have Vampire and Trilok who use assaults and mostly snipers. I am the guy with the SMG and mostly do the smoking and all for the rushing. And Deadman is for the support and all.
Yeah, we started playing when the game was released, and we devote 3 to 4 hours a day.
We play like 4 to 5 hours every night. Like we have been playing since 4 months.
I'm playing PUBG from second season.
Like usually, like when you have college, we like play 2-3 hours. Like during our holidays or weekends, we play for like more.
It's a battle royale game, so strategy along with the luck, along with the skills, all together.
PUBG like it's helps us to like it's a very less lag for our phone, comparatively than other games. Helps us to connect with other friends and all.
I like in PUBG that we have complete cooperation between all the teammates. We have made many new friends in the game.
Our expectation is to win the tournament and to show our best gameplay.
My expectation about this tournament is that my team will qualify, my team will rank in top 5, and I hope that we come at first rank and take the chicken dinners of all 5 rounds.
It's a big deal for us to reach till here. Actually, all the teammates are from different cities we met here. Expectations is obviously it will be winning, but reaching top 5 will be better.
We are here to win. We will aim for the first.
We are very good when it comes to Pochinki. We spread terror everywhere when it comes to Pochinki. Like, there are only a few games where we get defeated in Pochinki. It's like we dominate Pochinki. We are the terror. We spread the terror over there. So why not Terrifying Nightmares? So I'll start with the moment where we thought we are going to be knocked out, but luckily we are in the finals now. It's like we were about to go loot the drop. Our car flipped at the last moment. So our car following us started hitting random shots at us. All of us were on low health. Then we somehow managed to escape from there. Planned to stay at Ferry Pyre because people usually don't go there. Planned to go at Ferry Pyre, take shelter. But unfortunately over there was a squad waiting for us. We could see the footsteps on the map, but we weren't very sure where they were. We decided to take cover on the wall fence. And then luckily for them and unfortunate for us, they were waiting outside for us. They weren't in the house. So like we were number 14, so that moment we were like, okay, this is the chance where we could get knocked out of the tournament. The three of us, our parents were okay. But our team member, he is currently preparing for the JEE examination, so it was very difficult for his parents to understand and let him allow. But we are lucky enough so that we could explain everything, and a tournament at such a high stake and everything, with such high response from the crowd and everything, becoming so famous so quick. So his parents were influenced and later on allowed him to come back, so that's a good for us.
Well, that was the team I was waiting to hear from. That was the Terrifying Nightmares, and I mean, it was a theme, and through the questions, there was some hesitation, maybe asking the parents to let them come and play, but I think they've made a good showing here, and they're in a great position to potentially win this match and this overall tournament.
So, shout out to parents there. You can hear the fact that it was like, well, he almost didn't get to come, but finally we managed to sway the parents over.
I'm just imagining how that conversation is going to go. He had to struggle talking his parents into letting him come here. And I'll go home. Hey, Mom, by the way, I need to go to Dubai next month. Is that cool?
That's a different conversation.
Well, okay, let's be honest. You're gonna walk home with a paycheck at that point and be like, hey, here's a check. Is it okay if I go to Dubai and try to do this again? They might be like,
not bad.
Okay, maybe. Pretty good. We'll see.
You know, this is only what I've heard from my friends back home, but I think that certain parents, especially those who are more interested in their studies, aren't really willing to let those things go. So anyways, looking at the leaderboard now, the Nightmares are still holding on. They've got a 600-point lead, and they're in good shape. God's Reign has moved up into third, but they've got Mafia in between them, but only 40 points difference.
It's real close right inside there. You can tell Mafia holding on that second spot, 40 points back behind that, God's Reign, then Squad 99, and then right back behind that we have CSPG, then a little bit more of a gap before Raw and everybody else coming through. But I mean, look, Raw and Hussar, they're only 10 points apart right now. And Ravages and Tornadoes, they're tied.
It's very close in the top half of the leaderboard. And I mean, it's really a matter now of having a good, solid game. The top 5, a big factor. And this is all about Terrifying Nightmares. They have the lead, and this is now the penultimate game. We've got 2 more left to go. They can't have a bad game here if they want to hold on to the lead.
As you said, 2 more left to go. Any of those teams, all the way pretty much the top 8, if you can have a great game like God's Reign just put on, and if Terrifying Nightmares manages to slip up, they could be making a run for first here. Absolutely. Nothing is set in stone.
Nothing, and I mean, this is still what 2 games left to go. Yeah. I mean, Matt, if you're Terrifying Nightmares, what do you change?
At this point, clean up comms, try to make sure that everybody is still on the same game page, no matter what the play is. If it's drop Pachinki, stay near each other. If it's not drop Pachinki, whenever you land, have the fast feet, make sure everybody's in communication.
Communicating such a major factor. Now, if you're Mafia, you're in second place, you have a team right behind you. How do you play? Do you play aggressive? Do you try and just kind of have a calm game? What's your strategy?
I've said it before and I say it again. I think you need to make that transition early. Find yourself a spot towards the center of the circle that's going to be easy to secure for quite some time and try to pick up those kills. You need to climb at this point. It's not enough to just tread water and remain in second place and remain in striking distance. At a certain point, you have to actually strike.
Well, I mean, we're talking about the first 2 teams, naturally, everybody that's in the top 5 quite a bit. But let's be real. This is an emerging esport in this region, and people are ridiculously excited about it. You can hear the audience is going crazy. At this point, if this is something you're contemplating turning into a career, you got to do something to make some fans, you got to get some attention coming your way, and you got to do something big sooner or later. You just can't go silently into the night at this stage.
Great players always perform in a clutch, and right now you have the most clutch of situations, the biggest clutch situation India Esports has ever seen as far as PUBG is concerned. So who is going to come home at the end of this tournament with that clutch player title?
And that's the big question now. Looking at the awards on the screen, there's the overall MVP, the person that has the most kills overall, the most amount of revives. This is no small amount of money. This is big bonuses, and you got to remember that if you're a team already in the lead, that you could be picking some of these up by default, especially if you've been having good games. And for me, there's a couple of aspects that I think are going to play a factor here, and that's who can get the, the most health, the one that has the most kills in the lobby. You can already have a big breakout performance, and that's going to bolster your prize pool.
Well, specifically with the way that we've been seeing people play, where they kind of do that pack mentality and run together and hold these wide angles and just kind of charge in, you end up having a player or two that gets downed in that situation, but you end up netting 4 kills in it. So in that, you can have a good chance on getting the revives and getting the number of kills, while also potentially getting an MVP position if you continue a nice trend moving through this.
These are all nice. The bonuses are great, but I don't think that that's at the top of mind of any of these guys. I think that they're just trying to play their game. They want to get first place. They want to get to Dubai. They want to get that trophy. They want to get that paycheck. Sure. And if they get an additional one on top of that, fantastic. But I don't think we're going to see anybody specifically going out trying to get the most kills in the lobby.
It's an impressive trophy.
Pretty impressive.
I think I've been to so many tournaments now I can't even count them all. That's one of the best trophies I think I've seen.
And the fact that it like raises up out of the crate. That always, like whenever that happened earlier, I was like, all right, I got you.
And if you're talking about having discussions with parents, if you want to have the conversation with Dubai, having that trophy
just
right in front, put it on the coffee table,
first.
be like, is there any other questions you have about my mobile career? It's
Well, Moro pointed this out a second ago with the trophy that's back over there. Apparently, you can take the helmet off and put it on.
I think you can. I think it's actually possible to wear the helmet.
They won't. It's always bad luck to touch trophies beforehand.
Yeah, you can't touch the trophy.
I wonder if that carries over. You know, like different regions have different rules on like what you can and can't do that's bad luck. And one of them is never touch the trophy. But you've seen a couple of people kind of like walk by and be like, "Hey, what's this?" And kind of like give it a glance over. So.
Don't touch it just yet, though.
Yeah.
I don't know if I saw Terrifying Nightmares touching it just yet.
Well, everyone's looking at it, that's for sure. And I mean, at this stage, that's the eyes are on the prize, and we've got 2 more games to go. And we've seen so many different styles of play. But the one thing that's been constant over and over again is how there's always a stage where the blue zone just wipes out a ton of players. So that edge strategy, playing on the edge of the zone, I think it doesn't matter who you are, you have to play better position.
Yeah, you have to watch your timings a little bit better. You can't get in these situations where you end up in these long, drawn-out firefights right as the zone is pushing in, because obviously we've seen it. Even if you come out the victor in the firefight, your whole squad's going to die to blue.
Well, I almost feel that comes back to 2 passive play earlier than that. Like, you can see that a lot of teams are waiting until, oh, the circle's now here, we're about to take damage from the blue, it's time for us to run. But there's 3 squads here. If you've got a little bit more active, sure, you might go out earlier, but then you're not going to die at that stage. So I want to see them come alive a little bit more.
Vehicles. Hold on to your vehicles, teams. You always going to have at least, if you die trying to drive into the safe zone from another team shooting at you, whatever, that's fine.
You would have died walking.
If you die to the blue, that's just terrible.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good. I mean, that's a situation where you just have to be flexible. You have to take a risk sometimes, too. And I think recognizing when to disengage, we've seen multiple times teams get tied up into these long-ranging, long-winded team fights, and it costs them both dearly. They either both die to the blue or you just lose your advantage when you win.
Well, worth noting, we're on the topic of transitioning, getting in the car and taking that run. What did team number 7, God's Reign, do in that last game? They were on the far eastern end of the circle in the blue as the blue was approaching. They all 3 got in a vehicle, crashed right through the middle, managed to make it all the way to the end, and they managed to get the win.
Well, I mean, God's Reign in that round, I think, did a great job of actually setting their own tempo. Like, we saw them trying to make plays around the bridge. We saw them, instead of playing reactionary, choosing to say, okay, no, we're going to try to make a play here. We're going to try to make a play here. And then you have other teams that are just like, we'll just kind of sit here and see what happens. And you can always tell that the teams that are trying to enforce their will on other teams are the ones setting the pace, and in my opinion, usually do the best.
Think about it this way. In 3 games, have we seen one vehicle be exploded from gunfire yet?
I mean, in situations where they're using it from cover, there hasn't been a vehicle wipe.
Not in transit.
Not yet. It's hard to hit a moving vehicle. I mean, it's an aspect of the control scheme where if you're trying to track a vehicle, you probably play on low sensitivity anyway, because that's the only real way you can aim properly, at least in my experience. So tracking a moving vehicle that's moving very quickly, it's next to impossible if they're either at a distance or not right next to you.
And it comes back down to that communication factor. Whenever you have a vehicle that's cutting across, going as fast as it can through a hillside, you have to call out to your teammates, hey, target over here, how far away, and everybody has to try to snap to it as fast as possible. If you don't have those comms, it's real hard. Yeah. So that being said, yes, vehicles are very, very strong in this situation.
Absolutely worth the risk, as long as it's going to keep you from dying to the blue.
Yeah, I mean, again, it hurts the soul. It's deflating. Like the amount of times that we've seen people like running and they're sitting there, they're like looking at another team, and you can see health bars ticking down like, you did this to me, and then they just kind of fall down and die.
Poor Tornadoes lost all 4 of their members to the blue last game. So you just never want to see that happen.
It hurts. All right. So now here we've been kind of talking about who we want to win to a certain degree, but at this stage, I got to say, everybody in the audience, who do you guys want to win? I mean, we've been talking a lot about Nightmares. We've been talking about God's Reign. Are there any other secret teams that you guys are really big fans of? Make sure to let us know. Hop on Twitter, hop on there. If you want to, just shout it out. And make sure to cheer for your teams. That's a big factor of esports, guys. Make sure to let them know that you love them.
Absolutely, and I mean, it was mentioned in one of the interviews is that I think it was what the Terrifying Nightmares players is that they're very quickly becoming and gaining fame, and that's a situation where these guys are students. I mean, they're playing a lot either with their friends or together, but with PUBG Mobile all across the world, it's such a global game and it has such a massive community that people are rising up. I mean, it happens in North America. It's now happening here in India, where these players are gaining notoriety among their schoolmates, their friends, their communities. And that will, I mean, really lead to that career mindset of maybe I can make this a real thing. And with PUBG Mobile, the sky's the limit.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, we're seeing phenomenal prize pools coming in. First events coming through along the lines. This is very telling of what the future could be. And it goes back to that whole, you don't want to walk away from this event. You don't want to be at the very beginning of this and have a bad set. You want to come out of this feeling amazing. But from what it sounds like, I think that we've got something going on over at the stage.
Ready to go, so we'll kick it over for the intro to game number 4. We'll see you guys in game. Get ready.
Red zone will be activated.
right, that trophy at the forefront of everyone's minds, and we are ready for game number 4. Are you in the crowd ready for game number 4?
All right, so coming through, I got the bunny rabbit helmet, but there you go. We can see kind of a cruel plane path, all things considered. This is probably my least favorite plane path to have to deal with. Whenever it goes right over the canal like that, you have to make the choice, south, north. Almost everybody opts into north. Everybody starts trying to stretch as far as they can go, and it's just people stacked all on top of each other. Naturally, if you're one of the teams in the top 5, this is going to be really rough because you're going to have to figure out how you're going to make that modification.
So you can't really tell, but these teams still in transit in the parachutes trying to find a place to call home. We see now a couple of teams opt for the military base. I think now we're starting to see a little bit of a diversion in early game strategy, and now is the time to make those changes. There's only this game and one game afterwards, and this is now, if you're Terrifying Nightmares, if you're the top 5 of that leaderboard, you have to have a good game number 4.
Now you can see Terrifying Nightmares was making the jump towards Pachinki. They did make the land, and then general vicinity circle does pop up. Pachinki is inside the circle, but it looks like there is another squad that's hanging out with them.
This is going to be most likely another military base finish. So looking over to the region like Novo, there's a couple of teams here, Team 13 and 14 landing next to each other in sync, looking to maybe find that early game kill, try and get the upper hand. As moving on to the military base, it's Team 20. They found themselves a good spot. And now, if you're Terrifying Nightmares, you're sticking to the strategy. They're back in Pachinki.
Yep. And they do have the Incredibles that's hanging out with him, causing a little bit of trouble for him. But right now, we're watching over here about Whitebeard's successors. They do have military base to themselves, so it's got a little bit of control. They've got somebody off in the distance over there. It's going to be Chiefs that's holding down another about, I don't know, 400 or 500 meters away from them. So no big rush over there for any form and factor, but no surprise over here next to school. Got a couple of squads that have dropped down, so we are looking over here at Mafia and Never Slow Down.
And the initial shots do come out. There's actually a random member of Team 2.
Yeah, what are you doing?
He doing? Wolverine, what are you doing there? Well, it doesn't matter. He's been spotted. He's going to be the first guy out of the lobby. That's well, actually maybe the second guy out of the lobby, but that's a tough start. Wolverine, what are you doing?
Yeah, causing a little bit of damage to Annihilate right off the get-go. You can see Never Slow Down was like, what is even happening there? Going for a push on it. But now here's where it might be a little bit of a mind game that was unexpected. They got a down and a kill off of that. They might assume if they get 1 or 2 downs on the other side of this, the fight could be over, and not realize that that's an entire 5th man from a different squad.
Speaking of which, we've got Team 16. This is one squad that's been having a bit of a rough go, but they're sharing some real estate. Team 8 right next door. Hisar is there. They're in that top end of the leaderboard. You have to be mindful of Hisar's capabilities, and it looks like for Team 16, they're going to back right off.
Yeah, no surprise on that. They were already starting to get pushed away. Naturally, if you drop on Georgia Pool, you want to hit the apartment areas, you want to hit the duplexes that are just right next to the little bay area, and they couldn't make an encroach on that, so they just backed off, hopped in a vehicle. Again, 2 rounds left. You don't want to do anything too terribly risky in this round, specifically a fight in Georgia Pool that's nowhere near the safe zone.
Absolutely. Now, looking at the way the map has set itself up, we are expecting another military-based circle. So for teams like 4, 14, and 13, they've got the right idea. They're already centering early. It's in their designated loot spot, but for now, I think that they're sitting pretty comfortably, similar with the 2 teams in the military base, that's Team 20 and I believe Team 2 or Team 4. They're feeling good. And if you're on the northern edges, that's where I think most of the pressure is going to mount. That's where those team fights are going to start happening early. We have not seen any initial action from Terrifying Nightmares in Pachinki, so it looks like maybe that early game pressure is starting to be alleviated.
Yeah, it's just a matter of kind of surviving through the initial onslaught. If you can kind of show a little bit of dominance over there. But I got to say, there's a lot of stuff going on around school. And remember, that's not inside the safe zone as of yet. We do have a little bit of stuff that's going over next to Rajak. Actually, no, Pachinki.
This is Pachinki.
Yep,
this is Terrifying Nightmares. We're joining them here. They are staying relatively close together as a squad. And that was something we talked about during the analyst segment, is just talking about how in the early game, if you're Terrifying Nightmares, you have to stay together. You can't allow one man to get picked off and then lose that advantage. And now it looks like they have Pachinki all to themselves.
Now we're starting to see it get a little bit more feisty over here as we got Team 12, Never Slow Down, hanging out over here next to Mafia. They're doing a little bit of pushing back and forth, but notice that we do have one player of Mafia, Squad Sin, up in that upper area, taking a couple of pot shots down. But a little bit of action happening around the yellows right now as we got Squad 9, that's going to be Incredibles, doing a little bit of a fight that's going to be over there with Executioners.
He's got a bit of an angle. He's got one down and finished. This is Kill Me 009. He's looking for more. He's got two enemies at his back. One's going to breach the corner. He's been spotted! And that's the end of that. That's the first team out of this game.
Kill Me Now, living up to it. Go ahead and
Yep.
getting killed right there. That's got to be the worst time to have that name on the
Wish
face
granted.
of the earth.
Wish granted.
You got exactly what you wanted, just not how you wanted it. So, all right, back over here in the school area, you can kind of see these guys holding each other off again. Not really have the capabilities to do a hard press at the time.
I think they do. We've seen NSD do this in the past. I think they've done a couple of hard pushes, and maybe they're starting to think, are we going to make this happen? And meanwhile, we have Raw. He's got one down, and they're looking for a quick finish. It looks like we have seen our first vehicle death happen here, and that's going to be a quick finish off as CSBG is going to lose one. The loot going to Raw.
Just charging over there, going to grab the loot real quick, and it's going to kind of dictate a little bit what could be happening around military base. There's a couple of squads that were thinking about setting up a bridge camp, but instead opted away for it at a certain point. We do have Squad 1, that's going to be Squad 6-9, that's kind of posted up on the northern part of it. Now finally getting a little bit of a skirmish around military base, and this isn't surprising, given how safe this zone is inside.
Well, I mean, this is now a battle for dominance over a very good spot. So between these two teams, they're in the barracks area of the military base. This is kind of a situation where you trade a lot. Now, we've already seen one player go down and be rezzed. This is the Chiefs we're looking at now. They're looking across the way, maybe looking to find an advantage, but if these fights are not decisive, Matrim, they can cost you later on.
Well, the whole time this is going on, keep in mind these squads are caught up and fighting with each other. They're bypassing all information on what's going on around them, and they're at a central hub where a lot of people are going to want to drop at. Meanwhile, you can end up with a little bit of, I guess, tunnel vision that kind of occurs. The next thing you know, there's a squad right on top of you,
NSD.
as we're seeing now. Finally, NSD coming alive.
They want to make a push here. They've made a play into the apartments across the way. It looks like it's mixed action. We're trying to figure out who will come out on top. And this looks like it might be NSD. Yeah, they're being run out of town. There's only one player left. Vampire, they've lost this push. They got aggressive, and it cost them.
Looks like they opted into trying to charge up those stairs. And yeah, we're popping in now. And just a great defense on the stairs coming out from the Mafia boys as they only lose one inside of it. And look, Vampire's having to run at this stage.
NSD's
Lost
in trouble.
all of his teammates. He's got near on no life at this stage. Just a couple of bandages to work with. He's just trying to get out of here and just survive. He just wants to make it in the safe zone.
That's a frustrating start for a team. I encouraged it, but it didn't go their way. Rejoining, I think we're in Georgia poll now. We have Team 8 and Team 16 still kind of looking at each other. And now they're far outside the zone. The circle now closing.
Yep.
We talked about this in the last couple of games, and it's been a factor throughout this tournament, how waiting too long outside these zones can cost you. And this is going to be blue damage coming to one or two of these teams.
Well, it comes down to vehicle control at this stage. Can you get any form of control over a vehicle and get out in a safe fashion? Because naturally, if just one team can do it, the other team will just immediately move as well. But at the direct time, you can kind of see off in the distance,
got the
there's a
vehicles,
UAZ. Yeah, they've got themselves a vehicle to work with, but they're just not opting in to move. And this can be extremely frustrating if you're the team that's wanting to get out but don't have access to the vehicles because you feel trapped by this other team.
Speaking of which, we have two other teams. This is down in the southern portion of the map. This is Team 11 and Team 17. They're also outside the zone, and the blue is closing. You can see it on your screen. And they've got vehicles to move with, so for TNW, they're going to be kind of left holding the bag as it's going to be Team 17 getting around and away from them.
Looks like they were doing a little bit of a skirmish around, but finally we're starting to see something break out between Whitebeard Successors and Chiefs, as we do have one of the members from Whitebeard Successors, Squad 20, now down on the outside wall, should be able to res, but you can see Chiefs starting to get a little shark-like, trying to hunt around. They smell blood in the water, and they're trying to find it. Chiefs coming to that outside wall.
Ooh, doesn't want to go for it. The defense is on one side. He doesn't see him coming. He's not going to be able to get all the shots landing. He's got a sliver of life. Oh, they will trade.
They exchange. So with this, you can see God Among Kings still up and alive, can potentially get back over towards Name. Got to get the res, going to go ahead and finish it off. And Shiha's back over there with Chiefs. He looks like he was going to go on an outside flank, but got pushed back. So that left a teammate all by his lonesome.
That's maybe some miscommunication happening with the Chiefs. It looks like they were going to go out as two. There was a trade available, but it just lost, and now Shiha's going to have to back away and run. Him being the last man standing of his squad, this is looking like Team 20 is going to wrestle control of this area of the military base.
So you can see at this stage, they do have a lot of control over the area, but you gotta say Uchiha can survive. Sure, Chiefs member, last member surviving at the direct time, but there are plenty of hidey holes around this area, and we do see that most likely the safe zone is going to shift towards this area. But we'll have to see kind of how that plays out. Now he's all by his lonesome. If he has to do a hard shift towards the north, he could be in a world of hurt, as there's not a lot of good ways to make it through, and just kind of hanging out on the bridge now.
This is Team 14. They've got the bridge, not necessarily camp set up, but they're on the bridge nonetheless, and they're going to back this thing away. They're actually pretty close to the center of the play zone, and that's kind of an advantage now. So they're going to maybe try and take that very important southern compound, but it's already been occupied. They have, I believe that's Team 13 right in front of them. So for Team 14, they've got to be careful, try and skirt away and out of harm's way from Team 13.
So many teams still right now inside the blue. Sure, it's an early circle, so it doesn't hurt a lot, but we've seen a lot of teams be entirely out of meds late.
Yep.
You don't want to burn through those resources at this stage. Next up, here comes the gamble. Oh, yeah, look at this. Just driving out on the boat. Just kind of making their way out here. Again, burning through a lot. Look at how many resources they have. They have a couple of bandages. They have one energy drink and one painkiller, and they've got essentially about a kilometer to go at this stage. That could be really, really bad for them because they're going to have to burn through so much stuff.
They should be able to make the next play zone without losing anybody, but they're going to be coming in a weakened state. We saw last game how many players got taken out of a boat fairly easily by one player, and they're going to be coming in, I think, around 50% HP, depending on who can get bandages and who has meds. But it's just going to be one of those situations where you're using already very short medical supplies super early, and you said it yourself, that's going to be a factor later on. So we have seen a circle shift, and that's going to increase the blue damage these guys are taking as well.
They should be able to make it in right here, but it's kind of curious to see where the safe zone is going to come up and pop up for them. Where's the next rotation that everybody's going to have to make their way to? They do manage to make it over and instantly start medding up. Meanwhile, back behind them, we do have Team Nowhere riding around on their jet ski. They should be able to make it in, but it might be a little close.
He's even in worse shape. He's got less health. The zone has done increased damage, and there's so many players of his team still behind in the blue. This is a bad zone, and look at this. We've got Team 18 and Team 8 tangled up. It looks like Team 18's definitely got the upper hand. There's a bunch of dead bodies on the ground, down bodies on the ground.
Terrifying Nightmares continuing to live up to their name. They will not relent, and you can see
look at
somebody
this guy
trying to come through. It's going to be the guys from Hisar coming through, trying to see if maybe they could get a run over, get something out of it.
It's not going to happen.
He's playing around the tree perfectly. That's what you want to do whenever you hear the vehicles come in. Just make sure that they can't hit you. If they try to make any type of play based off of it, they're just going to slam into the tree side. But you can see 8 in a world of trouble right now, and Hisar have been having a good couple of rounds, doing well on the leaderboard. Now this is going to be really bad for them.
I'm not sure what happened here, but you got to remember that Torpedo is outside in the blue taking damage. He's going to finish these guys off. He's got a vehicle to work with, but he's not really sure what's happening. So this is actually guys going down to the blue zone. I don't think that was attributed to anybody, just a one kill going to him. So for Torpedo, he's got a vehicle to work with and a couple of kills now, and he can rejoin his squad, or at least give them a lift on the way to the play zone, which is centering around that Pachinki area. And look at this, TNW taking so much damage, Matt.
Yeah, they've been out here for so long. There was Roach that was up ahead of them that was inside the jet ski. It's kind of scouting out. You can kind of see making his way in.
Are they out of gas?
Guys?
They might be out of gas or maybe having to stop, maybe some panic setting in. Looked like Swag was pretty low health.
Meanwhile, Torpedo back over here with his stolen buggy, just going to go pick up some friends. Got a little bit of more of a skirmish that's happening. Again, it's going to be Whitebeard's successors under a little bit of pressure, this time from Raw down on Military Base Island. They do have control over this, and we talked about it. Circle's collapsing here, so this is going to be where a lot of little bitty firefights are going to happen at.
So there's kind of a now percolating this fight. They're looking at each other, the two barracks right next to each other, trying to maybe find an angle, try and get that initial down, which would be super important as it always is. And it looks like that's going to go to Raw, and the push immediately starts. They're going to come out, try and get an angle, and look, they're all forming up. They have the advantage. They're going for it. They're pushing on the low side. They want to follow up with the grenade. It's going in the top window. This is great teamwork coming. Raw gets a nade in the window. Will it be effective? Maybe, maybe not. We'll see what happens. It explodes. I think it will take one down, I believe, as now the breach is full underway. The shots come out, and now Raw is looking to try and press the action.
Whitebeard under a lot of pressure right now. They're just trying to hold that stairwell. A reload coming out at a terrible time. So now he's having to secure this.
Got one down.
Does get a nice spray on Awadu, so he's going to get that down. And look at this, just trying to capitalize off of it, trying to make sure that he doesn't get any form of retaliation coming back. But
Raw is losing this.
They lost hard.
They lost 3 players. They're all in the down state. And Hirsch has just got to leave. He's got to run away. That's Harsh, excuse me.
go over there and mop up the last couple of kills, get the loot based off of it. And I gotta say, it's almost like a loot delivery system now coming out for Whitebeard's successors. This is gonna be great for them, but they're still playing it a little antsy. They don't want to overextend for it, so they don't know where that last player went.
Yeah.
So that last player is kind of running off by himself and running right next to another squad.
Oh, that's unfortunate, as I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but I thought that was his teammate, regardless. Oh no, they found the last player, I believe. That was CSPG maybe picking up Harsh on the way through, so that was that was an unfortunate turn of events. I think that was really God Among Kings. That was his play. He held that angle and he did quite well with it.
A couple of pot shots now coming back over towards Tornadoes. You can see they're kind of holding down location just outside of Novo. We do have several squads that are still trying to make their way in. Finally, we do have Squad 7. That's going to be God's Reign, having left Yasnaya in no form of rush.
Looking here, they've got smokes down. They're trying to get around, but they're getting lots of pressure. That is a lot of shots coming their way. God's Reign out in the blue still. The circle is closing, and that is along the military island. Of course, that's the case. And now we have Team 18 coming along the bridge. That's Terrifying Nightmares, the current point leader. They're going to make a fairly easy entry into the zone.
Now, one thing to note is look at the positioning coming out from Team 6-9, our Squad 1. The blue ones, you can see kind of the arrows moving around right now. They're in a great spot with a lot of high ground positioning. So if they have the aim, they can really force a lot of awkward rotations or potential downs based off of their location. So it all depends. If they can secure the shots, if they can scare people away, they can really force other teams to fight each other.
Interior position being held now. Team 19's got, oh, look at this. He's got a line. Autocratic. He's going to jump out, maybe try and get some shots onto this vehicle. He's going to go in the prone position. He's got the SMG at the ready, but they're going to veer off, and that's a missed opportunity, unfortunately, for Autocratic. And F4 is having a swim from the looks of it.
That's Fantastic Four swimming with one of the last remaining members from Team Hussar.
Yep.
So they're all just kind of swimming around each other, like at this point, like, hey, what's going on, guys?
This isn't one of ours, I don't think.
I wonder how long it took them. They were swimming along, and they were like, wait, who is this dude?
Vasu taking a couple of ticks of drowning damage, rejoining Team 2 and Team 19. Now, Team 2, I think, was forced to stop by Autocratic, and now they've got a bit of a three-way team fight happening. Team 2 in the middle of it all. Autocratic holding a wide flank position, but is all by himself as far as I can see, as the rest of his teams are still in Novo, and we're going to get a hard shift to the north, and that's going to include the water on the channel between the main island and the military base, and this is suddenly looking very good for Team 5.
I gotta say, if you're one of the swimmers at this stage, you just feel blessed.
Yep.
You were out there feeling like there was no way you can make any form of landfall. Circle shifts back over to you. Potentially now you can kind of storm the beach, get a little bit more control, and that's gonna be another member of Annihilate gets spotted out. So Autocratic does get knocked down in retaliation, but Annihilate managing to stay alive, but now there's just one member off to the outside of this. So how is he going to make a play?
Looking now, oh, look at this. We have a bunch of people making landfall at once. It's Team 5. They have the zone and the advantage. F4 is looking like they're going to make a Normandy landing here. It's going to be very difficult for them. I'm not sure if they're aware of the fact that there's a team waiting for them in the wings. They've got all members in the zone, and they're trying to make a way. But look at this. The machine gun is set up and ready. They've got nowhere to go. They only have a boat to hide behind. This is not looking good. The boat goes up in smoke. And for F4, they're trapped out in the water. There's nowhere for them to go. This is looking good for Team 5.
Great game awareness right now from the guys from Excellency. They know the fact that people might have to be swimming across. They're just going to spread out a little bit, get control over this beachhead, move to the cover points, and just not let anybody have easy access on this. You can see, if you try to come up that beach, you're just going to get sprayed down. And I got to say, yeah, they're just hunting angles. They know that they're trapped back behind that boat. But remember, there is one member from Team Hussar that's kind of hanging out on the outside of this that might sneak back over to this.
He's out in the water. He's just having a little vacation out there. There he is.
Yeah, just floating around.
He's just chilling. So that's going to be it for F4, really. If they can get an angle and try and find a way to get some shots onto them, they're going to have no real opportunity to return fire. But Team 5 also, guess what, has a crate landing right next to them.
Just more and more blessings at this stage. I do have to say, though, if you're Team Hussar fans, you got to be really excited to see how Excellency moved to that beachhead, because that really stalled Fantastic Four moving forward.
Hey,
it's going to
how
stop
are
him. Hey, just popping back up. I love it. Just
there it is, F4.
Oh, yeah.
They're in
It's
trouble.
starting to get pretty rough here. It's literally shooting fish in a barrel at this stage.
Yeah, there's nowhere for them to go, and F4 has not been having a good day, and it looks like that's going to continue.
Ace Knuckle just hiding behind the remnants of the boat at this time. Now, he could potentially pop up and hit some type of play, but I wouldn't be surprised. He's just on damage control. We're at 18 teams still alive.
Well, there's a factor, Matchroom, is that when you're in the water and you die like that, it's an instant kill. So maybe Junior Panther assumes that there's nobody left.
This could be true, all depending on how he plays it. You can see that they did a full retreat off of it. Maybe they didn't keep track of the numbers. That's really, really important on these stages of the game.
Looking at Team 10, still making their way across. They're still in the water, but they've got the zone, but they've got Team 7 right above them. You have to wonder, did God's Reign spot them in the zone? God's Reign, the winners from last game. And the story now, look at Team 18. That's Terrifying Nightmares. They've got the perfect center position. They had no issues. And now they have 4 strong in the mid game, and that's something that was a major factor in their first 2 victories.
Speaking of, we got our guys living in the shack life at this point. You can say way off in the distance, going to be Divinish from Annihilate. Annihilate's been kind of, lack of a better term, annihilated. They've been separated since the beginning of this game. Remember, we saw a drop coming in over next to the apartments area that just kind of gave them a very early casualty, and they've been playing off of a back foot since. But finally, we do have Mafia that's made landfall, but right next to him, like you were talking about, it's going to be God's Reign waiting. And again, they're riding a high right now after that last win.
Well, they brought their teammates across the bridge, and it looks like it's going to be Team 10 starting the engagement. God's Reign taking the low flank on that hill. They have a ridge to work with. They should be able to get around here and try and put some defense up.
But see, they're shooting back up at a different squad. Yeah, I was going to say, God's Reign is not, that isn't even who they were popping shots at.
Yeah, well, God's Reign is actually shooting at Team 10. I mean, now they've lost their positional advantage, and now they have no cover either. They're stuck in the zone. This is now looking terrible for Team 10. They're going to try and make the way in, but God's Reign has them completely zoned. They have all the angles, and there's the next shift. It's dead center, and this is looking great for Terrifying Nightmares, but right now it's all about God's Reign. They're taking shot after shot, and look at this. Kilme's got nowhere to go, and down he will go, and that's going to be another couple of kills coming onto a team that needs them.
God's Reign, look at this, just holding a beautiful position, great awareness. They heard the shots, instantly spun back around it, but naturally there still is a member of Team Mafia still up and alive.
He's on the bridge with them. He's a norther on the bridge.
I believe he's right down below them, isn't he?
Yeah. Oh, he's under.
He's swimming right down below him, just kind of watching this.
Sorry, team, you had your chance.
Oh, the joys of water circles and kind of floating out there. But everybody's playing for position. That's one of the reasons why we do still have 17 teams up and alive at this stage. A lot of people are kind of making a play out inside the water, but there's not a lot of water inside this next safe zone. Even our boy Vespura that's been hanging out there for so long is eventually going to have to make landfall, and we still have Excellency holding that beachhead.
This is not looking good for them, but for God's Reign, this is playing well. And look at this, we have an interior fight happening. It's Team 11 getting shot to pieces. That was Champ, I believe, getting the initial kill, and that's coming, from across the way. Team 1, they've had, I think, a bit of a rebound after their initial troubles in game number 1 and game number 2. And Swag is still on the move, but he's got near on no health.
Champ's been doing a great performance inside these rounds. We've seen a couple of little issues here and there from Team 6-9, but Champ has just been a strong performer in all things considered. So still up and alive, does have a duo partner that he can kind of make some plays based around. But you can see, it's right now, this is the topic. We've got Squad 18. Due up in the center. They have themselves a building. A little bit of shots going back and forth, but it's hard.
I think they've got one down, actually.
Yeah,
They're going to have to get a res. So now if you're Team 4, you know who's across the street from you if you've been paying attention. And there it is. Avi's holding that wide angle with the 4x scope. He's got the angle set up properly, and he's looking for a headshot. He lands, one, maybe two. Oh, the smoke is down, and that was really close. The follow-up coming from the teammates.
But here's the problem with that. You're throwing down the smokes. The problem that we were seeing where we had...
They could push off that smoke.
Yeah, they can push off the smoke because you don't want to run across that road.
Right.
Now CSP, they have everything down. They can make that cross.
I'm wondering, actually, if it's going to be Terrifying Nightmares making the push because they have all firing angles completely smoked off for CSPG, but I think the factor there is they still have maybe unknown variables and other teams hanging around.
Devinish, if you're the last person alive and you get a crate with the ghillie suit.
You might as well. But you've got lots of pressure coming this way. Yeah. CSPG with that long angle takes him down. Nice looking shots, and that'll prevent him from getting that crate loot, so they'll have to keep a mental note of that. And after this fight is decided, look at this, God Reign. They've had a push, but they're getting picked apart. They're stuck in the vehicle. Poro, your analyst is on point, but maybe this is going to become false. This is a potential vehicle wipe happening now for God's Reign, the winners from last game.
Well, it goes back into opting into 2 different vehicles. God's Reign, I think that they're just down to 1 at this stage. Sure, you can grab the vehicle and you can make the cross, but there was just too much stuff going on, and that's going to be God's Reign going down.
Wow, that's an unfortunate turn of events, but back here with CSPG, it is Terrifying Nightmares. They don't want to let this thing go quietly. They want those kill points. CSPG has lost Ted already. He's down and out of this game. It's a 4v3 situation, but there's other factors in play. The other one being that the circle has shifted away from both of these teams, and we're headed south.
Yeah, we're down towards the south. We still have Terrifying Nightmares inside the safe zone. It's going to be a predominantly hill battle, and a lot of these squads are going to have to push right next to where we have CSPG posted up at and Terrifying Nightmares.
Ace Knuckles in an interesting spot here. He's got a full squad sitting in a UAZ right on top of him. He has a play here, but is he willing to make it? He's so far from the zone. He's got such a long run. And it looks like for this squad, they're not going to want to make this vehicle push either.
Well, we got to remember, Ace Knuckle is all by his lonesome right now. It's not the Fantastic Four so much as it's the Fantastic One. He's just trying to bide his time, but like you're talking about, there's no good cross, and he's so late in this, he's just going to be running through a hail of bullets. Meanwhile,
it's going to be the zone at his back as well. We've only got a couple of seconds before the circle begins to shift once again, and Team 19 on foot, on the way. They're running right into the welcoming hands of Champ and team number 1. This is looking good for Team 6-9.
Look at how many teams are playing edge. Nobody's opting into moving towards the actual hills.
Right.
So that means that we're just going to have a congestion of players all just popped up in touching distance of each other. So we might see some hard pushes coming out. 38 people still alive at this point, but it's just playing from cover piece to cover piece.
So the shots are coming out Team 19, trying to put pressure on a long distance shots on the Team 17, but all that's doing is notifying team number 1, that's 6-9, that there's a player right in front of them. That's the dead body right there. I believe we've left that crate untouched, unfortunately, and that's outside the play zone. Team 5 right there behind it, maybe looking to try and make a play and grab that loot. But now the circle, this is another situation where they're maybe waiting a little bit too long. That circle is going to start closing and closing fast. And here we go. This is a situation where there's so many players outside the zone. They haven't made a decision on what they want to do. Team 1, Team 6-9 being one of them. Look at those shots coming in from behind. It's Team 19. They've surprised them totally. Champ is going down. And it's going to be Team 19 and Team 11 in tandem. But the zone is now on top of them. They're stuck outside.
Everybody's just doing the hard run right now, and you can see it's so fast. The blue is just trying to collapse as fast as possible. There is a UAZ. Can they make it to it? Can they survive this push? Because look how much tick damage is coming in through here. We've got Team 19, Team 11 is just on the outside of it. 11 finally goes down, and it's just time to go at this stage. Don't wait on your boys. Come on, we got to
make it.
He's not going to live
They
anyway.
waited too long.
You got to go.
They're not going to make it. They're not going to make it. It's so close.
Oh, he gets shot out of it right there towards the end of it. Everybody's just trying to drive into this last little bit of safety. As you can see off in the distance, one member of Team 11 is still alive, but this is turning up roses if you're a fan of Terrifying Nightmares.
This is looking great, and this is all positional awareness. They've done it time and time again. They've taken the strong position, and now they have a team right on top of them. Team 19 has arrived, and they spot him. That's a one-shot landing, but so did the med, and that's a team on the inside. That's Team 4. It's Rashad. He's trying to get around, trying to find an angle, but he's just not getting it. He's going to go down, and that's Team 4 getting another kill. This is looking good for CSPG. The res coming out, and the finish now as well.
They do have control over this area. The circle is probably going to shift somewhere a little bit further away from them. They're hoping for a hard shift at this point. Now it's all about angles. You can see the guys from Tornado. They're just trying to see if they can spot anything, if they can capitalize off this, any long-range shots. Everybody's making the switches over the DPs, trying to get the angles off of it. But look, it's just players everywhere. We still have 22 alive with 10 teams. That means there's a ton of solos and duos just hiding out.
Well, not to mention the circle again getting ready to shift. There's only 20 seconds before the next run comes, and so many are outside the play zone. This could be one of those circles where the zone takes so many lives. Look, almost everyone aside from Terrifying Nightmare, CSPG, and the remnants of Team 19 are outside the zone, and they're all having to run from the same direction. It's mutually assured destruction if you're on the southeast side.
Yeah, the southeast area of this circle is just going to be covered in people as they're making the approach. The front runner right now is going to be Team 13, but we've got Team 20 that's back behind it, and look at all of these solos that are coming through. Remember, this is going to be Whitebeard. This is where they were. This is their home. They started off in military base, and they've been slowly pushing through it. But it's just too late. Again, too late. You have to move faster than that. You're just allowing so much damage to go over to the blue zone.
16 is in the worst spot now, and they're getting downs on the outside of the zone. Meanwhile, Terrifying Nightmare still with 4 up. They're just going to be able to clean this up from the edge. They have a pretty clear line of sight, but look at this. It's SQ9. They've got a little bit of an angle. They're trying to tick one at a time. Team 13 is getting the worst of it, and now Team 16 haven't made the zone. He's got the shots lined up. He wants it, but they're going to move just out of line of sight. That's Nova just skirting away. Meanwhile, Team 20 at the low side of the hill, they've got vision as well. So if you're SQ9, you maybe have some decisions to make.
It's a lot of shots going back and forth, but it looks like Squad 99 has drawn a little bit too much attention towards themselves, trying to bandage up. I think that might be his last one. Yes, so now it's all just about aim and survival. Meanwhile, Reses are going off on the other side. We still have 2 members right now. We've got God Among Kings still alive on that side of it, 2 members over here, but I think it's just coming down to health bars. We were talking about this. Everybody took so much damage off of really late rotations, early game. Look, no meds remaining, but some nice shots coming out from Squad 99.
Come
they
on.
do not want to go down
One
yet.
more. Oh, not going to happen.
He was trying to get it. So with this, you can start to see it's starting to get really, really explosive and terrifying. Nightmares just has line of sight. If they step out of any angle, they can see someone.
The nades coming out now. I think the utility down once again. I'm not sure if CSPG is trying to defend or if they're trying to be aggressive. Looks like they're just checking to make sure no one's sneaking around outside their hut. But look at that. It's Matrix actually putting pressure on a terrifying Nightmares. He's the last man standing from his squad, his teammates in the down state. And that's going to be a long run for him. He's got a little bit of cover to work with, but he's got guys on his flank as well, Matchroom.
All right, now here we go. We talk about, sure, sometimes you get circle favor. Terrifying Nightmares did get granted the circle, but look, everybody is beaten in on them. There are squads positioned all around them. Any window that they peek from is just going to have bullets coming from it. Sure,
Here
there's a lot of
comes
souls
the zone.
coming through, but can they make the run through? You can see last member standing for Team
no,
17,
on the
trying to
edge
hit
of
the
the
shots.
zone. Coming back to it
Connect on
now,
one
one
of them.
goes down. He's got another one in his sights, and the spray comes down. He's looking for the
missing.
final shot. He misses
Can't quite
one after
connect.
the other. It's not going to happen. He's getting pressure from the interior of the buildings.
Spins
Terrifying
it.
Nightmares gets one down. He's going for it, but the zone's at his back as well. There's so much damage coming his way. Terrifying Nightmares loses one quickly, and just like that, he's going to survive for just a little bit longer.
And he manages to make landfall right next to him. So you can see there are 2 solos around. Make that one.
Wow.
But does get a little bit of retaliation damage down. Does get one of the members of Terrifying Nightmares down at the direct time. Matrix is still holding that outside angle behind that rock. But look, it's Squad 17 Bear right there. Just biding his time.
He might get that res on the interior of the building, and they've got the zone. The Molly's in.
Molly's going
The Molly's
through.
inside. That's right on top of everybody.
Everybody's
They're trying
on
to
fire.
res. They're on fire. They have to move. There's nothing they can do. And just
the
like that,
spray
there's
coming
more
up from
coming out.
Matrix.
Matrix is going for it. Terrifying Nightmares is on the ropes. They had the advantage, but it's slipping away. Matrix now has 2 left to kill, and the spray comes out. They're going for it so hard. If you're Matrix, you have to make a play. If there's more nades in the bag, you have to go to it.
You're the last member standing. Keep in mind, it's just the members from
going
Nightmares still
straight
up
in.
and alive. He's going for the
He's
charge.
going right in.
Takes a little bit of damage. Is he going to hit the sprays as he steps forward?
Oh,
A lot of bullets
not
on the
gonna
outside.
happen.
And that's going to be another round win for Terrifying Nightmares.
Look at those faces. They got to feel good. They had their opponents right at their feet the whole time. That was a lot of management happening for Terrifying Nightmares. There's so many pressure coming from so many angles. Not a lot of kills, however, through that round, but another decisive victory for Terrifying Nightmares.
Now the big factor on that, not a lot of kills. So sure they get the position points, but there were a lot of really active fighters there at the end. I gotta say, Baron at the end of that coming through, 5 kills by himself. Only person on his team coming up really big there. Matrix trying to make the solid play, but I gotta say, CSPG, they've been doing such a good job. They're consistently performing in the top 5, and they're netting themselves some kills. That time they got themselves 8.
Yeah, that was a tremendous finish there, especially for Terrifying Nightmares. They were, I mean, they were being assaulted from all angles, and they had the position, and that's been the key for them. Playing the position, taking the position, whatever you need to do, it's so important, and they've done that again with another victory. But you said it yourself, Baron, with 5 kills, the only person with kills on his team, that was a terrific run by him at the very end of that game.
Yeah, he was so influential on that. If we could have potentially seen Matrix move just a touch faster there, Poro, oh my God, we might have seen something totally different.
Matrix and Baron tried so hard for the hero play on both sides, perfectly timing it. They knew exactly when to go in, and just a little bit off, but Terrifying Nightmares. I mean, what can you say about the formula? Take compound, hold compound, question marks, profit.
You know what?
Just take whatever center.
It's a tried and true trope of PUBG.
Yeah.
It's been take that good position and defend it as best you can, and that's been the key for them. They're pulling it off. They're executing it masterfully. Other teams should be taking note.
Well, I mean, we've been saying it over and over again. It's like we're hitting our head up against a wall. Dive center, take a compound, hold that compound for as long as you can. And Terrifying Nightmares is doing it, and it's paying off. I mean, that's 3 wins on the day.
The edge game is just killing too many people. The blue is just decimating them.
I
They
mean,
have to get ahead of the curve.
If I see Tornadoes die to Blue Zone one more freaking time,
that's
I'm just
Tarandos.
gonna go up. Tarandos. I'm gonna go up there. I'm gonna go up there and have a talk with them. So look, it's not working out, guys.
Yeah,
Blue
stop.
Zone.
It's not your friend. Stop touching the stove.
Yeah, it's just at some point you got to break away. Now that being said, we also did see Whitebeard's successors have a good, strong performance inside that round. They managed to survive for quite a while, managing to net themselves 5th place. They've been kind of quiet. They've been very active in the early game, but not necessarily the strongest towards late game. Finally, we saw them really survive for quite a while.
So now the question stands. Terrifying Nightmares has done so much. They've won 3 out of 5 games. It's going to be a big lead.
Yeah.
I mean, at this stage, they have to be feeling so good about their chances to win the whole thing.
Well, I think it also is starting to come down to, do we get a third winner? Like, I mean, God's Reign's been very strong in their performance in there. Let's be honest, Terrifying Nightmares.
Not a lot of room, is there?
They're being pretty dominant. So do we get a third winner coming in, or do we potentially see one of those two come back and get another round victory?
I think.
How did Mafia do last game?
Mafia?
Yeah, because they were the second place team, right? So, I mean, if I don't see them in the top 8, so that's going to be a big problem for them. They were the closest. So
and God's Reign.
I think it's going to be Terrifying Nightmares, CSPG, God's Reign, and then God's Reign isn't there either. So really, this is looking like it might be not a foregone conclusion, but this is going to be a situation where if you're anywhere in the top 5, you have to have a great last game.
Well, I gotta say, I know we've talked about a whole bunch of different stuff. That Molotov throw from Baron,
yeah,
it was so beautiful.
Awesome.
It was so beautiful. Awesome. But I think that we actually are set and ready to do another interview with Terrifying Nightmares.
I believe so,
but
yeah.
We got to continue to pick their brain.
We'll kick it back over to the stage with, I believe, Terrifying Nightmares once again.
All right, guys, make it louder!
What an electrifying comeback by Terrifying Nightmares. They're actually being a nightmare to all the other players out there. Make some noise for them!
Woo!
So quickly
you guys were looking very stressed when you lost the last game. So now you're back to the place where you belong. I'm sure you guys had a lot of things to talk to each other. Yeah? We want to hear them all. Do we want to? So let's hear the players who have just won the game talk to each other. Whatever you guys having a conversation, please continue.
Come
Let
on,
the
let's
whole
go for
world
it.
watch that. Let your emotions flow right now.
I'd like to know what were your views, because I was knocked out. Both of you were alive for the last person. Both of us were knocked out because of the Molotov. What were your views on that? Because you all were the sole survivors of our team.
I seriously thought that we are going to lose the game because of the Molotov. Whoever that guy was, great Molotov. But we survived, and this guy had full health. So
because of that only I charged from right side.
He did a great job in the last game. He was the MVP, the real MVP, if you go to see. And everything went great. Last game was disappointing, but we have to learn from our mistakes.
The third game, obviously, because we wanted the match number 3 also there, hoping to add the 5 there, and if not, hoping to take the trophy away.
Yeah.
Awesome. So is it important to stay in the safe zone or to kill your enemies? I want to know from this team, definitely.
I'll give you one example which happened to me in the game, whether or not it was displayed. So we didn't have a car. We only had buggy, which only takes 2 members. I had to go fetch for a car. I was outside the zone. A buggy was just chasing me with 2 people. I was alone. So they hit me with 2 shots. I didn't know what to do. I just jumped out of the buggy and just knocked them both, and they died because of the play zone anyways.
So you guys are playing as a team and winning as a team together. I think they deserve another big round of applause, guys.
Come on,
Make
everybody.
it louder.
Come on, show some love.
PUBG Mobile, presented by OPPO F9 Pro, is going super crazy. And we're going to see you on the other end of the match. Let's see what the victory says. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Please take back to your seats. Thank you.
You guys stay tuned, because we've got the 5th round, the final round, who will decide who will be the India's first ever PUBG Mobile Campus champion.
Any guesses, guys? Any guesses? Can I hear you louder? All right, keep your guesses alive. We're going to bring the winner right after the 5th match. And over to the ad. And we will see you on the other side of the break. Thank you.
Thank you.
OPPO Selfie Expert.
All right, well, we are almost there at the very final game. I am WTF Moses, joined for the last game with Matra and Poro. We have seen one team take a massive lead, and they now have victory in sight, but it's about staying composed, making sure that they can stay strong headed into the last game.
Yeah, the hosts were asking if there was any guesses as to who the champion might be. Everybody was kind of like,
it's pretty good.
I think Terrifying Nightmares might have a shot at this.
Might have a decent shot, all things considered. They're feeling pretty good. You can see whenever they're sitting there talking about, like, I love the way that they're even talking to each other. Like, hey, so give us some thoughts at the end of it.
I was dead.
You told me I was dead. Like,
dead.
I love the fact that they can just like be jovial with each other about
I've
stuff
been
like
there.
that.
Like, I don't know. I was getting a coffee at the time. So anyway, as far as their team play is concerned, they had some pressure coming their way. And looking back at the last game, there was a lot of different interesting moments. This was a team wipe early in the game. I mean, for CSPG, they didn't have the best of go here when they got flanked in their vehicles. There was no real movement there.
I do have to say, I love this firefight that comes out. Chiefs was going for it. Look at that one bullet. It was really all it took. Got amongst King, spins back around from Whitebeard, gets the shots off, and then they just continue to hold down this area for so long.
Autocratic stepping out and getting a kill and going for the full flush, but getting punished at distance from a teammate, and this was F4. Stuck out in the bay, nothing to really be done there. As I believe they did get stuck out there, but I think they did escape as well.
Poor mermaids, and look at this solid. We talk about gatekeeping inside of PUBG. This is a beautiful example of it. Just getting the inside beat, getting inside the safe zone, and just spraying down everybody as they're trying to make the approach from the blue.
VSS shots not quite landing for Torpedo, but this was the end of the game where, or at least close to the end of the game, where there were so many teams trying to make their way in. I mean, God's Reign just couldn't make entry into the zone.
There's still 44 people alive, and you can see that it still took all of those people to do that much damage to the UAZ as it was trying to escape. So they were trying to make their distance on it, but it was just so rough. Champ just getting caught from behind. You could tell, like, where are these bullets coming from, and just gets dropped.
And there it is right there. It was TNW eventually going down, and I mean, there's also the zone. I mean, again, I would say probably the MVP of the round.
That's got to feel bad. Whenever you die because you get shot, and then it like spin around and you see the person that shot you dies to the blue zone immediately afterwards, it's just like, oh, you're going to take me down for it. I see how it is.
And yeah, in this moment I would be panicking. Like, you have a med just being finished, but ultimately it was, honestly, the player of the game for me here was Baron.
Yeah,
he did
such a great
so
job.
much. He did so much in this game. You know, trying to survive as the solo player. The spray down was excellent. Not to mention he turned on a guy. I think it happens right now. It was one of the team. It was one of the Terrifying Nightmares guys. He was so down the scope, but the quick turn, the reload, and the turn right here, like, that was just masterful play.
Oh,
and then the Molly right on top of everybody. That was almost disaster for Terrifying Nightmares.
Well, I bet you can see, like, going for the rest. It's like, no, this isn't gonna work. What do we gotta do? Torpedo taking a lot of damage there based off of it, and that is the moment that Matrix comes alive.
I think Matrix saved him.
Tries to go for the spray. Yeah.
I think Matrix almost saved Terrifying Nightmares there. They did manage to get the med off at the very end of that match, but I think they're happy watching back. But now we have the updated Match 4 scoreboard, and looking at this, one of the better teams, Shield, going out last place.
Yeah.
NSD, same thing. Mafia was in 12th place. God's Reign, 13th place. That's a big deal. If you're counting points, that means that Terrifying Nightmares is going to leapfrog a bunch of teams that were close to them already.
We're doing a lot of talk about who gets first. But let's talk about the fact that there's also a lot of other breakdowns. Everybody that's competing inside of this wants to naturally try to aim for the top spot, but if not, try to get as high as humanly possible and go for some of those other side things like MVP, most kills, all that other stuff. And this is their last round to do it. So can you make the stab? Can you make the jump up towards Nightmares? Might be a little bit hard, but if you're Squad 99, if you're CSPG, if you're the Ravengers, I gotta say you still have a decent chance for aiming for that #2 spot.
Yeah, I mean, this is your time. This is your opportunity to make a statement, not only for yourself and for your team, but also for your entire region as far as it goes with PUBG Mobile and competitive PUBG in India.
Well, one of the things I've been really enjoying is actually, you heard them talk about community, since this area is just now growing up and really starting to embrace like PUBG mobile in its own fashion. And you can see it with the players. They're really nice towards each other. Anytime somebody's going up on stage, they make sure to like clap for them and like give them the high fives as they're going up there. Any of the little video packages, everybody's just like cheering on everybody. But then the moment the game comes on, man, you can see people beat it and it's like, no. Now it's game time.
Yeah, I remember when we were nice to each other back in the day as
Oh,
well.
way back.
That's
in the
over
day.
now. That's over
like
now.
Those days have passed.
It's been a hot minute as of this stage. But I gotta say, it's all coming down to this now. We have one last round. And I gotta say, we have a pretty dominant storyline that's kind of starting to develop. Well, I can't say starting to develop.
It's
has
developed.
Yeah.
It's
and
an
I gotta
adult
say, it's
now.
pretty far back there. Yeah, it's full on. It's like a grown adult at this point. Terrifying Nightmares is somebody to keep an eye on. But now, how big of a statement can they make? Because remember, we still have the capabilities for playing for the Star Challenge as well.
Yeah. I mean, that's looking forward a little bit down the road, but I imagine now that if you're Nightmares, you've seen a pretty dominant performance, and we've been talking a lot about them. But if you're these other players just a little bit below, I think CSPG, has been the kind of understated team.
Yeah.
I think they had a little bit of a rocky start, and that's to be expected. We're in the first mobile tournament in India. These guys have never been in this position before, and to perform or to at least get comfortable takes at minimum one game or one tournament, depending on who you are.
Well, a lot of adaptation, specifically from a lot of these players. We talked about it round one, about how it's just coming and playing out of LAN for the first time, having an audience around you, having your teammates actually just sitting next to you instead of just talking through comms and everything else like that. It's very mindset changing if you're not very careful with it. And I gotta say, it's kind of like that rise moment for a lot of people. If you can play in this type of environment, you are good and golden to shoot through.
Absolutely. I want to know who's going to drop a chinky.
That's the question. I mean,
Who's
Terrifying
gonna do
Nightmares
it?
is clearly in a position atop the leaderboard, and there's a bunch of people looking up to them. And maybe now, we've seen this in tournaments very recently on the PC side, where they could have maybe 2-3 teams drop in their area. So I guess then, since you brought it up, maybe we'll see a bit of a change in their strategy. But I believe we have another player interview set up. We are very close to game number 5. The ultimate game will be there very shortly.
When we got to know about the tournament, we were like really confident that like we'll make it to some stage, and we started with like 3 consecutive chicken dinners. We had like 32 kills in the first match, 18 kills in the second, 15 in the third. Went like all aggressive. We were like, it was really tough. Like in the center part with the semi-finals part came. Before that, it was like still easy, but then it really became a bit tough. Like then finally this last semi-final, I think we did the chicken dinner and a lot of kills, and we're here finally. It was like a very tough journey. Okay, one that's most embarrassing is we have like a 2-people squad left that's in the garage building, the garage building, in the balcony, and the circle is pushing us. And he's spectating me and he tells me to like throw a grenade, to this. And I'm not really good at, the grenade part. I'm just do the low toss. I hit the wrong ball, it comes back to me. It knocks me out. And Harsh is like half HP, and they have realized that the grenade had hit us. The team pushes down, and I mean, that was like the worst moment that I had. I've been gaming for years, so my parents were really like, you should go for it. And I think everyone's parents were like fine with it. They were like, you've earned it, so yeah, go for it.
Well, I'm glad to hear that there are supportive parents out there willing to support gaming, and they do exist. I'm WTF Moses, joined by Matchman Poro. We are ready, almost ready, I should say, by for the last match of the day, the ultimate game. We have one person right above him. I was just about to ask you this question, Poro.
Okay.
Do you think that Terrifying Nightmares switches up the strategy? Drop somewhere else?
I don't know. I don't know.
They didn't. They haven't. I mean,
they haven't done it yet. They've been pretty secure with how they've been performing at Pachigi, and when they did get dropped, they won the battle. So why change it if it's working?
Well, they kind of won the battle. They survived the battle.
They survived the
else.
battle.
Like they lost 2 members, and the other team managed to make it away with 4. So I don't know. Like I think the big question is, everybody's going to be aiming for those like top couple of spots. Do they take the risk on dropping them? Because naturally, we can talk as much as we want to about like throwing Terrifying Nightmares off their game, but what happens if you drop and you get the... and you don't necessarily
get Terrifying Nightmares, do what you want.
Yeah.
Do what you want, all right?
Just hop in some UAZs, drive in some circles, try to see what you can get out there.
4 corners strat and meet up in the middle. That is quite a lead there.
So, Terrifying Nightmares, they're feeling pretty good. Now the question really stands now between 3 and 4. I mean, they're the two teams near the bottom there. Not to mention Squad 99, who's moved their way up to that second place position. Almost no chance that they can catch Terrifying Nightmares unless they go out immediately with no kills, and then Squad 99 has the game of their lives.
Yeah. I mean, that's the question. If you're Squad 99, your only chance in life is, if you want first place, to drop Nightmares and try to wipe them out. But the problem with it is, if it goes sideways, your second place spot, now gone. And it's such a huge risk if you want it. Now look at the prize breakdown that we're looking at right now. First place, ton of money, and then a third of that for second place. That hurts.
I mean, and that's the difference. That's a massive difference between first and second place. Where do you want to risk it? Do you want to go for that risk? I mean, really, if you think about it, the difference between second and third place, not quite as drastic, but still, I mean, that's money out of your pockets, I should say. But there's, I mean, maybe you want to go for more kills, or you're trying to get that MVP spot.
Maybe try to make a statement. I mean, you know, we're like we said, there's been PUBG mobile tournaments. This is our first major one, but this isn't to say that there's not going to be more. And, you know, you're going to want to make a statement in this first one to let everybody know that you're serious and you're for real.
The hosts have been talking about it. This is going to be one of those things that people remember.
Yes.
PUBG esports, as far as the mobile side, is really taking off in India. So everybody in the audience will remember back to that first tournament they competed in. All the players will remember it. You want to walk away with a statement. If you can't get first, you want people to remember your name.
You know what? Speaking about firsts, I remember, and just to give you guys some context, my first PUBG PC tournament was in the basement of a place in Tennessee, and there was maybe about 100, there was maybe 70 people there. To have this be the first tournament, you guys are in a position to have one of the better organizations, and I mean one of the better events I've ever been to ever. And this is only the beginning, so that's something to keep in mind, especially if you're a player. Maybe you didn't have the best day. This is just the start.
So that's one of the things I want to shout out, is if you guys are watching this and you're having a blast, make sure you support the players. Give them some love on social media. Hop on Facebook, hop on whatever it is you use.
Give
and
them a
say
hug.
Like, hey, yeah, no, just be like, hey, give them an extreme hug.
Yeah, an extreme hug.
Extreme hug. So just make sure you give them some love. So one thing, naturally, I know everybody wants to like say, oh, look at the champions, but there's a lot of people competing here that went through a long process.
Be proud. Be proud.
Like, we're talking hundreds of thousands of people that they had to play through to get to this stage. So make sure you give them some love, even if they didn't get in first place, because, man, they deserve it.
Absolutely. Well, Poro, I mean, this is the last game of the first tournament. Now, eyes moving forward, we have Dubai down the road. If you're a team that maybe didn't have a good tournament, this is maybe a situation where you have some lessons to learn. What are you looking for some of these guys? What should be the primary lesson that you're taking away from this?
Well, I think that you take the experience, right? You take the good and the bad. You try to take the bad stuff and learn from it, obviously. But I think going forward, you also need to kind of keep an eye on the next tournament, right? You want to see, everybody wants to see where India stacks up in terms of international competition when it comes to PUBG Mobile. And from what I've seen, I will say I was at the EU finals for PUBG Mobile, and I saw the teams that won. Everybody up here, I think, can compete with anybody in EU. I think they can compete with anybody in North America. And I think India is going to go into that finals with something to say. And teams are going to be having to look out for, if it's Terrifying Nightmares, they're going to have to be worried about those guys coming in.
Now, I think a big factor for it comes into how much do the rest of the players that competed inside this really rally behind the winner, because that tends to happen. Naturally, some type of national pride starts coming out and being like, okay, you're our team, let's see what we can do to help you out. Like, let's try to work together, let's talk strategies, let's see how far we can propel our region to make that statement on an international stage, because I'm sorry, if I'm India right now, that's what I'm looking forward to at this point. It's like, I want to make a statement on the biggest stage for PUBG Mobile.
Well, it's a global phenomenon, and it has been since the beginning. I mean, with the original release of PUBG, now with PUBG Mobile, following almost the same track of success and really exceeding so many expectations. When I first heard about it, I was like, how will you get a game so complex to a phone? And I mean, I've played it, we've all played it. It is a one-to-one representation. It's an amazing, it's a technical marvel on top of that. And I mean, when you're taking it now to a global tournament where every region in the world is going to be represented, that's a massive achievement to even be a part of it. So again, you've said it, we've all said it, you should all be proud of participating. Absolutely. And this is just the beginning. So now, looking into the last game, I guess how do you take maybe that pride that you feel getting here and translate that into a good last game? If you're in the last place, if you're the last place team, what do you do?
How brave are you? That's where the real question starts to come into play. How brave are you in this situation? Who do you want to drop on? Do you want to drop? Do you want to try to cut somebody off? Everybody's been playing together at this point. They should start having a little bit of awareness. We keep seeing people like run down and talk to like coaches or friends or whatever and be like, okay, what do we need to improve? Who out there is actually paying attention to drop strategies and giving that back to players and saying, hey, are you aware X team drops right next to you? If you move here, you might be able to catch them when they rotate out.
I think if you're a team that's lower down on the bracket, I say you definitely go for an early game fight and see what you can get away with. Yeah. Obviously, you come into a lane, you're feeling the nerves, the pressure. Now we're going into the last game. You pretty much kind of know where you're standing, so to speak, you know, give or take a couple of places. Right. But I think that this is one of those times where you want to see how good you really are. So go and drop on somebody that you know is right next to you. Don't avoid the fight.
Let's not encourage hot dropping too much.
Hey,
not too
I'm
much.
Just saying,
not
I
too
want to see
much.
fights.
But if you want to drop and you want to go for the fight,
I'm encouraging it. Get out there and hot drop somebody. Let's make this thing interesting.
Drop it. Like, next thing you know, it's just going to be like, you're going to see like, Nightmares is going to drop in Pachinki, and there's going to be like 50 parachutes coming down and be like, oh, well, this is going to be
Actually, it's going to be some other team that also hot drop Pachinki, and they're all just going to be fighting each other.
Meanwhile, Nightmares is like,
Nightmares is in Delta.
There's somewhere else entirely. You guys have fun over there.
I mean, I was noticing, I was turned around watching these guys, they were just kind of talking amongst themselves. I think there is a little bit of trash talk starting to happen.
Good.
So they're all looking around talking to each other. So, I mean, it's the last game. They might feel confident, but that doesn't mean it's going to be easy.
I think that's really what it's starting to come down to. So, with this, it looks like it's that time.
It is that time, and we're about to toss it to the stage. This is game number 5. We're almost ready, and we'll see you there, and just don't go anywhere.
red zone will be activated.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here. This is the last game. The plane is in the air. Are you ready for the ultimate game here at the PUBG Mobile Championship?
Intro video hit it magnificently. Hundreds of thousands of players whittled down to the final 20 teams, and now it's all about who can walk away with the victory. It has been a week of intense competition, and it all comes down to this last round. Plane path going right over Yasnaya, right over George Pool, where we've been seeing everything.
And this is going to be another situation. We're looking for that team icon, that Team 18. Are they going to switch it up? Are they going to give up Pachinki? Is it a point of personal pride? Are they going to continue to loot the same place over and over, knowing that maybe they'll have teams headed their way to try and ruin their chances at victory? They are out of the plane and they are headed south. It looks like Team 18 is going to continue to go to Pachinki, and it looks like they're going to have some friends along for the ride.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it at this stage. They're going for it, but it looks like, again, like you said, Squad 6. Fantastic Four looks like one of the teams that's wanting to come up and try to make that statement. Maybe kind of mess with them just a little bit. Keep in mind, they have dropped in this location a couple of times and not always worked out the best for them. But Fantastic Four does have a lead-in on them. They will land first, so could potentially grab those guns beforehand and turn it back around.
So it looks like the initial drop, it looked like it was going to be crowded, but it is only going to be Team 6 joining them in Pachinki. So Terrifying Nightmares might be able to pick up a couple of early kills here. But for the most part, looking around the map, that center region, specifically around Razak and that school area, are again going to be massively popular along with Georgia Pole.
We've been seeing a lot of violence, specifically on this plane path. We've seen Yasnaya not necessarily be a big feature inside of it, but I gotta say, Rajak, school, apartments, Georgia Pool, those have just been feast for early game kills. Circle pops up and nobody's in a rush to go anywhere. But hey, everybody's sharing this. Look, there's multiple people inside this. We got squad 8 and 4 all riding together.
Well, it's either a kidnapping or they're just being friendly, but they can't shake them out of the vehicle. They're just trying to see if they can get anyone down and out here. So for Team 8 and Team 4, the fight over the one vehicle not going as they expected.
Like driving around trying to figure out what to do. You can see that one of the members right now from Team Asari is just kind of bouncing around the outside of it. Meanwhile, CSPG, they've been doing very well. They're up at the top of the leaderboards. There's a couple of members from their team inside of this. They've got to figure out some way to get out because they're not in the driver's seat.
Now a bit of a hostage situation. Got to watch out.
All right.
They brought him to a vehicle.
Oh, which brings him to a gun. No. That's going to be 2 people from CSPG down right there off the get-go.
I was waiting for that to happen. I was waiting for that to happen when you saw the other guys over at the huts. Now teammates going to get the benefit. They're going to jump in the vehicle and off they'll go. That's 2 down early very quickly. CSPG, that's the second place team.
Yeah, that is troubling for them because now they're going to have to play full-on defense, just survival mode at this stage. Meanwhile, our guys, Whitebeard successors, they are posted up, taking a couple of pot shots over towards the guys from Team Nowhere. You can see kind of playing on the outside of this. They are in the Rajak area. Not necessarily a really hot spot as of yet, but a couple of bullets that have gone back and forth. As you can see, Swag's taking a touch of damage.
CSPG not feeling very happy up there. They're not having a good start to this game, losing the first couple of players very quickly. Joining now in the Razak spot, we've got Team 20. They're just kind of chilling. They've got all 4 players relatively close together. Down in Novo, it's the team of Raw. They've got all four of their squad together, but they're getting pressure.
6-9, look at this Min from 6-9 on the outside approach, trying to make a flank around the outside of the warehouse. They can have 2 different approach angles and really just kind of crush in onto Team Raw if they're not careful. Raw has to hold these angles so meticulously.
Looking at the circle, this is a bit of a change-up. We've seen military, we've seen east. Now we're headed west. The circle centered around Gatka. Terrifying Nightmares, relatively slow start for them. They've got Pachinki relatively buttoned up, no fights happening. A couple of teams headed down to the military base, but Georgia Pole, this is where the action is happening. Excuse me, I thought we were in Novo, but this is the Georgie crates.
Well, we're getting in for a little bit of a more relaxing start than what we've been seeing so far. Circle does favor most of the teams, really only like 5 on the outside of it right now, but it is going to be the guys from Hisar running into more trouble if this is a bridge camp over here.
I don't think it's a camp. I think this is just a situation where Team 3 is also in their vehicle, but yes, they will be joining alongside on that military island. Slow start to the loot phase if you're Hisar. Maybe you got those 2 kills onto CSPG, but not a lot to show for it, as they still have not made entry into their loot spot. Joining now, this is Pachinki. Team 18, actually this is Terrifying Nightmares again.
Yep.
They're relatively split inside this Pachinki region, but they're not getting pressure from Team 6.
Well, Fantastic Four, Team 6, they managed to drop early, so they managed to kind of force everybody from Terrifying Nightmares to make plays around them, and they're staying very bolt.
They're going to hear them. They're going to hear them. I mean, this is a situation where F4, we have not seen a decent team fight from them yet today. It's not been going their way. Look at this, it's Team 14, and this is 6-9. They still want to get those early kills, and they're going to put a pressure on. Look at the bunny head. He's coming across. He wants some murder.
But they're waiting for it. You can tell everybody from the inside of this, the guys from Raw know that this is coming. How's Min Min going to make this play? You can see somebody sitting on the outside. Beautiful spray to get the first one down. Doesn't even take any damage off of it. This is the capitalization moment. Now a little bit of spray back and forth.
They got a flank coming on the other side, on the north side of the warehouse. And just like that, Team 14 is getting sewed into this warehouse. They're being boiled alive. They can't move. They're stuck inside.
They're just getting
trading
destroyed.
one at a time.
This is flipping. You can see everybody from Team 6-9's now starting to go down, and it's going to be the guys from Squad 14.
Wow.
Whoa. Just hold their ground, and they say, no, this is our place.
6-9 wanted it, and that is a disaster for them. It looked like it started so well, but it came apart so quickly. That's a heartbreak for 6-9, but for Team 14, that looks great. That's a great start.
I thought that Team 6-9 had that. They hit that first spray, took no damage. You saw the outside flank come into play, and whenever they charged through that doorway, man, things just came apart.
Well, that's that. That's the first, second team, I should say, out of the lobby. And now I have to wonder, I'm looking back up at the top of the stage there. I don't remember seeing the rest of CSPG go up, but they might be the second team out of the lobby as well. So we'll see if we see any Team 4 on the next map we take a look at.
Doing a quick glance around the
I don't
outside.
see him. I think maybe CSPG might have been out of the game too.
Tornado way up towards the northern area, over next to Stalbert, just kind of hanging out. That's kind of about the safest drop that you can go with on the face of the earth. Not going to usually end up with too much congestion happening over there. Meanwhile, back over at Pachinki, you can see that it's going to be Fantastic Four guys still caught up and being a little bit of a thorn in the side of our present leaderboard winners of Terrifying Nightmares.
Well, they're trying to form up here. I think they want to get a team fight started. F4, it's Ace Knuckler. He was the last man standing for a squad the last time around, trying to go for that pre-fire. Shooting only wall at that stage. You got to aim for the player, not the walls. You
got to teach Pachinki some respect sometimes. Like, no. This is my place. You can't. You stop messing with me.
So they're making some plays here, looking for that peek. He's got the AK at the ready.
Now, one thing that's interesting, we saw Terrifying Nightmares making plays up on top of the roofs in one of the earlier games.
He's got an angle.
It gets shot from the outside of it, so that's going to be an early down. And look, Fantastic Four starting to come a little bit more alive, trying to find the angles. Torpedo on the outside of this. Are we going to see? Does Ace Knuckle know where he's at, or is he going to walk into a line of fire?
So the flank defense of Torpedo is set up on the exterior. Now here comes the follow-up grenade. Can he land it through one window, through two windows? Maybe it's there. It does not land properly, unfortunately.
Close.
F4 still looking for a seam, but they haven't pressed the action. They have the advantage. But look at this. They have the rooftops. It's Spider-Man once again. He's on the exterior. He maybe has an angle. He's looking for the shot. He wants to find someone standing still. Does Hitman know he's there? Another nade following up from F4, looking for more. And it looks like they did get the res up and done. So now the man advantage goes back to equal.
I love this play from up on top of this. You get complete sight lines. One of the problems with playing around an urban area is you're forced into windows and trying to peek from windows. With this, you can see reposition, peek back up, take a couple of shots, move a couple of feet over, make sure that nobody knows exactly where you're doing that beat in. Hitman already taking some damage. You can see the moment he hits, just steps up and he's like, no, we're going to go ahead and finish these down. Hit a little bit more damage onto it, and I got to say Fantastic Four starting to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I think they may have lost their momentum after they didn't follow up on that down, and now it's just a matter of follow-up, and there's only one team that wants to be aggressive, and that's Terrifying Nightmares. They've got two up. They've got two up. They have a flank down, but Lone Wolf is kind of out of position. They maybe go for a res here. This is kind of slow going here in Pachinki as both teams have taken damage, but no one wants to get super aggressive. More shots landing on Ace Knuckle.
Well, they technically are inside the safe zone, so they're in no rush. It's not going to be until we actually see them forced to potentially move that we might see this escalate. You can tell that right now, Terrifying Nightmares, while they keep getting these downs, they keep getting the damage, they don't want to make the cross because they don't want to worry about losing somebody that early. Meanwhile, Lone Wolf starting to be a little bit of a troublemaker off to the side of it, necessarily not hitting the shots, but forcing everybody to pay attention to him, so giving the rest of his teammates a little bit of a reprieve.
Looking now, there's no angle set up there. I'm not sure what can be done. There is a Mark 14 crate out by the hospital, but there's nobody anywhere near it. That might be a lonely, unclaimed crate rejoining Pachinki. This is still Terrifying Nightmares taking it to Fantastic Four one at a time as best they can.
Look at the reposition.
This is, this is a problem for Terrifying Nightmares because they're not taking any time to loot. And that means they're using that med, using the armor, ammo, whatever you want to say. But it's the same for F4. And I mean, now they have the red zone coming down on top of them.
So even whoever wins this fight, whenever you go to loot somebody else, you're not going to get anything off of it. So you can see that a lot of, sure, we can see the high ground coming through right now. Terrifying Nightmares trying to make some useful plays that are coming through, but some nice shots coming out there. Hitman trying to connect off of it. Can he get anything more? You can see nobody really wants to come alive. Red zone now active on Pachinki. Surprise, surprise. We never see that happen.
It only goes one place. It only goes one place.
Only ever goes to Pachinki, and so that's going to be why everybody stalls for just a second.
Kind of a stalemate. I don't really know. Like, Lone Wolf has got the flank set up, but he's not really doing anything with it. Hitman's been the most active, and now they've kind of lost the advantage of audio. If they can get the down on this rooftop, that might be a big bonus for them, and maybe they use that to leapfrog. He got the headshot. Oh, no follow-up, unfortunately, as they back away. The res has come back. Actually, Ace Knuckle's gone down. I believe that might have been a finish as well. I'm not sure what happened to Ace Knuckle.
Oh,
there
but here we go.
Ooh.
Finally seeing a couple of shots come through. So that makes this a 3v3. And you can see a little bit of trouble coming through. Let's go, Lone Wolf. He managed to get up on the rooftop. Very sneaky little play coming over there, and it's going to be everybody else from, let's see, Terrifying Nightmares retreating back to the hillside. I think that they're just cutting out of Pachinki. Look at them. They're starting to make their way towards the roads. It looks like they're trying to find where those angles and those shots are coming from.
I think they're just trying to get down. Now Lone Wolf has taken a page out of their playbook. He's got an angle onto two more players. Med's coming out, but this is not looking good for Terrifying Nightmares. I mean, it's not really a big consequence so far, but really this is more for F4. This is a point of pride for them to win Pachinki away from the best team in the tournament. It's going to be a matter of just trying to get those downs. Lone Wolf had a good spot, but he's going to give it up.
Going to retreat back down. You can see Reses look like they might be trying to go through now. Are they going to be able to get over to it? Can Terrifying Nightmares get over onto Anand Pachuri? I think that they should be able to. Yeah, no, they're going to make their way around. Yeah. So now I think it's just a matter of Fantastic Four and how they want to make any plays based off of this. They haven't been able to really make that cross. You can see that there's that no man's land right in between it. It's kind of like that alleyway. Sure, you've got the walls, but that's a terrifying run. It's only about 20 meters, but man, it's a scary 10 meters to run.
Well, realistically, we've spent so much time looking at Pachinki, we haven't noticed that first circle has shifted, and we're going to be staying around that Gatka region.
Kind of getting a look around. Most of the team's not going to have too far to go. Predominantly going to be straight up right around Gatka. Really going to cut out a little bit of Georgia Pool in the area, but we're still going to have school that's going to have to make its way out in our Rajak people, but everybody's going to pretty much make their way over towards the quarry locations. We still have Pachinki in play with the red zone on top of it.
So it's a matter of who's going to win Pachinki, but rejoining a different team for a change. We've got Team 9, they're in rotation. They've got their vehicles. This is God's Reign. They had the only other victory, or excuse me, that's
Incredibles.
Incredibles. They've had not the best day, but they're transitioning past, trying to find a good position here. Maybe they've been listening to us. Maybe it's time for teams to start playing center. It looks like that's where they're headed.
Cutting through, and the problem with it is whenever you're dealing with the Gatka area, there's a lot of field locations to make plays off of. But that being said, there's a lot of little sneaky areas. I think this is going to be one of those circles where we really test teams' map knowledge. Do they know the really cool places to make plays off of, where they can potentially get some nice kill angles from? Can they find a good place like the dips and the crevices where they can kind of hide out in?
Right. So basically everyone in transition trying to find that center spot. There's lots of open positions to find. There's God's Reign. This is the team that we were looking for. They, the only other round winner, and look at that, Junior Panther's been spotted first, and the Mollies are down. And just like that, we have another team fight unfolding. They've decided to stop, but it's the only place that's been occupied. That nade is right in front of them. That might have hit one of the players. You got to watch out for that. That does do some damage, but not enough. Now the zone comes, or the spray comes out, I should say. Vector Creed turns his back on the enemy. He's always punished. That's unfortunate.
This is turning really, really bad for Excellence. So you can see already 2 members down. Everybody right now from Incredibles just swarming around this fight.
Hey, how are you? There's another one down, and that's a very quick finish. Incredibles team wipe in great fashion.
I gotta say, that was a very dominant performance coming through there. Didn't even lose a member inside of the fight. Meanwhile, we're on the other side of the map. We got our boys never slow down, starting to make their way through. Still getting a little bit of looting going on.
Still trying to keep it together. We saw some flashes from this team, but it just didn't come together for them at the end of the day. Meanwhile, Raw looks like they found the Incredibles elsewhere on the map, and they're doing lots of damage to them. Now, Raw, one at a time, is just taking it to them. That's back where we just saw that team, but now we have, again, more vehicles in rotation.
And this is going to be Squad 99, who's been very, very quiet, but really making their way up the leaderboards, getting a decent amount of kills, but consistent. I want to say like top 3 placements over and over again, and that's really just what's been carrying them on the leaderboard.
Still getting that much-needed loot. Georgia Pole, the circle closing again fairly shortly. Only about 20 seconds to go before that happens.
Oh, Chiefs off in the distance with it's going to be Mafia boys right up in front of them. I think that they're over in the, is that Primorsk area? Yeah.
Yeah, this is Primorsk, and this is the fight we were talking about. This is, again, Incredibles trying to defend. They have a lot of pressure coming their way, and it's just one after the other, but there's a man on the flank. He's trying to do more damage. He goes for the hot reload right in his face, but it's not going to happen.
That was close there.
Very close. That was a very clutch moment there, but it's going to be Raw taking the victory and a couple of reses, and that's going to be now a big pickup of loot because that's 2 squad wipes there.
They managed to survive through that. You can tell it was getting a little bit risky there. Meanwhile, Chiefs kind of leapfrogging from building to building. They seem aware that Mafia is there, and they want to try to make something off of this. You can see all bulking up right around that corner. That's usually the sign that they're going to do the hard push coming through. Is Mafia ready for it? Looks like they're caught off looking in the distance. If he stays tunnel visioned in on this, he might not see the 3 approaching down from below. But beautiful spray coming through there, getting the down onto one of them. That might stop Chief in their tracks.
That nice peek, nice spray down. The DP playing a big factor. Now no follow-up coming, however. Looks like Chiefs want one of their own, and they're pressing the action. Good defense coming out here from Team 10. They've got 1 down, but they're pressing just more and more. That's 2. That was a risky push, but he wanted to go for it. Now Chiefs are going for a res in the back line with 1 man trying to be aggressive at the front. And just like that, Chiefs are not going quietly.
You could tell the fact that they knew that somebody had to go back for the res off of the down that they just got. So they thought that they had the 2 advantage. Running forward, they got the down on 1. Did the low health push around the corner, hoping they could hit the spray. Does not pay off.
I think he got a 3rd-person peek there. Mafia would have spotted him. Maybe looking to another press out with that DP on the scope. He's going to go for it. There it is. He wants it.
Nice spray.
Yay. Nice shots there. Chiefs loses another one. That nade lands right on top of Mafia. He's going to back away and get a med going. Another nade following up now, coming into the 2nd story of this building. And that's looking good. It's primed and ready right on top. Everyone.
Nice nade.
What a nade.
Holy. Takes down so many people inside of that. This is turning real bad for Mafia. Are they paying attention for it? Can he get another one? If they could just wipe them out, they'll be making a mini red zone. They have to run so close. Soul just barely survives that.
Mafia is now on the back foot. He's getting pressure. Chiefs are looking like they might win this. Mafia had to retreat. He hit so many good shots, but the nades have been the factor, and they're throwing them over and over again. It's relentless nades from the Chiefs. Mafia is in trouble.
But it's so much utility being used right now. Sure, there's only 1 person left. You can see that they might make a play based off of this, but they're just opting into their nades. They're blowing smokes. They're using everything they can have. But what happens when they move into mid-game, though? Sure, you'll get the kills here. But what happens next?
Well, it's a matter of personal pride, and they've got that in spades. Now they're looking to finish off Mafia. The full push now coming. It's going to be a clutch moment here. Clutch or kick for Mafia. He's got the stairwell covered. The first man comes, the nade trying to probe. He's got defense. They will have to funnel up towards him. Mafia's made a couple of shots already. Will he be able to make a ton more to take down 4 players? Here they come, double peek. It's got to happen.
Steps up and forward. No! I got to say, not a lot of subtlety coming up from Chiefs there. They were like nading every stairwell as they were going up it.
Very safe.
They were like, hey, no, we're letting you know we're coming for you.
This is a nice play. I mean, that was a great fight between two great teams, and ultimately they will come out on top there, do the Chiefs. Meanwhile, we're joined back here in Gatka. This is now on the edge of the zone, Gatka being in the northeastern side, but mostly focused around that Radio Tower Hill area.
Right on the edge of the safe zone that you're talking about. So that's going to be Squad Raw now posted up, taking a couple of pot shots over towards Whitebeard's successors. Not to surprising, giving the Gatka region people kind of hold down buildings too far to cross towards each other. So just kind of take pot shots out and kind of burn off some
Pachinki's
resources.
getting red zoned again anyway.
I know. It's always Pachinki, man. Like, they just need to put like a tower that says red zone comes here.
Yeah, no doubt. Now looking at the transition phase, that eastern side of the play zone, lots of teams trying to make their way to the middle. Team 17, the most center-based team so far. But now on that eastern side, we join in. This is our friends, Team 19. They've come to a stop here, maybe wanting to grab another vehicle.
Rotating drivers, it looks like. Everybody has that one player on the team.
I want to drive.
It's like, well, no, you just don't let them drive. Yeah. They're always the one that like, I want to drive, and you just never let it happen.
None of that. Team 11 spotting Team 8 in rotation. Sorry, Team 6, that's F4 in rotation. They're trying to make their way through, and they will do so unopposed. Team 12 has got some friends with it. It's Team 17.
A little bit of a mix-up going on over here, so you can see a little bit of range fights that could be happening. But our boy from last game, look at Varan down there at the, I guess, the push position, set and ready to go and make the push over towards Never Slow Down.
Torpedo's the last man standing. I guess that Pachinki fight didn't do that very well for Terrifying Nightmares. They might find themselves out early, but in such a points lead, Torpedo's just going to try and hold on and just wait for a little while longer.
But I got to say, still, 15 teams. If they go out this early, that'll be really bad. And yeah, just jumping out right as soon as they make the land. Toronado.
Immediately prone.
Jump out, get information prone is what we're looking for here. But it's going to be the guys from Annihilate that are holding the outside of this. Trying to see if they can get the angles. Trying to make the run up and forward, and that's going to be a mutual down and return. Still one member of Annihilate posted up inside the shack, but it's going to be two members coming out from Toronado. How are they going to make a play based off of it? Can the shack play come through? Can it survive?
If they nade that shack, that's going to be a big problem. It's still 3v2. Wow.
Oh, he just jumps out and he's trying to make a run, but he's lost his tires.
Oh, no.
And somebody jumps in and just sprays him down inside of it.
Well, he didn't make it away, unfortunately. That was a nice little shot there. I think he actually got the kill onto one of the members of Team 19, but, I mean, he's down now out in the field, so that's the end of his run. And look at this, Team 17 in a similar situation. They've got Team 12 right on top of them, the vehicle moving around. I think they want to leave, and that's what they're doing.
Yeah, this is a good point that you can kind of hold down, but it's got a lot of awkward positions. And here's the wreckage of a vehicle. We talked about the fact that we wanted more vehicle explosions. Now we get it. But, like, where are you crawling to, buddy? You're in the fields. You have no friends around you. Is it giving away his teammate's position, just crawling to him 200 meters away, being like, safe res, safe res. I'm in the middle of a field. It'll be fine.
It's crawling back to the ocean.
All
Deadman Smasher. He's looking for some shots here. He's got the 4x scope locked in and ready to go. He's got the eyes now on Team 19. We've been watching them make that vehicle push.
Well, he's the last member of Annihilate who we just saw get annihilated there as we saw a teammate driving off and away.
He's watching his teammate crawl around in the grass out there.
Be like, just that's got to be that's always a terrible feeling whenever you watch something just go bad on your team and you just watch vehicle explosions, bodies crawling around the place, and you're just like, can't help you, bro. Nothing I can do.
Nothing I can do. Joining in, it's Team 3. Team 13 right next door. This is another situation for the Chiefs where they're trying to defend. Oh, and the nades maybe playing a separate factor now. They've been having nades come out. Now they're coming back in as the Chiefs are trying to deal with the push of Team 13, who are just throwing nade after nade. And speaking of, Chiefs, again, looking to fish with those nades.
I gotta say, I love the fact that we're starting to see a lot more utility use in general. This round, we've seen a lot more nades. We've seen smokes being used very effectively. So we got the guys from Phoenix caught up into a little bit of a fight over here, looking back down toward Chiefs. And I gotta say, Chiefs gotta be feeling pretty good after their fight that they just had a second ago. Those fight wins can propel you and make you feel really strong.
Depends on how much damage you take as well. And for the Chiefs, they worst damage coming onto them. So how good is their armor? How good is their meds? You can see now they've got actually a decent amount of both, and the Chiefs may be feeling it as they continue to fish with grenades. That's another good throw. They're following up one at a time. I think maybe they're trying to lull people into a sense of security, see if they can get that follow-up kill. But how many nades do the Chiefs have? It doesn't matter. They're trying to spray down now. As the Chiefs looking for more kills, they've already got 4, and they want more.
Nice shots over towards Deathstroke. Phoenix is not necessarily a team we've had a chance to talk a whole bunch about. We've had Snipe down getting. Autocratic's been staying alive for quite a while, but this is the first time we've really seen all of the squad together performing at this point inside the games. So it's going to be interesting to see how this team fight breaks down with Chiefs playing very aggressive. Looks like they keep kind of running right up to the base of the house and then kind of stepping back away.
Well, they're using this third-person camera. They're trying to get some shots, and they're landing, and that's going to be another down. That's Nova getting the initial shots, and look at this, more long-distance shots. The Chiefs actually, it's another team arriving entirely. It's Team 20. They want to get involved, and it looks like they're trying to use their sniper. That's Fugboy on the back line, is trying to prevent any team pushes that's coming from the I believe from the swamp area.
It's
to
starting
hold
to
that
get
molly.
It's getting pretty dicey over in this area. As you can see, Whitebeard's successors really wanted to be a part of this. And
he's burning him alive.
Down. Oh, getting taken down there. This is going really bad for Chiefs all of a sudden. As you can see, it's just going to be Fuggy Boy trying to make his way back over towards a teammate. I got to say, everybody right now in Phoenix, they're still doing pretty well. They
He's
have
going
one
for
down.
a push. He got
he wants this.
He got the nade down on one of the members in this building, and now he's only the last man alive, but he's not being decisive. Maybe he's just trying to buy some time to get the res going. That's a non-smoked res on the exterior. They've already had some pressure come elsewhere, so this is going to be important for them if they want to keep up the fight.
This is extremely detrimental. You can see with not necessarily being able to figure out how they wanted to make the play from it. Now they put themselves in a terrible spot where they're just getting sprayed from everywhere. They got the res, but now they're just going to turn around and have to re-res. Are we going to see any type of push coming out? And you can see it's just starting to turn into a bloodbath all around this location. And yep, here we go. Phoenix saw it. They won it. They're just going to step up and forward and through, and that's going to be all she wrote for Blood Boy. He's trying to survive, but he just can't connect off the shots. Already so low on life, and everybody just floods into the bathroom after him.
Getting bullied, getting beat down, and that's going to be it for the Chiefs. They fought valiantly, but it's not going to net them a top 10 position. And just like that, we actually see a lot of action in the kill feed as teams are dropping left, right, and center. Team 16, this is now a position for them where they want to defend. Torpedo, the last man standing from Terrifying Nightmares. He's up in the barn roof, but he's just going to be chilling.
Keep in mind, this is Squad 99. Great performance, been very consistent. If they could manage to take down anybody from Terrifying Nightmares, that'd be huge. But speaking of that, look at that. We are seeing God's Reign taking a lot of damage inside of this fight. One person up and alive, sprays coming through. Manu's thinking about wanting to try to go back for that res, but under a lot of pressure at the direct time.
Medkit coming down, trying to smoke himself. Maybe try and get some loot here, but there's lots of line of sight coming towards him. The defensive nade, perhaps. Yeah, he's nading all around him. I think he's maybe trying to fish, unless those are smokes, but...
I think he's just trying to throw out as many smokes as possible.
Yeah, no, those are nades. He's trying to defend. He think there's a snake around him.
Meanwhile, we've got Team Nowhere making the run off inside. You can see taking a little bit of damage. They go through. One teammate down and out, instantly taken down, and that's going to be all she wrote. Look at that vehicle explosion taking down Team Nowhere.
Unfortunate turn of events as SQ9 is going to pick up a bunch of kills. I think that's all 4 of that team down to SQ9, so that's a great job. And now it's Deadman Smasher. He's trying to rotate along the low side of this ridge just outside the swamp. He can hear some shots. SQ9 being very active. They got 5 total kills. Matt, go back to Deadman Smasher. He's got 1 down, and he's looking to try and finish.
All by his lonesome taking these shots. That shows some level of confidence. Sometimes people, whenever they're the last man standing, will just opt into playing for a position. He's like, no. I'm going to spray this down. I'm going to get the down, and then I'm going to go ahead and flush it, get the kill, stack up those extra 20 points, because we haven't been talking about that a lot, Moses. Kill points worth so much inside of this, especially in this last round.
Speaking of which, we also have another circle shift about to happen. The circle is centered up almost perfectly in the middle of this new play zone. Team 14 is in the best spot. We have another fight arriving here. It's Team 13 versus Team 8.
So Phoenix still holding down that position they were at beforehand, but Hussar coming alive. We saw them with that early, I guess, vehicle car issue that they were having where they ended up with a couple of people inside there. So now seeing how they're making plays off of it, they're just doing a hard push over in this general vicinity, stepping back out and forward, but a lot of damage coming out.
Autocratic making a straight push, but he's got no way to move. The zone now on top of them as well, and this is going to be a big factor. They're out the vehicle and out the window.
People just raining down, and it's just spinning left, right, just knocking everybody they can, trying to stay ahead of the circle as that goes, but right now Snipe Down still up and alive, steps around the corner, manages to get the spray back alive, so really it's just trying to stay alive at this stage, but so much damage coming out from guys from Hussar.
There's, I think Team 15 is playing a factor as well, a little bit further away, putting pressure, but this is Team 14, the center base squad. This is Raw. They've got another team fight on their hands, and very quickly we're down to 8 teams. I think we just had 14 a second ago. But look at this aggressive push. There's 1 man, 2 man down.
Just flooding it. Just spraying down everybody. They're holding so many different angles. There's nowhere to go. He's trying to stay alive on it. Nowhere he can make any plays off of that strong push coming out from Raw.
That's a lot of kills. Now 12 kills for Raw already in this game. They're making a play for it. There's still 6 teams left alive. What a performance.
Look at this. They're just charging. They're like, okay, we got that one. Let's just keep it rolling. Just flooding down the hillside. Looking over, they assume that they know where everybody's going to be at. Trying to spot it out.
Spotted a snake.
Just going to try to connect onto it. You can see bullets starting to
spot
come through. Can they make it 13?
Yay!
They get it down onto one of them. But that gives them the information that they know. It's got to be somebody else around that general location. What are they going to do to capitalize off of it? Because they have to cross that road.
Being mindful of that flank down on the right side, the VSS being shot in return. It's Deadman, Team 12. They're a little bit further away. I'm not sure who got caught out there, but the finish does come on, I believe now. Team 8 getting involved, more sniper shots coming. A lot of shots landing. He's trying to make the cross. Will he make it? He's wide in the open. He's trying to get through, but he's going to be luckily finding some reprieve, as it's going to be Raw trying to back away from this fight and get position. Very quickly, we're down to 5 teams.
They realize that they might be in a little bit of a bad spot, so they're opting in. You can see so many people spraying them down from the outside of this. So many third parties coming into effect. A blue zone, still a factor, still just chasing right back behind it. Look at the amount of damage that's coming through. Did he manage to make it to play zone? No, he did not. And look at this. Now we've got Team 14 just taking so many bullets. Raw, who was originally just doing so well.
Hot reload, he's spraying his mind out. He's trying to go NSD. What a shot. He will get the team wipe in the finish. Nice shots coming down from Never Slow Down.
Never Slow Down, still with so many members alive. Look at that. 4 teams, 8 alive. Never Slow Down. They have the numbers advantage right now. I gotta say, I think a lot of these people are kind of all hunkered around a general vicinity over there, so let's see how they make the plays based off it. God's Legacy still alive at this stage, though. I didn't see the point where Terrifying Nightmares went out, though.
Yeah, I don't know if it matters or not, but right now I think this is a story about Raw. Can they translate this performance into a victory? It's not looking good. I think they have only got 1, maybe 2 left standing. I can't see if there's only 1 left in that shack. I think Raw kind of got stuck out on that on the hill they were firing from. But Never Slow Down is looking really good here.
Well, keep in mind, there is still one member of God's Reign that's just hanging out over there. So we essentially have 1 member of God's Reign, we have 1 member that's going to be up from Raw, 2 members from one side, and then Never Slow Down with 4 members up and active.
Something tells me that they might know that there's 1 left in that shack.
I don't know. I can give it away. No, somebody just beat it in. Now look at this, though. We do have God's Reign, last member, hiding out inside the smokes right now.
He could really win the game for them if he does any damage to Team 8. And that's going to be a big problem if your God's Reign is trying to make a play here in that last stage. Still 4 teams alive, the play zone restricting. And this is going to force, I believe, it's going to be Team 8 out into the open. But they spot him, and they'll finish him off, but not before taking damage. He's got to back away very quickly, get down and try and get meds. As now it's going to be Team 8 trying to make that last-ditch effort to try and push, but they're going to get stuck in the zone, I think. The Mollies are down in defense. They have to run through fire or deal with the zone. And this is looking very much like a Never Slow Down victory.
All right, Moses, here we are, the final round. We're sitting here at the grand finals. This has got everything on the table. Everybody is playing for pride at this stage. This has been a very hard week of after an event going through here. So now you can see Never Slow Down.
Oh, they
spins
want
back
to trade.
around, trying to connect onto it, and they do get it. That drops it down to just 2 teams. A little bit of damage has been afflicted, but it's just 1 member from Raw left.
He's going to try and smoke himself out. I was wondering if he's going to try and make a play for that kill on the res, but he's trying to get as much utility as he can.
He had to hear it. He had to hear the firefight, had to know that if he's going to do anything, this is his chance. But I think it's too late.
It's too late. I think the zone is about to close. He's got 23 seconds, and now the aggression is coming. He's stuck in the zone. They're nading him out of there. He's got to have to make a play, but that would mean entering the blue zone. Ton of damage! Not going to happen.
Never Slow Down, showing up there towards the end of the round, coming in with a solid 10 kills, all things considered. I gotta say, all up and alive and very active in that last circle.
And a nice play by Raw there as well. They did wind up with 13 total kills. A nice performance for second place. But now it's about mental math. Where are we in the leaderboards? And they're talking amongst themselves. It's got to feel good to win the last game here in the grand finals. What do you guys think? Yay!
Hey, like doing it in there. All right, so I think it is caster math. We're not even going to try to attempt it. There's a running meme about how bad we can be at math at times. But I got to say,
we've already seen one example today.
Terrifying Nightmares.
Yeah,
they had a pretty decent lead. I didn't see the exact point they went down, but I want to say they went down outside of the top 10.
I think it was around that 14-15 mark, and if you're Terrifying Nightmares, you got to feel good. But it's really about Never Slow Down. I mean, this was the 3rd unique victory for this tournament, And for them, I mean, winning the last match of the finals got to feel good.
Well, this is one of the teams that we talked about several times, specifically on the analyst desk, that we wanted to see more out of, because you could see like these moments where you're like, okay, this team can do it, and then something would just kind of go wrong for them at one stage of it, and they would just make a bad call here or there. This time, they finally played their game the way that they want to play it. I think performed quite well. Cora, what's your take on it?
Absolutely, I think you can't sleep at all on Never Slow Down. I mean, they bookended this 5-game set today very, very nicely. They had a great
I liked
game
them in the beginning as well.
Yeah, I mean, they had a phenomenal game one, and then they come and do this at the last game. That's a great performance. They can leave this tournament feeling really, really good about the way they performed.
Well, we talked about the importance of this last round and making some form of statement, and so it's great to see them come through and make that statement. I got 4 people alive at the end, hard pushing out towards the fight. At the end of it, they're like, no, we know where this person is. Firm awareness, like sure they had the numbers, but at any given point you could tell they knew where every single person was. They went on the hunt. They went after snake, not afraid.
I mean, that end game where you saw Raw with so many kills, they did have 4 up at that stage, but I think they maybe spent a little bit too much time looking for those extra kills, and it cost them. I mean, they had to come down that hill out of cover and just got torn apart.
It's just like they walked into a killing field. They were so loud for so long, and that's kind of one of the things. Like, whenever you can take these shots at a small circle, everybody's kind of like, oh, shots that direction. So as soon as somebody comes over that hillside, it's just a wave of bullets going that direction.
Well, that's the risk you run. But I got to say, Raw, Never Slow Down, all these teams, the last game, they all came to play.
Yes.
Every single one of them. You saw so much fighting. You saw so many starting off.
This was a fun start, like little delivery service, like here's a couple of kills, go bananas, and that's exactly what happened. I mean, for CSPG, this was the game they needed to play well. This was another situation that kind of turned on its head there in the warehouses around Georgia Pole. But I mean, yeah, for CSPG, they were the second place team coming into that last game, and it just wasn't for them.
Yeah,
or were they? I think maybe they were in the top 5 at the very least.
Yeah.
They'll probably still remain inside the top 5 again. Not going to try to do any caster math based off of it, but it was just really, really rough. And we saw a very long fight happening, I'd say, around the Georgia Pool areas there for a bit. We saw the Pachinki fight that just lasted for so long. A lot of very explosive fights that were coming into this. You could tell that a lot of these players were like, okay, that's it. It's time to go. Let's see what we can do.
This is Raw, like one of their many fights that I think really went in their direction.
Yeah.
And you can see that was a tough reload there, as just barely hanging on. But again, Mafia played really well too. I mean, he hit a couple of really nice shots. There being in the battle with the Chiefs, but I believe really ended the Chiefs. I mean, super active as well all the way through the mid game.
Yeah, and at no point did they let off the gas pedal. They were just full-on approach. They just wanted to go after every fight that they could get, and I gotta say, they made a lot of very solid plays coming off of there, and also a couple of interesting plays that came through as well.
And I think that's something that the Chiefs can really take home from this tournament is, they obviously the first 4 games maybe didn't really go that well. It took them a little bit of time to get involved, but this last push here, this last game, they really showed what they're capable of, and I think they can kind of build some confidence off of that.
I mean, the grenades, it was relentless, and they eventually naded Mafia out of this building and then went for a full push. It was a valiant effort by him, but it just wasn't going to happen there, not with that many. A little bit of a bonus ball as well. I mean, there was just so many interesting team fights that happened here. This being one of them here with Rashab just going bananas in the prone position. And then, I don't know what this was, but I mean, takes him for a bit of a ride there. As
just essentially eats him away.
You're coming with me, but it was just a tough play there.
He
jumped
bail
out.
Well, the vehicle was about to explode, so choose your poison in that stage, for lack of a better term. Chiefs, another fight. Again, not afraid to just push into whatever and try to go for the skirmishes.
Well,
this time doesn't pay off for him, though.
Not really. I mean, Fugboy's stuck in the bathroom doing his best he can to try and defend, but I mean, they stayed active. They should be proud of their performance here, but some nice plays all over the place here in this game.
This fight, whenever it's just people raining down from windows. Again, not waiting until the blue's on top of them, though. I do like the fact that they opted into at least trying to go for the fights at this stage instead of just kind of like running along with it. But again, never slow down. Look at this, just starts hunting at this stage. They are aware that they got the numbers advantage, and they just keep on going.
And this is the end of the game, trying to clean out the squads in the edge of the zone. They almost had a problem there. I think there was maybe an avenue for the last member of Raw to make a play, but at the end of the day, the zone was doing damage, and that was a NSD victory, and one that was quite nice. I mean, a bunch of kills and some really good moments.
10 kills, Vampire really can definitely leave this thing feeling pretty good about himself.
a fairly low kill game of all things considered if you look across the board as it moves through, specifically in the lower bracket as we're sitting. Chiefs and Incredibles still managing to be quite active, but we kept talking about all the fights that Chiefs was taking. I was expecting way more kills from them than 4.
Nightmares went out in 14th place, but I don't know if that's going to have an effect, but I mean,
it should.
Yeah,
160 points.
Yeah,
I don't think that anybody blew up 800 points.
Either they won or they had not a great game. So I mean, that's a pretty good ratio, right? So I mean, 3 out of 5 victories going to the Ravagers, or sorry, excuse me, the Terrifying Nightmares. As NSD picks up a nice victory there with 10 kills, 700 points.
Squad 99.
But look at, I mean, like, yeah, look at Raw as well. Squad 99 had another great performance. I mean, Squad 99, if maybe a couple of games shake out differently, they could very easily be a top team as well.
Well, that's 4 teams at the top there, 10 kills, 13 kills, 12 kills, 10 kills. You can feel really, really good about how you finish this tournament. You finish strong. No matter where you are on the leaderboard, you always want to make sure that last game you make a good accounting of yourself, and these squads definitely did that.
I mean, Squad 99, they've been doing such a good job, again, in that consistent role. That's what we keep talking about inside of it. Again, a 4th place position. We've seen them have a little bit of trouble sometimes in the early game and still recover. They can still play from those position points, and 10 kills inside of that round to boot. That's nothing to be ashamed of in the slightest. Now, how does it shake up the leaderboard, or could it potentially do so?
There's a couple of teams that could have made themselves a little bit of extra cash there based off of this final round.
Yeah, there's the bounties as well that we've been talking about. I mean, the fact that they could have the most kills inside of a round, they could have the most kills overall. There was a lot of squads in there that had really good performances throughout the entire tournament. So really, the MVP and all that stuff is still to be decided. But at this stage, I think that really all participants should feel very proud of their performance, regardless of where they placed.
Absolutely, and the region as a whole should feel really, really good about how these teams accounted for themselves. I mean, when PUBG Mobile goes to India, or when PUBG, the champion of PUBG Mobile India goes to Dubai, they're going to be scary. I mean, I think teams all the other regions in the world need to be intimidated and scared of whoever ends up winning this championship. Terrifying Nightmares. They need to be terrified.
So subtle.
Something that might show up in their nightmares, if you know what I'm saying.
Now, I think we've had enough puns for one day. They're pun friend.
Oh, come on. I got like 5 minutes more. I could get a couple more in there.
Oh, God, no. Save us. Save us. All right. But I think that becomes one of the big things that we were talking about a second ago. MVP status.
Right.
Bounties. Yeah. How's it going to come through? We saw reses were a little bit harder to secure inside of this than we would normally have expected it, just due to how close range the fights were happening. Sometimes people had to opt into not going for the res because it was too dangerous, and that led to a lot of people bleeding out. Yeah. So something like got the most revives, that could be a lot harder to achieve than we were expecting.
Well, I mean, there's also the fact that even though we watched Terrifying Nightmares play so well throughout the entire tournament, I think they played so well as a team that no individual really stuck out to me. I don't know about you guys, but I mean, that's the thing when you're trying to decide an MVP caliber player. Who do you pick over a team that's played so well as a unit? But really, I mean,
basically, if they were alive, they were fragging out.
Yeah.
I mean, that's basically for every single member of that team, and that's what makes them such a scary unit to have to deal with, because even if you get 1 or knock out 2, the other 2 or 3 that are left are still very capable and very able to destroy your entire squad if they end up in a 2v4. We saw it multiple times.
Not afraid. I think that's one of the good things that you can kind of take away from Terrifying Nightmares. Their job is to make everybody afraid of them, but they play with absolutely no fear.
No fear.
They'll just kind of charge through. They'll play smart. Like, if they know that it's not a good fight for them, they won't jump into it head first. But if they see that opportunity and they think that they can take it, they're not afraid to go for that clutch style play.
Yeah, once that window of opportunity opens up, they are the first ones to jump right through it. Yeah. And whether it's completely open or even partially open just a little bit, they will force their way in and make it work for them.
I think that's kind of what defines a good player. Like, you'll see like this little bit of an opening, and they'll just walk up and kick it open and be like, no, we want this. And they'll make a play based off of a very small mistake from another team.
And I think that's one of the things that really kind of, there it is.
There it is. Terrifying Nightmares.
Terrifying Nightmares.
They can hear them cheering out in the crowd. They're all down here in front of us, and they are all hugging out in the crowd as Terrifying Nightmares secures the overall victory in dominating fashion. If we could get those scores up again, I would like to actually take a quick peek.
Because we had Squad 99 that was in second place. No surprise there. Again, essentially the kings of consistency throughout this event so far.
No victories to their name, but constantly up in that top 8. Always on the right side, correct side of the leaderboard.
Yeah, that was, I mean, a really good and consistent performance, like you just said, but also a very active performance.
Yes.
When there was something to be done, they would go out and do it, whether it was maybe pushing into the zone or taking a team fight. It was a squad that really proved themselves, and they deserved their placement.
Absolutely.
And I think that's kind of one of the things that sometimes can be a problem with whenever you look at this is, I gotta say, Squad 99, they did really, really great. It's just the fact that Terrifying Nightmares was just so dominant with their 3 victories, with their high kill totals. It got to be a hard part to where we could just keep talking like, okay, Squad 99. That being said, look at how strong of a team is right back behind them, dealing with everything that's going on. Keep in mind, when you have a strong team like Terrifying Nightmares, you have to figure out a way to survive around this and be consistent, and they did.
Yeah, I mean, anyone else stand out to you in that top 5?
Well, I didn't get to see a lot of the top 5. But
My bad, trap question.
It's a trap. But I want to say something, one more thing about Terrifying Nightmares. Okay, all 3 of us have done innumerable competitive level PUBG games on PC. The strategies that Terrifying Nightmares employs are the same exact type of strategies. The diving the middle, getting a compound, holding the compound, taking the opportunity to push any types of advantage that you might get. These guys are on top of that.
Early rotations paid off so strong for them. If I had to say one thing specifically, early rotations for Terrifying Nightmares, always going for center circle, so good.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that will do it for us here on the caster desk. I've been WTF Moses, joined by Matrim and Porosaurus. It's been an absolute pleasure to stand here in front of you all and cast these games. It's been a terrific experience. We're going to take it over to the stage for the final moment of this ceremony. Thank you guys for watching, and we hope to see you very soon.
Has come to our almost sweet end, and you know the winner. Can we have a 3 cheer for them?
Hip hip!
Hip hip! Hip hip! Ladies and gentlemen, and that's none other than
the Terrifying
Nightmares!
Well, but before we come to the winners,
this journey was tremendous.
Yes, that's of course.
The
but
journey
also
started with 250 registrations, with over 80 participants coming up all the way to the top, making it really big. This is the ultimate victory. Please give them a big round of applause for coming together to create a history for the very first time in India.
To them. And also, among 80 participants, we had 1 female contestant, only 1 female contestant. Can we give it up for the girl, please? Come on. More power to you, girl. Can we have you on stage along with your mom? Quickly, quickly.
Can we have the PUBG Mobile girl to please step onto the stage? Along with your mommy, who's here to support you and cheer you.
To me, all the 80 participants who have reached to this point through 250K registrations, put in all their effort, all their hard work, to me, each one of them are winners. Can we make some noise for them? You know what? I love you guys because every moment you'll have kept the energy level going. A huge round of applause for yourselves. Come on.
This clap is for yourself, guys.
Yes,
come on, make it much more louder for yourself for being here. We have come together to create a history for the very first time in India. We have a huge platform set up for the players who have come together to play this. And we have the PUBG Mobile girl along with her mommy.
So,
you both are looking very pretty. Guys, clap.
All right, all right. Can we know your name, please? Sejal. Sejal. So, I mean, it's very rare that a woman, comes up and plays a mobile game. And PUBG Mobile always encourages. It's open to all. They want everyone to be part of their family. What do you have to say about that, ma'am?
Honestly, I've never encouraged her. Never ever encouraged her. I was always irritating. She's always on her phone. But somehow she convinced me for this mega event, and your organizers also, I had a word with them, and they said this is going to be a mega event and your kids will be celebrity and all those, page 3 status. So I thought maybe I'll come over, and I'm really happy for this event. Congratulations to all you guys. It was really rocking, but my kids couldn't make up.
And that's
so
absolutely
hasn't she
true.
made you proud? She has made you very proud,
She's
right?
the only PUBG mobile girl who played it, and you're the mom of the only girl who played this game. So obviously, they both deserve a big round of applause.
So to all the mommies watching out there, if you're not encouraging your ladies, you're missing on to this moment, this very moment of being something like this beautiful lady, the PUBG mobile girl. Giving up to her. Give it up to her. Come on, everybody.
This is not just a game. We are one level up. It's an e-sport, and that's a tournament, a long tournament which has come to a sweet end. This deserves a big round of applause, and this is possible only because of all your participations. Come on, guys, give it up for yourself. Make it louder.
And this
let's
is a
give away.
special token of appreciation for you. Thank you for coming along with her, and ultimately, even though not earlier, but right now, encouraging her while she was playing right there. You did that, right? You did that. Come on, give it up to this lady. Beautiful lady. Come on, everybody. Thank you so
Awesome.
much.
And you know what? Obviously, we have 5 more giveaways to you guys. And
But
obviously-
only if you show us a lot more energy than before. Make some noise.
Okay, let's do this now. Getting geared up, is it? To grab those phones in hand. Yeah? Are you excited? Are you excited? Do you want the mobile? Okay, can I have the mobile in hand, please? You know what? I'm going to make it very simple and easy for you. If you really want it, I want you to shout out loud and ask me for it, and I'm just going to give it to you. But not right now. I'll tell you when. Yeah, I'll tell you when. OPPO F9 Pro is going to be in hands of that gentleman or a lady or a boy who really, 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 really wants this. Make it louder. Make it louder. Oh my. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Can you have the camera panning in right now? Woo! For you. You know what? The boy just turned into a Hulk right now. Woo! Thank you so much, everybody. Please sit back, huh? Yeah? Okay, ready ho jao, aur ek baar chilayenge. Can we have another one? This one. This one. Hang on. हर बार नहीं चिल्लाएंगे. We are not shouting again. We care for your throat. Yeah? This is gonna be to somebody. Okay, let me pick up someone here who's like branding PUBG Mobile. So you have to, hang on. You have to give me those names of our sponsors quickly. And this question is for this guy. I thought this question is for this guy.
OPPO, good. Really the most biggest PUBG mobile.
That's fabulous, and this is for you. Give it up, guys. Give it up. Be happy even for someone else's victory. That's when the victory will follow you.
Now. Okay, 1 second. If you scream, you won't be able to hear me and you won't be able to reply. Now, if you're really a PUBG Mobile fan, I give you the microphone and you tell me 10 things that are in the app, but your countdown starts now. Who can do that? Come on. 1 second. Okay?
10 things that are in the app. So you mean the arcade mode, the classic mode, then you have a...
You're too slow, anybody else?
Okay, hang on. Okay, let him finish.
Gyroscope, peek and scope, arcade mode, DPP mode, FPP mode, Sanog, Erangel, Miramar, and then we have vest, we have helmet, we have gun, VSS.
No.
Good one.
Congratulations, you were good.
Okay.
You were good.
Okay, now you would get this when you go back to your seats. Go back to your seats.
Come on, everybody,
quickly.
get back to your seats.
Quickly, get back to your seats.
Quickly.
Get back to your seats. Now you guys are making me feel like as if you came to this arena only to get this phone away. Yeah, sit back, chill out. Let me see the bright face who has been holding that energy level from morning till now. Okay. Hang Hang on. Did I ask you to scream? You know what? Now we're gonna try something different. I want you to feel like you're screaming, but you shouldn't. I just want to see the emotion that you throw in your voice. You should not actually sound. You should emote and show me that you're screaming loud. No.
You are still screaming.
No.
Oh my God, you're still screaming.
I don't want you to scream. Hang on.
No screaming out here. Can I request everyone to step back and get back to your seats, please? Please, requesting you to get back to your seats.
Step back. No screaming. You just have to
Each one of
emote
you
like you're
requesting
screaming.
you to get back to your seats. Okay, we don't give away the prize, Arun, till they get back to their seats. Okay.
Okay. This one goes to him there. There, right there. Woo! Good one. Okay, guys.
All right. Requesting everyone to quickly get back to your seats.
Oh my God. Did you
we've
look
got
at
the
this,
last
Maddie?
one.
Did you look at the gentleman going crazy over PUBG Mobile? You know, I want you to do that. And I want everyone else to follow this act. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Crazy!
You guys
this is
are
what we
phenomenal.
call it
The
as
energy is insane.
an absolute addiction of PUBG Mobile. And what's your name, gentlemen? Umakant. This one is for Umakant.
Can we have a huge round of applause for Umakant?
We also want the gentlemen about 30 and 40 to play this game. So obviously this one goes to you. Thank you so much for letting your age know. But anyways, we're not looking for an alliance.
Well done.
This is for you. Thank you so much. OPPO F9 Pro is in your hand right now. Thank you. Can everybody please give him a big round of applause?
Well, I love the love that you're giving for OPPO F9 Pro. Come on, give it up for OPPO F9 Pro.
Okay, guys,
and all you lovers of PUBG Mobile, make some noise. Wow, only one. Come on, everybody, one more time.
Okay, guys, stay back for more. Stick around and tell me if you guys are having fun. Do you guys want to have more fun? Okay, have fun. Okay, so guys, we also have a lot of online viewers. The battle which went viral online is being viewed by so many people. And even they are going to be feeling lucky because we have chosen 3 winners online. So boys, if you're watching this, girls, if you're watching this, you are the winner as I take out your name right now. Are you ready? This is for online.
Yes, but you can make some noise for them too. Come on, guys, make some noise.
Woo! Can everybody please make it louder? Are you ready for this? Guys, the energy needs to be a little more louder. Little more louder.
No. When we say louder, 5 notches higher. 1, 2, 3. Woo! I like that. I wish everybody had that.
And the winner of YouTube viewership. And this one goes to Shaunak Bale. Shaunak, if you're watching this, we are mailing you an OPPO F9 Pro right at your address. Thank you.
Hearty congratulations to you. And the second winner is Yash Kadam. Over to you, Yash. Keep smiling and celebrate that moment.
And the next would be Ketan Gekar. Can we have a big round of applause for all these YouTube winners?
Everyone, eyes to the AV.
All eyes on screen, please.
zone will be activated.
The 20 teams who made it to India's first ever PUBG Mobile Campus Championship presented by OPPO F9 Pro. Come on guys, make some noise. Well, 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 to be a PUBG Mobile player, you need to be swift, skilled, and you need to be insane to the next level. They told me that you guys are PUBG Mobile fans. I believe that. But do you believe you're a PUBG Mobile fan? Do you really believe you're a PUBG Mobile fan? All right, then take your shoes off and stand on the chair. Come on, let me see that happen. Right now, everybody, take your shoes off and stand on the chair. I want to see how many fans out here. Everybody.
We love that
Whoa,
spirit in you.
What about the rest? You just said, yeah, you can't give up on us like that. Come on, I want to see each and everybody. Yes, you, I'm talking to you. And
You don't have to remove your shoes. You can just get
on.
onto the chairs right now. Quickly, let me see all to getting onto the chairs right now. Let me see all you guys on the chair.
And your
Quick.
flashes out, phone flashes out. Come on. Really? You think I'm going to buy that? Come on. Everybody. So when I say people, are you ready? You say yeah with your phone up in the air, all right? 5, 6, 7, go. So people, are you ready? Yeah. So people, are you ready? Say yeah. One more time. So people, are you really ready? Yeah. Whoa,
We love
you
that
guys,
spirit in
I
you guys.
love you all. Thank you so much.
Please give it up for yourself. Amazing spirit. We so
Fantastic.
love you all. Thank you so very much for coming down all the way to witness this magnificent arena. It's a total Sunday which has been experiencing a total action just because of you guys coming here all the way. And you guys have made it. Thank you so much. Please give it up for yourself once again.
This action-packed Sunday got even better, even phenomenal, even more fantastic because of each and every one of you seated out there. It's your energy levels, it's your love, and it's your enthusiasm that has taken India's first ever PUBG Mobile Campus Championship to the next level. So make some noise.
Woo! And you know what? This magnificent, glorious trophy is going to be in hands of the winner tonight. And we all will experience as they create the history for the very first time in India as they come together to play this game together. The winner will take away this magnificent trophy. And meanwhile, we also have the rest of the winning teams who will be taking away the cash prize from the prize pool. And we also have a lot of giveaways. And you know what? The winners will also get a chance to fly all the way to Dubai to contest on the PUBG Mobile Star Challenge 2018. And that's fabulous. I think you all need to give them a big round of applause.
Well, it's not just about winning the trophy. It's not just about the prize money, but it's about going down in history. It's about being the first ever PUBG Mobile Campus champion. So make some noise on that, guys.
And now, we will take the pleasure and honor to invite the souls behind putting up this show together. The man behind making this happen really big. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Vincent Wang, Head Global Publishing Center, Tencent Games, to please come onto the stage with a big round of applause. And also,
I'd like to invite on stage Anish Aravind, General Manager, Tencent Games India. Come on, guys. We need a louder round of applause for these gentlemen because they are the people, they are the brains who put all of this together. Come on, everybody.
Esport is taking the next level of it. With these brilliant minds working together, we come here to make the miracles happen. And today, we made it happen.
So can we have a photograph of yours with the trophy, sir, please?
gentlemen, we want you to share the thought to the entire globe who's watching this arena, who's watching this battleground. What do you have to say to them? Starting with Mr. Wang.
I really don't know that I need to say something. So actually, this is an really amazing event, and I think maybe this is the first thing that we ever did in India, and I hope that we can continue to introduce more exciting esports event to the whole Indian gamers. Thank you.
Hope you enjoyed it.
I do.
Over to you, Anish.
Well, it's you players who is making this game great. We are just providing the platform. It's for you, and you have made it great. So we'll continue to make and organize these kind of events for you, hoping that you will enjoy and play this longer and forever, basically.
Awesome.
Thank you
And
so
for
much.
sure, we game lovers, we will enjoy playing this forever. Yes or no? Yes or no? Awesome. I can hear a lot of girls scream. I think we're going to have an exclusive show, Anish, only for girls. The PUBG mobile girls. An exclusive show only for the girls. How about that? Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we
And that's
spotted
enough,
so
folks.
many of them today in the crowd. They were like, while the players were at it, they were in the crowd and they were playing PUBG Mobile, you know? So why not?
So guys, we are just 2 minutes away before we announce the winners. And obviously, as you all know, there is a prize pool of 50 lakhs for the winners. And I'm sure you guys are excited for them and happy for them. Are you? Really? There you go. Ladies and
So
gentlemen.
individual winners take a check of 50,000 rupees. And the second runner-up gets 3 lakhs. The first runner-up gets 5 lakhs. And the winner gets 15 lakh rupees.
Woo! And also, we had initially thought of giving away 60 OPPO F9 Pro mobile phones to the contestants. But seeing their energy levels, seeing their adrenaline rush, we have increased the numbers to all 80 participants. All of them will get away a OPPO F9 Pro this evening. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you guys had a great time. Did you? Are you looking for more? Come be a part to cheer the winners as they come pick up their cash prize and also they celebrate the victory moment shortly. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, let's stick around and call out the winners shortly. And you are going to take away a lot of experience from this arena, which will make you get hooked up to the game throughout your journey of being a part of it.
Well,
sure.
until we get the names of the winners, I'd like to get into the audience and ask few of them
And also, let's give away one more phone.
if
What's
they
your
would
Maddie?
like to, if we have another campus championship like this, if any of you would like to participate and what, oh wow, can we cover this? We have already so many of them who are ready.
The next participants who are super ready to be a part of the contest.
So Anish, we've already players who are ready and geared up to be part of the next PUBG Mobile Championship. Are you guys ready? Okay,
Why
what
not
is
you?
the
Why not
best
you?
thing?
Why not you? Why did you lift your hand?